All right, let's start this meeting. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors for Humboldt County. This is Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. It's a little after 9 a.m. And we'll go into a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Bone.
Good morning.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Chair Wilson.
Present.
All are here.
All right, this is the time to salute the flag. Here we go. Supervisor Bone, will you get started?
I would love to. Anticipating our 250th anniversary, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, exciting stuff. All right, Kaylee, would you mind jumping into the virtual attendance memo?
Yes, Chair.
Thanks.
This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and applicable state and local requirements. Members of the public may participate in person and/or remotely as noticed on the agenda. For those participating remotely, public comment is welcomed and encouraged. To ensure your voice is heard, it is recommended that you raise your hand at the start of the item you wish to comment on. If you are joining by computer or mobile device, please use the raise hand feature to indicate your desire to speak. When it is your turn, you will be unmuted by staff. If you are joining by telephone, please press star 9 to raise your hand when recognized. You may press star 6 to unmute yourself and begin speaking. Please state your name for the record before making your public comment. The board asks that all participants conduct themselves with respect and courtesy. Comments should be directed to the board as a whole and limited to the time allowed. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. And now we're going to look at modifications to the agenda. Before we jump into that, I just want to make a quick announcement that today, because we have such a packed agenda and lots of things, public comment's going to be limited to 2 minutes today for all agenda items, up and down from top to bottom. So get to the point, as we usually say. I think it'll be the best way to do it. And we actually find that this is the times when we actually get the clearest messages from people. So, and non-agenda items, all through the agenda, because we really do have a packed agenda today, with lots of commenters, I anticipate. So, with that, are there any modifications to our agenda? CAO.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's
Yes,
all right.
one modification to the agenda, item D16, will be pulled for discussion.
Okay, D16, pulled from discussion. All right, so with that, we're going to move. Oh, and I just want to also announce that we have a bunch of time sets at 12 p.m. related to closed session items. So what will happen is we'll move through the agenda as quickly as possible to 12, and then we'll be, how long do we anticipate the closed session might be? Yeah, could be a couple hours.
I would say at least 2 hours.
Right, so if your agenda item doesn't get to, we are not to that before 12, we probably won't get to it till after 2. I just want to be clear about that. Okay, so now we're going to move into the consent items. First thing we typically do on those is the proclamations, and the first proclamation we have is for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Month, and Supervisor Arroyo is going to read that and move us through that. Thanks.
Great. You're welcome to come forward to receive the proclamation. Nice to see you both today, and others wearing red in the audience in recognition of this day. This is a proclamation in honor of National Missing or Murdered Indigenous Persons Month. Whereas May is recognized nationally as National Missing or Murdered Indigenous Persons, MMIP Awareness Month, and May 5th as MMIP Awareness Day. a time to increase awareness of missing or murdered Indigenous persons whose cases far too often go unsolved. And whereas American Indian and Alaska Native people are at a disproportionate risk of experiencing violence, murder, or going missing, and make up a significant portion of the missing and murdered cases, and whereas the MMIP crisis is prevalent across the United States, with Indigenous peoples being murdered at a rate 10 times the national average. According to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, homicide is the leading cause of death for Native women ages 10 to 24, and the 5th leading cause of death for Native women 25 to 34. And whereas California has the largest population of Native Americans, more than any other state in the country, and ranks 5th in the nation for uninvestigated, unresolved MMIP cases. And whereas in California, cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women are 7 times less likely to be solved than any other demographic. And data tracking of MMIP is scarce, therefore the actual number is unknown. And whereas in 2020, Savannah's Act was signed into law aiming to improve the federal response to missing or murdered Indigenous persons by increasing coordination amongst federal, state, tribal, and local law enforcement agencies. That same year, the Not Invisible Act established a cross-jurisdictional advisory committee composed of law enforcement, tribal leaders, federal partners, service providers, family members of missing and murdered individuals, and survivors. And whereas in 2022, the California statewide Feather Alert program was introduced through Assembly Bill 1314 and became law by adding California Government Code Section 8594.13. A Feather Alert is a resource available to law enforcement agencies investigating the suspicious or unexplained disappearance of an Indigenous person. And whereas in 2023, the Yurok tribe, California's largest tribal group, hired the first MMIP investigator assigned to assisting tribal groups and Indigenous people throughout the state. And whereas we believe it is important to remember, honor, and respect those missing and murdered, provide resources to families to bring resolution to their loved ones' disappearance, and try to assist in the healing process. We also must work to bring awareness to the prevention of this epidemic. And whereas the Board of Supervisors supports a diverse workplace by providing a culture of equity and inclusion for all, we believe recognizing and honoring National Missing or Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day and proclaiming May as MMIP Awareness Month is an extension of this initiative. And now therefore be it proclaimed that ongoing May is National Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Month in Humboldt County to bring awareness to our community, to combat this epidemic, and support paths to healing, and to end the violence and the silence. Okay, that seems good for balance. We can make another row. I know, it's hard for me.
Aiqui. My name is Kara Fales, and I'm the co-chair, along with Tony Stenhouse, of the Indigenous Peoples Workplace Connection Group. I want to recognize that we have a large group of members here to support us. Thank you for recognizing May as Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Month. The MMIP crisis is deep-rooted in the historical traumas of colonization, boarding schools, and sanctioned genocide. As a marginalized population, we are vulnerable, but we are resilient. We believe the more information we bring forward about the crisis, the closer we will come to change and healing in our communities. Please join me on May 5th at the Adorney Center for the UROC MMIP Awareness Walk, starting at 12:30, a day of remembrance for missing and murdered Indigenous people. I want to accept the proclamation in honor of AWOC Celinda Lewis, a woman I knew for many years, a woman who helped many in her community, a woman whose life was cut way too short. I want to read a few names in honor quickly. AWOC Robert Cole, Confederate Tribes of Siletz Indians, murdered. Brandon Salazar, Puliclaw Tribe of Yurok people, missing. AWOC Dylan Moon, Hupa Tribe, murdered. Emily Risling, Hupa Tribe, missing. AWOC Cole Brings Plenty, Lakota, murdered. Cole played the role of Pete in the Yellowstone spinoff 1923. I bring up Cole because MMIP doesn't just occur in small communities. It happens to individuals who we see on TV, individuals who we would consider successful professionals. In closing, I recognize the growing awareness and momentum surrounding MMIP, and I look forward to continued progress, accountability, and meaningful change. I appreciate each one of you for your support. Waklau. Thank you.
Is there anyone here to comment just on this item? Okay. Any comments from the board?
I'll start. I just want to thank Karen and Tony for your leadership on this and for reaching out to make sure that we recognize this, and for the reminders of those in our community who are missing or have been murdered, and those in the greater community who have been affected by this. So thank you for keeping it on the forefront.
Michelle.
I just want to thank Supervisor Arroyo for bringing this proclamation and for the words spoken here today and the remembrance of your people. And we'll keep it up for sure.
All right, I'm going to associate myself with those comments, and thank you so much for being here. Oh, Supervisor Madrone.
Well, thank you for being here today. This is an ongoing issue that hasn't been getting worse on many levels, even with all the hard work from all of you and others. And my hope is that Public Law 280 no longer interferes with us helping from the county in regards to providing support, immediate efforts to try and help find individuals right away, not with massive delays. So I'll just say that. Thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Bone.
That lady downriver is proud of you today, so thanks, Kara.
All right. Thank you again for bringing this and the reminder. So, on to the next proclamation. Again, I'm going to ask Supervisor Arroyo to lead the charge on this. Is there anyone from the nurses here? All right, awesome. Take it away.
We have a small army of nurses back there. You're all welcome to come up.
Thank you.
Hopefully I won't be a little bit tongue-tied on this one. All right. This is in recognition of National Nurses Week. Whereas nurses in the U.S. constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession with approximately 4.7 million nurses nationwide, and whereas the depth and breadth of the nursing profession meet the different and emerging healthcare needs of the Humboldt County population in a wide range of settings, including the front line of the pandemic response, and whereas professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care of hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients, and whereas the Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services has 74 nursing professionals serving our community, that's amazing, creating a nurturing, supportive, and healthy environment for Humboldt County children, families, and individuals in our community through innovative and integrative efforts between public health, behavioral health, and social services. And whereas the demand for nursing services will be greater than ever in the years to come due to the aging American population, emerging health challenges, the continuing expansion of life-saving technologies, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services. And whereas more trained nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in our community, with a focus on the nurse's role in community and behavioral health nursing, and ensuring community members have access to primary and preventive health care. And whereas, along with the American Nurses Association, the Board of Registered Nursing has declared May 6th through 12th as National Nurses Week with the theme, The Power of Nurses, and expresses appreciation for nurses' unparalleled impact and contributions to healthcare, and an open invitation to celebrate nurses and how they enrich our lives in the world we live in. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims May 6th through 12th, 2026 as National Nurses Week, and recognizes and celebrates nurses' accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system, and we show our appreciation for nurses not just during this week, but throughout the year.
All right.
Land in the middle of this
Land in the middle.
group of nurses. Here, I'll just.
All right, we're good. And 3, 2, and let me grab one more just in case. 3, 2, and 1.
One more.
This is the part where I get to say a few words. I'm not used to this structure, so I apologize. So I want to thank the board and thank you for representing us, Natalie, Supervisor Natalie Aurora. I want to just talk about a little bit about nursing. The theme of American Nurses Association is the power of nurses. As nurses, we are trusted advocates and leaders inside and outside the healthcare setting, consistently ranking the most trusted profession, serving as a central bridge between complex medical science and human compassion. Our profession is helping strengthening communities, addressing social determinants of health and health equity, ensuring that all Americans have access to quality health care. And nurses play a role in communities beyond the bedside, and I just want to recognize that. Nurses work in diverse settings, including school nursing, public health, specialized care, and frontline crisis management and behavioral health. And we don't have our behavioral health nurse partners here today because they're busy doing their job at behavioral health. So I want to recognize them because they weren't able to make it today as well. So again, thank you for your support, and we appreciate you.
Anybody else in your group want to say anything? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
As you're walking out the door, I think our board has some things to say. Some comments. I just want to thank you all for being here representing nurses. Nurses is such a hard profession, and not only long hours, and sometimes at 12 and a half hours when it's time to go home if there's an emergency you're not able to, but also just so much mental and mental that goes into that too. When you go home, you know you're taking care of people all day, and I don't really know much harder of a job. And sometimes in their worst moments when they're sick, they don't feel good, they're grumpy, all the things, and you still are there to help them, be kind and compassionate, and it's just a special breed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bowe.
Thanks to you guys. And the other thing is, I think the county as a whole, this is an eye-opener. I hope people are watching, that they see the limitless amount of professionalism this county has across so many genres. I mean, health, mental health, road building, public safety. I mean, the county does a very good job across the board, and I think it's a good time to recognize it. And if we're not saying you guys aren't one of the top in the pinnacle of keeping people healthy, and there's a good slew of you out there doing it on so many levels, and so it is appreciated. But I think sometimes when we do these things, it's all fuzzy and gee, thanks and everything else. But I think we have to look at the inside of it and see how many people we have doing work for the other 135,000 people in the county, and you guys do it admirably, so thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, Megan, and you're welcome to call me Natalie. Sorry. I liked it. I like it. Yeah, I really appreciate having gotten to know you through serving on the first 5 commission together. And, I know as the public health nursing director, you have provided me with a lot of insight around the breadth and depth of the work that public health nurses do. So that has been really eye-opening for me, and just hearing about some of the experiences that we have as a county too when it comes to ways of funding these important programs has become more challenging. And I know that even though that might not be the core of your job, you end up having to deal with that, and it ends up having to sort of affect the way you provide care and, soldier on to provide these services to the people who need the most. So thank you for dealing with the challenges and changes there, and just so appreciate getting to know you, but also by dint of knowing you, knowing more about your team and everything that you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone.
What would we do without our nurses, really? I mean,
I
we'd be in a
don't
world of
know.
hurt, so thank you all
Yes,
for all
you
your hard
would.
work. Really, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, and I again associate myself with all the wonderful comments from this board. I just want to say many of us have been in a place where the nurse was our best friend. And so, or all of them actually. So I just really appreciate it, and I'm grateful that our local university is bringing back that program for nursing. That's wonderful, and I just keep seeing more and more, sort of encouragement of folks really engaging and getting into this career path, because it's both. I know it's very hard work, and and has all the challenges we talked about, but also it's a solid career path with a place where you can help people and actually make a living. So I appreciate that. So, Supervisor Bushnell has one more comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize, you mentioned the university, but CR has a great RN program, and they're getting ready to graduate in 2 weeks. I think about 25, a really big class this year of RNs and LVNs. And so while it's a hard career to go into, it's so rewarding. And I continually read the shortage of nurses across, everywhere, not just Humboldt, but especially in rural areas. We have a lot of traveling nurses that come in, and we always need those folks in that profession, and it's a really rewarding profession to be in. And CR is just doing a great job with their RN LVN program, and just want to recognize those new nurses that are getting ready to come out of that program.
Yeah, and we partner in DHHS with both those schools of nursing and rotate their students both in behavioral health and public health. So, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, that is it for proclamations today. Significantly less than last time, for sure. All right, so we're going to move on with items that are within the consent calendar. And do we have some comments or questions about those? And Supervisor Bushnell, lead us off there.
Thanks. I just want to recognize the people going out on the Fire Safe Council and coming in, and just to once again say that we always are looking for folks for our boards and commissions, and it's appreciated by this board, and the work that happens with those boards and commissions so important. And it's a commitment for sure, but it takes people in our community to really give us insight to those thoughts that are within our community. So I want to say thank you for that. And I also want to say thank you to the voters for the Measure O. Again, we're going to get a presentation later in the agenda, but we also have a bunch of items on consent, approving a bunch of road work throughout Humboldt County with Measure O dollars. So I want to thank the voters for Measure O.
All right, anybody else? Do we have comments or questions online? 2 minutes.
I do not.
Oh, anyone in the room that has any comments or anything they want to say about what's on consent? Seeing none, could I get a motion for consent on items, everything but D16, which has been pulled from consent?
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar minus D16.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0. We're moving on to, I guess we do we do items pulled from consent now, or do we do, yes, okay, we're going to do items pulled from consent, so we're going to move on to D6.
Chair.
Yes.
So an email that just came through stating that someone was trying to get through on Zoom and they weren't allowed to raise their hand. I just
All
wanted
right,
to
hold
bring
on one
that
second.
to your attention.
There's one up now.
All right, well, there's one comment. We'll bring him in. Please comment.
Okay, thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We can't hear you.
And just as a reminder,
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Yep.
Chambers, Thomas Boulder here. Okay. Yeah, there must be some tech difficulties because I had a great service where I'm at. But thank you. Into my 2 minutes there to talk. The opioid thing, I support going after getting funding to deal with the opioid crisis and deal with that. I also support the district attorney going after crime in Humboldt County. I think that's something we might be lacking, and some of it might be because of the drug addiction. But I would really support district attorney prosecuting people as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all, Chair.
All right, thank you. I guess we're going to move on to item D16. Sorry. So I think Supervisor Bone pulled this, and so I'm going to ask him to kind of lead us off on that discussion.
Yeah, Tom sent me an email on this, and I got in excess of 6 phone calls from people that work with us and everything else, wanting to know what we were going to use this larger than most of our machinery we have, and how we got by so far along without a machine of this size. So I wanted to hear it from you. I think we can still move it. You'll have to verify this. We can still move it on a 5-axle low bed, so we'd still be able to move it ourselves. But the bucket will have to be moved separately, I think I read this morning. I don't know, if you could tell me and why we're switching away from a ramp and a loader going to an excavator to load our crushers.
So the new crusher we purchased has very high volume. We do not have any piece of equipment that can load it as fast as it can process rock. We're looking at adding this piece of equipment. It will run about 1,000 hours just for the crusher. It will also allow us to put in and take out our rail car bridges. We have the one we do annually at homes, but we do many, many others during the winters when we have washouts. We can get right to the site. It will allow us to do more culvert jobs, and it will be available to help us when we have slides on our road. If we looked at renting this piece of equipment, it's about $20,000 a month. Using it full time, that's $240,000 a year. So we're looking at the payback to the county taxpayers in 2 years' time of having this, if we were having to hire this out. But again, the main purpose of this piece of equipment is to feed our crusher to generate the rock that we produce in a more efficient manner.
So we'll be using our piles, it goes on the top of a pile and digs out of that, or do we have to have a loader feeding it?
It will go on the pile and dig right out of it. This eliminates the loader from the process that we have.
All right, it was asked and answered by a lot of people that do this, and at quite a bit more volume, 3 of them quite a bit more volume than we do, and none of them use that. So I just thought I'd ask and answer it here so they had an answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Is there any comment online?
There's not.
Okay. Anyone else in the room? Seeing none, is there a motion to move D19 as recommended by staff?
Motion to approve D16.
D16, sorry. Oh, boy, I need another cup of coffee. Anybody else?
I'll second.
Great.
And I would just like to say that I appreciate the thinking around efficiency and approaches to getting the job done and saving taxpayers funding. And when you can pay off a piece of equipment like this in 2 years, that's a phenomenal rate of return on our investment. So thank you, Tom. Director Mattson.
Is there any objection to unanimous consent on item D16? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0, and we are moving on to
Thank
the
you.
next item, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Let me. Yes, that is correct. All right, I'm going to start online. Is there anyone online that wants to speak on items not on the agenda?
There is.
All right, bring them in, please.
Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder again. I want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. First off, I just want to point out, it just reiterates my theory of the chair trying to keep public comment from happening or public participation. It's very frustrating. You have time certains at noon. I would really love to talk on the sheriff thing. If you guys are going to come back out of closed session on any agenda item, I beg you to have a time set you come back so that way those that are there in the room or online have the opportunity to participate properly. Point of clarification from last week, no, I was not inciting violence. I was speaking about those that serve on committee. When the board goes against those that serve on committee as a volunteer, that is the same as a slap in their face. So I just want to clarify that. And lastly, I guess you ask enough times, you know, eventually it might go on an agenda item and they get pulled. But hey, you know, still looking for that resolution to support DCC, or write a letter to DCC, batch tagging as they promised Nicole Elliott 2 years ago. Also, no notice inspections are a joke. That shouldn't be happening. These are our homes. You know, that's not okay. How would you like me to show up to your homestead unannounced to make sure, you know, something might be here or there? I feel it very, very disrespectful. Many of us work at all kinds of different hours and then have other jobs to keep surviving, to pay the bills, just because, you know, cost of production was above cost of sale for a while. It's finally above cost of production. So many other things, but I really want to hone in on that. You know, we're 2 years out and we still haven't seen that letter. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right, bringing it to the room. Come on up. This is your time.
Oh, I think I may have misheard. I wanted to speak on the Great Road to Trail appointment. So I guess
That's
is an
coming up.
agenda
That's
item,
coming
so
up.
I'll
Yep.
wait
Yep.
for that.
This is non-agenda items. That's agendized. Yeah.
Good morning. My name's Joanne McGarry. I came on the bus as my report for the morning. I'm not going to talk about 3 things, just 2 things. Just a reminder that in the news, a foil balloon caused a massive fire in Georgia. And so when we're dealing with items that are harmful but fun to celebrate with, we really need, in a climate changing world, to really look at those items, fireworks, helium balloons, mylar balloons, and think about that. So getting onto the Regional Climate Action Plan, which still has to be implemented, I guess, because some places haven't approved it. Vehicle miles traveled, greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the issues that are going to come up. By 2030, we've got to reduce it. And when we're looking at all these matters on the agenda, whether it's heavy equipment or tourism and travel, I really want us to think about the Climate Action Plan and how we can put Humboldt on the map as a place that's really modeling behavior for the future, when the future is going to be a lot different for us in terms of climate and just living on the planet, water, energy, and all those things. So just constant reminder that that's overriding everything that we do here in this county. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to speak on? Come on up.
Thank you. I wanted to encourage you to reject the proposal for the Amazon warehouse in McKinleyville. Reason I say that, it's not going to bring in any tax money to the county. and it could bring demonstrable harm if we're bringing in an employer that's going to bring in a bunch of trucks. But most of all, they're union busters, and they don't pay. I mean, they don't pay enough, which means that all of those people who are going to be working in the Amazon warehouse are going to be drawing on social services in the area. They're going to be living in their cars. They're going to be needing services of the county and the state that should be provided by their pay, but isn't. There's probably more reasons than that, but when it comes up on the agenda, I'll speak to it again. Thank you.
Thank you, and just a reminder, there is a meeting about that tomorrow night in McKinleyville.
Chair, I actually have 2 people online. Do you mind if we take them?
I don't. Let's bring them in.
Thank you. Caller 2223, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Hi, everyone. Given it's Child Abuse Prevention Month, I would like to raise a concern about a dire issue of child abuse happening in our local family law courts and at the hands of minors council. I ask the board to please act to end the abuse of local children in this realm. Parents risk so much by speaking up, even anonymously, which is why few do. I am doing so today because I know that if someone doesn't speak up for our children, nothing will change. Behind my comment are hundreds, thousands of parents who are rightfully afraid, not of public speaking, but fear of retaliation. I know of far too many children who've been ripped from their loving parents' arms, severing their healthy primary attachment, and altering their lives adversely, all without any evidence or any just cause. I know too many parents and children in our community who are deprived of their constitutional rights, including due process, and their lives are destroyed by our local family law court. Our local family law court causes more ACEs, traumas, and general harms than any other entity, and it's all under the guise of the best interest of the child when it couldn't be further from it. Judges and minors counsel have broad discretion. They're allowed to ignore facts. They're allowed to fabricate evidence and even interrogate and emotionally traumatized children. They have zero oversight and total immunity. Constitutional rights don't apply in family law court. It's a kangaroo court that's no different than the cannabis abatement appeal hearings that were found to be unconstitutional. Criminals have more rights than loving parents do to protect their children. Criminals have free legal representation, and they get court transcripts for no cost. Criminals have a right to a jury trial. Criminals have a presumption of innocence and a high burden
Caller,
of
your
proof.
time has ran out. Caller, your time has ran out. Caller 111556, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is Richard Ginger, and I'm calling to address the situation with the lack of implementation of Ordinance 2112 in Lower Redway. I'm especially distraught and upset that apparently somebody is planning to cut this 250-foot old-growth tree on Friday, and there has not been an adequate taking into account the whole value of that tree and the actual circumstances of that tree. Saying that it has a cavity 200 feet up and that some roots are under an old driveway is not by itself an indication that it is a hazard and should be taken down. There's been no alternatives about how to deal with it, including if they really think that this cavity is so bad, they should take off that top section as they did in other trees and send it up to Steve Sillett at Humboldt, HSU, Cal Poly Humboldt. This is ridiculous. You need to have real experts. This is not just some old, any old tree that somebody thinks is going to fall. And this tree is not in a position to fall per the ordinance. So that I implore you all to use common sense and not rush to executing an exemption that is not worthy on its face. Thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, great. I think that's it for public comment on non-agenda items. And so we're going to enter into our first item of the day that is brought to us by the clerk of the board. And that is consider appointments for 2 at-large vacancies on the Great Redwood Trail Agency Board.
Good morning, Board. On March 24th, the Board of Supervisors were informed that there were 2 at-large vacancies being posted for the Great Redwood Trail Agency Board. These vacancies were due to the term expiration of Jeff Hunterlich and the resignation of Supervisor Madrone. The vacancies were posted, and as you can tell from our list, we got lots of applications, which is great. This is a 2-year appointment, and I just want to remind the board that per the Great Redwood Trail Agency Act, it outlines the board of directors. It states that the agency shall be governed by a board of directors composed of the following: 2 persons appointed by each of the board of supervisors for the county of Humboldt, Marin, Mendocino, and Sonoma. That is the only requirements that is listed in their appointing act. There is a large list of applications. I've created a spreadsheet to help you go through. They've all been invited and informed that they would have 2 minutes to introduce themselves and make a statement. I would like to note that applicant number 5, Susan Fearson, and applicant number 6, Deborah Garnes, have both called this morning and withdrew their applications due to the number of applications and other restraints. There are some other applicants that wanted to be here or participate in Zoom, but they were unable to regarding other obligations and timeframes. So I would suggest to the board that we work through this list alphabetically and see who's here, who's online, and go forward.
Yes, Supervisor.
I just have a question for you based on the criteria for the board. And Julia Brownfield is a supervisor in Trinity County, and I'm wondering if she would qualify by those guidelines from the Great Redwood Trail Board before we start going through this list.
Well, if you look at the chapter, all it says is that two persons appointed by each board of supervisors for Humboldt. So there really isn't any outlines, restrictions, or anything noted on their website, on their chart. So.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I would like to open this time for folks that have applied that want to speak to that for 2 minutes. And I'm not going to go through alphabetical order necessarily because I don't know who's online and who's in the room. But I will start with online. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just one more addition, if I might. There's actually a 9th member of the board that is a representative from cities. So there's the eight members that are 2 from each of the 4 counties. That's 8. And then there's a 9th member, which is currently Deborah Garnes. And that person represents a city in one of the 4 counties. And this year and a half or so ago when Deborah was appointed, it was Humboldt County's turn to select a representative from a city in Humboldt County. Next year that goes to, I believe it goes to Mendocino County. I may be wrong there, but it goes to another county every 2 years. So that creates the 9th member, an odd number of board members. So just to add that little piece. Thank you, Tracy.
All right, thanks for the details. Some more details, Supervisor Bone?
Well, Matthew Nyberg won't be able to call in or participate. He still is very much involved. His work doesn't allow him, and I'm not a friend with Matthew. He just got a hold of me through another social media, and just wanted to make me be aware that he was gonna, and I talked to him this morning, and he was gonna make every effort, but he did not. He was almost positive he was not gonna be able to make it, but he is more than interested. Basically told me that he's got the knowledge, he's very aware of the trail, and he actually has, the family has property that will be along a future trail if that part of it ever happens, so.
Okay. Let's move to our online applicants, and we're just gonna, and again, only have your hand up if you're online, if you're an applicant. If you're just calling in to comment, please put your hand down and we'll come back to you in a little bit. So just give them a second to be able to hear that. And how many is there? Do you have any hands up online?
Yes, I have one.
Okay.
I have two now.
All right, great. So again, this is for applicants calling in. So let's hear the first one and go from there.
Okay. Dalton Lee, I will unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry for my voice. I'm losing it a little bit, under the weather, but I just want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to thank specifically the work GRTA has already accomplished in transforming the dream that this trail is becoming a reality. I'm applying to the board because I believe my background and interest in the environment, my experience as a local business owner, and my deep roots in the community advocacy would make a valuable asset for the next phases of this agency. I have a degree in political science and environmental studies, so I can understand the complexities in a project of this scale and the need for community support. I also have practical experience of building a tour company from the ground up, Wild Trail Tours, based out of Eureka, California, and navigating the logistics of biking, hiking, and camping operations throughout Humboldt County for visitors, locals, my friends, and myself alike. My commitment to the trail mission extends beyond tourism. I believe the strength of the GRTA lies in its community alliances, and to that end, I have focused on fostering connections that empower our residents, such as launching the first Eureka School District Bike Mechanics Youth Program that's currently running. It uses mechanical skills to teach mental health awareness to at-risk youth. And through these partnerships with local organizations, we're able to offer every student a bicycle upon completion of the class, which I'm really excited about. Further, my work as a contracted mechanic for the City of Arcata's bike share program and my role organizing their annual bike rodeo allows me to interface directly with the next generation of trail users. So whether I'm advocating for sustainable infrastructure through the CRTP or RCMBA or Humboldt Bay Bicycle Commuters Association, or I'm fitting a child for their first helmet, my goal is always the same: safe, accessible, sustainable outdoor recreation. And I think this perfectly parallels what the Great Redwood Trail Agency is working on. I'm really excited to see this trail form, and I personally am a team-oriented leader who values collaboration over ego. So by joining this board, I aim to provide a fresh, boots-on-the-ground perspective that bridges the gap between high-level policy and the everyday experience of our community members. I'm ready to use that energy and promote the Great Redwood Trail in every way possible. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak briefly here, and I hope you consider me for the position.
Great.
Thank you. Roger James, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Mr. James, we can't hear you.
My apologies. I thought I was unmuted by Tracy. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. My apologies. I thought it was your end. Anyway, good morning. My name is Roger James. I'd like to share with you why I'd like to serve on the GRTA board and what skills and experience I bring to the position. 40 years ago, my wife and I camped for the first time at Prairie Creek, where we hiked those magical trails for a couple of weeks. The experience resulted in our relocating to Humboldt County. The trails, in many ways, really brought us here. I think the Great Redwood Trail is one of the most exciting and visionary projects of my lifetime. And it has massive positive impact for generations to come on both recreation and economic development. It would be an honor to make a contribution. Skills and experience I bring, I have helped to make the Redwood Bay Trail a reality as a member of the Bay Trail Working Group for 7 years and the Fund Committee for 3 years. The focus of my professional life has been collaborative change, helping groups and organizations envision and achieve their goals. Our clients have been in all sectors: business, government, education, and nonprofits. With regard to boards, I have served as chair and a member of multiple boards over the years, both business and nonprofits. Currently, I serve on the boards of Food for People, Arcata Chamber of Commerce, and Brio Baking. You have my resume for more comprehensive information. I applaud you all for sending all the energy and resources required to make this Great Wood Trail a reality, and I hope to contribute, if not in this position, in any other way I can. Thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right. We're back in the room, and I think we will do alphabetical order while we're in the room, because I didn't know that we actually could see their names, because usually it's just numbers, so I appreciate that. So, moving into the room, can you see a show of hands of how many folks are here in the room to speak to their, okay. We're here for it. All right.
So Chair, can I, so you have 2 boards of supervisor members that have applied as well.
Yep.
And I'm curious, before we continue the process, are we going to talk about that after we hear from everyone?
I think we're going to hear from all the people
Okay.
who've applied. Yep, give everybody their 2 minutes, then we can talk about it.
I have to talk about the process.
We can talk about it then, yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. We've opened it up to the folks, and so we want to give everybody a chance to say what they need to say. I'll start with, I'm just going to go down in alphabetical order, and we'll see. We're starting with Ann Brown Crawford. Are you in the room? And there you go. And then I'll skip us for now on that list. Yeah, we'll go last. All right, and then after that it'll be Kevin Creed to Roger James, and then it'll be Dal Lemon, John, and we'll start with that. Let's go with that. Oh, Julie Brownfield is here. Okay. Well, then we'll go Julie Brownfield next. All right.
Hi, my name is Ann Bound Crawford. I can hear my son, the only other Bound Crawford in the county, saying it's bound just like town. So yeah, I'm really pleased to be able to be considered for this at-large seat. Excuse the wobbly voice, some of you know why. I've lived and worked in Humboldt for a long time. And most of my career has been around building partnerships across public policy, community development, and the arts and service of the public good. What's exciting to me about the Great Redwood Trail is that it's so much more than a 307-mile trail. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape how this region connects to itself, to its landscapes, and to its future. It's infrastructure, yes, but it's also restoration, identity, and community development all at once. I've worked at that kind of scale before. When I was executive director of the California Arts Council, we grew the agency significantly and built programs that were focused on equity and access across the state. That work meant working across different interdisciplinary systems and stakeholders, and figuring out how to move big ideas into actual funded on-the-ground programs. My work with the California State Parks is very much in that same space, thinking how people experience public lands and how we can deepen that experience through art and creative placemaking. My involvement with the Great Redwood Trail Public Arts Advisory Council within that scope, I've already had the chance to see how much potential there is here. One of the things I think about a lot is how trails create connection, not just physically, but emotionally. There's some very compelling research from Dr. Keltner about awe, how experiences of vastness and beauty can actually shift how we relate to each other, making us more open.
We're only doing 2 minutes per person.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No. We're trying to keep it even Steven here.
Okay.
So if you want to just last sentence and then we'll.
Last sentence.
Yeah.
So there's lots of research. How's that? So I'm qualified. I've worked on a statewide level. It's a joy to be back in the county. And I would like to continue bringing all my depth and experience to this work.
All right.
Thank you for extending a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Next is Julia Brownfield. And if you can, if you're going to be talking, start mulling over to the side there so that we'll have the segues are a little shorter.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Julia Brownfield. I am the 5th District Supervisor for Trinity County. And I'm here today to ask for your vote for this spot on the Great Redwood Trail, and here's why. I am the District Supervisor for District 5, which has some very historic and very cultural significance in this trail, and it is in the path of the trail. I am an avid hiker, thrill seeker to be, and so I love trails, but we need to address the issues. There's some very big issues that will be obstacles in the way of this trail, and we need to be very cognizant and respective of those. So I will be a very honest and fair vote on the board. And I look forward to seeing this, if it moves forward, and be very active in the votes that come forward with me. So thank you, congratulations, and I thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you. The next person is Kevin Creed. And then after that, I think is Dalton Lee. Where he spoke, then it'll be Dahl Lemon after that. So if you get in line, that'd be awesome.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Creed. Thank you for this opportunity. My wife and I have lived in McKinleyville since 1991. We've been here a while. We actively hike, cycle, on-road, off-road. So this GRT project as a whole is awesome. It's ambitious, so a lot of work to be done. I make an active commitment to public engagement. I get involved. I believe in being part of the solution, not just sit back playing after the fact. Examples of this is I submitted multiple written comments to Director Ford when the draft EIR for McKinleyville Town Center was taking place. I attended the public meetings, offered verbal comments. I'm a member of the McKinleyville Community Forest Committee. I'm a chair for the Community Forest Subcommittee for Management, Planning, Finance. So I definitely believe in getting involved. I'm retired, so I have that advantage to devote that extra time back to the community. It involves teamwork, which I'm a great team player. I think it really starts with respectful, mindful listening on my part, both inside and outside of where the comment's coming from, and then work cooperatively with the teammates towards a common goal or goals. Last, as an at-large member, I'm not going to be voting for my interest, rather for the interest needs of a broad and diversified use of the trail by many people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Dahl Lemon. Nope. After that, I think is Jane Madsen, and then John Mossman.
Ready, go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jane Madsen. I appreciate this opportunity to tell you a little bit about who I am, what I've done, and what I hope to do. In my profession, I was a lawyer for 27 years. Don't hold it against me. Then I became a workers' compensation judge, and I did that for 20 years. I got to wear the black robe, tell people what to do. It was super fun. I've also done a fair amount of volunteer work, everything from coaching t-ball, don't ever do that, it's horrible, all the way up to being on my church's finance committee. So I've always loved to hike, and when I finally retired, my sister and I walked the Camino Santiago. Well, I might have taken a taxi or two, but it was 550 kilometers through Spain. And the journey was transformative. It would be amazing if the Great Redwood Trail becomes more than a trail. If traveling its length is the experience of a lifetime. I would love to help make that happen. Throughout my life, I've learned to really listen to people, facilitate agreement when it's possible, and pay attention to details. It would be an honor to participate in the creation of a fiscally, environmentally, and socially responsible Redwood Trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Who did we say was next? John Mossman? And then after that is Mark Mowry. So if Mark's in the room, it's time to get it there. And then after that is Matthew Nyberg. Oh, he can't be here, so. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, start.
Oh, no problem. Good morning. My name is John Mosman. I'm a County of Humboldt employee with DHHS, the Medical Records and Mental Health Department. I'm a medical assistant there. I'm here to speak today because I've lived in the county since '91. Absolutely love our area here. I think that our greatest asset is this amazing, beautiful natural surroundings that are around us here. Over time, we're going to find that that's even more valuable than we think now as far as just keeping people healthy and happy. And I think that this Great Redwood Trail is something that could really highlight the value that Humboldt County has within that scheme. There's a lot of natural resources in our area that people come up here and they just have a religious experience just going on a hike for an hour. I mean, so after 30 years of seeing this, it would just be an absolute honor to continue to help to expand the opportunities for recreation and natural resource conservation in the area here. I worked with the CCC and AmeriCorps on the Mad River Bluffs up in McKinleyville, and we went and this was at a time when it was just really rough up there. We made a sign for the trail area to show where the trails were designated. We worked with the Coastal Commission on getting the trails down to the river. We did a few different things there, and it's just probably the best thing that I've ever done in my life. I would just really like to expand on that type of experience and use my degree in recreation planning and natural resource planning from Humboldt State University to do so. Pleasure. Thank you for having me, and I hope you have a great day.
All right. Thank you. All right, next. Mark Mowry. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Mark Mowry. I'm a lifelong resident of Humboldt and northern Mendocino counties. I grew up in Garberville, was born in Garberville, and have lived in this area my entire life except the 4 years I was in the Coast Guard. I've been a hiker all my life from the time my dad took us up into the Marble Mountains. And as in the Coast Guard, I was hiking in the Kodiak area. I love hiking. My entire career as a now retired ER nurse. I hiked, went backpacking in the Trinities, the Marble Mountains, Sierra Nevadas. I have an idea of what goes into making trails. I've hiked them. My family had property in the Island Mountain area, and during the summers, we would go down and cross the railroad to the river to go swimming and what have you, and got a clear idea of what was going on with the railroad in that area. And I felt then, and I feel now, that it should be, and now is, going to be a trail through that area. And so I have a clear idea of what is needed in that area to make it a trail. I think that I would make a great board member for the Great Redwood Trail Agency with my experience in hiking. I don't have a degree, a master's degree. I'm just a lowly worker bee, and I would be happy to represent the county as a board member for the Great Redwood Trail Agency. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Matt Nyberg is not here today, but Roddy Robinson, do I have that right? Mr. Robinson? And then after that is Hillary Schwartz. We only have a few after that, so if you're still on the list, by all means, start congregating there at the back.
Good morning. My name is Rod Robinson. Thank you for hearing me today. I've been a resident of Humboldt County since 1977. I have more than 40 years experience of working on executive boards with a local private school that I've also been the chairman of for many years. Also worked with church leadership board and a private property owners association board. Again, I was chairman of that for some time, so I have a lot of experience in board activities and related things. I have an interest in developing and seeing the North Coast thrive as a tourist draw. I think the trail is one of those things that can be part of that. And as I've seen the development of the trail, and particularly with the construction aspect and the adoption of the trail with rail theory, that I see that's a good working together. I do have a long time involvement with railroad activity as an employee of some different railroads, volunteer with the local rail activities here, as well as just an interested observer. I'm of the opinion that the trail development needs to have a railroad perspective put into it because you're dealing with a former railroad right-of-way. So I think I can bring that to deal with railroad issues from the past as well as ones going into the future. I think I have that board experience as well as natural resources experience from a short time with the Forest Service. So I think I make a good candidate for that position because of those facts. Thank you for hearing me.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, Hillary Schwartz.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Hillary Schwartz. I'm the Director of Finance for the Humboldt Waste Management Authority, and I'm a resident of Shively, which is a beautiful town in the Eel River Canyon, steeped in railroad lore. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board and apply for the Great Redwood Trail Agency's at-large board position. I feel that I bring a unique combination of enthusiasm for trails and experience in local government that could benefit the agency and the Great Redwood Trail project as a whole. I believe that trails are vital public assets that connect people to landscapes. They support local economies and promote environmental stewardship. The Great Redwood Trail represents a particularly meaningful multi-generational effort to create a world-class recreational corridor while thoughtfully restoring the historic railroad footprint in a way that enhances environmental sustainability. As a landowner in Shively, I understand the importance of balancing access, safety, privacy, and environmental protection. I believe this perspective is essential in helping the agency build trust, communicate effectively, and ensure that the trail is a benefit to all stakeholders along its route. Professionally, I bring experience in public finance, waste management, and land use permitting. I'm comfortable navigating complex regulatory frameworks, and I appreciate the importance of compliance, transparency, and sound planning in delivering infrastructure projects at this scale. Some of the most formative experiences in my life have taken place on rails and on trails. I would be honored to contribute my perspective, skills, commitment, and attention to detail to the mission of the Great Redwood Trail Agency. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Abe Stevens. And then Carol Vandermeer.
Hey guys, apologies in advance. My throat was a little scratchy, but didn't realize this board appointment was going to be so competitive, but I'm encouraged that you have so many qualified applicants to choose from. I applied because I'm afraid this trail is just going to take forever to get completed. There's just so many obstacles that it's going to need someone to keep pushing and pushing. If given the opportunity, I personally had planned to be an active board member, try my best to make sure the agency staff aren't putting too much emphasis on planning the perfect trail at the expense of delaying execution. There needs to be some compromise, when it comes to actually implementing it and making it happen. I think we all understand the benefits, economic benefits and quality of life that this trail is going to bring, and so we need to do what we can to actually make sure it comes to life. Also not afraid to be a squeaky wheel when it comes to making requests of our representatives at the state and federal level. It's going to take a lot of favors and money and, again, obstacles removed. Also, whether it's me or another applicant, I really believe the board needs someone to represent the Eel River Valley and southern Humboldt. In fact, since the northern sections of the trail are mostly complete or planned, I don't think it's unreasonable for you guys to appoint 2 members from southern Humboldt and the Eel River Valley. We need people to advocate for our trail segments in that region. So, appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
All right. I think is Carol here? No. Yes.
Carol did reach out and was going to try to attend on Zoom, but she was traveling. So if there is no one else on Zoom, that is probably the circumstance with her.
Is there anyone else on Zoom?
There's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring it back to the board. And first of all, what we're going to do is, I think what we'll do is we'll just have the 2 board members give their pitch, and then I'm going to actually take it to public comment after that, and we're going to get through public comment, and then we'll take it back to the board for discussion. So Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I've been active with the trail through the Eel River Canyon since I am elected in that district and represent those folks. I think that the Great Redwood Trail brings a great opportunity, and have seen up here the development, what it's really done, and how it's created a lot of movement through for hikers and bikers from Arcata down into Eureka, and that's been great. What I really want to do, and I'll continue to do this whether I'm on the board or not, but I represent the district down there, which the biggest portion through the Eel River Canyon right now is where they are talking about development. I think I bring a unique opportunity to the board that I represent those landowners already, and I see great opportunity through the Eel River Canyon, but want to make sure that people's voices are heard and that we can do it right and we have a smooth transition with having that trail go through the canyon. And I'm not sure how the chair is going to, I don't know if we're going to appoint a board member and a community member, but regardless, I'll continue to represent my constituents through the Eel River Canyon and look forward to what the Great Redwood Trail can bring to Humboldt County.
Okay, great. I'm going to just read my statement that's in the packet, just for whatever it's worth. Just as a reminder, this is a state agency. Representation is not just for our local community, but users across the state. Supervisor, as county supervisor, coastal commissioner, and environmental engineer, I'll bring expertise, statewide perspective, and technical grounding to this role. I've been a trails advocate since 2005, have extensive experience working with local communities, tribal governments, and state agencies. I recognize the challenges and the opportunities the trail represents to connect our communities, strengthen regional economy, and benefit residents and visitors alike. I'm committed to ensuring to a diversity of local voices that shape the development, and would be an honor to represent Humboldt County on the GRTA. And I'll leave it at that because I think my board members are fairly familiar with my record on this, and so I don't think we need to belabor it too much. And so we're going to take it to, I'm going to open a public comment first before we bring it back to the board. So public comment on the online.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Anything coming through?
You can try to press *6, but we do not hear you.
Thank you for that technical. Again, Zoom, you guys would be absolutely easy and amazing. It took me 3 times to call in for this item. I would like to just strongly support having Michelle Bushnell and Julia Brownfield fill these positions. I do want to thank everybody in the community there today for stepping in, but in my regards to the trail being somebody that is literally stressed out by it every day for the last 20 years, knowing what I know and what the public doesn't know. I really feel that Michelle and Julia, being our supervisors for the 2 counties, are extremely approachable people. It is going to give an opportunity for the greater community to really connect and give their support and concerns, and then have that brought back forward to the board. And I think at this point in time, that is absolutely crucial. And so I know we have a lot of great people in our community to be on the board, but you can do what I did. Go to every meeting, keep up with everything, give your public comment, but we really need the powerhouse of our really respected supervisors within that board. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me in the chambers there.
Yes.
So I'm calling for my support of Supervisor Bushnell to be on this committee or board. I couldn't get the exact acronym. If memory serves right, I believe this was going to happen back in December, but the chair was kind of on a mission of censorship or something like that. Maybe my memory's wrong, but that's just kind of how I believe it. I do not support Supervisor Wilson being on this one bit. I think he doesn't care for rural communities. He speaks on the dais as he does when it comes to state things or federal things, but as a real rural resident of Humboldt County, I know he doesn't speak for me or care for me. So I support Supervisor Bushnell. As far as the other applicants, I didn't hear everyone because I had to click off on a different call. So I wouldn't want to say a name there, but I just want to remind you, think rural about who's going to be impacted here. Really would appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That is all on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, we're bringing it to the room. Does anyone want to speak on this item? 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Evan Schwartz. Thank you for having me and for being here today, doing what you do. I just wanted to clarify from listening to the clerk of the board, there's nothing in the bylaws that specifically state that one of these chairs needs to be held by a sitting member of the Board of Supervisors. So I would just like to put it out there that I think that this board has quite a lot of opportunity to share its perspective and decision-making in this community. It seems like there's a lot of other qualified applicants out there, and I would strongly consider to not allow there to be bias towards appointing a member of the board and allow the community to represent the community, and then to be able to bring their input back to you to be able to make decisions. So if I've made a mistake, I apologize, but that's my understanding in hearing the description. And I look forward to your input if I'm mistaken. Thank you.
All right, next.
Hi, my name's Joanne McGarry, and I've been following this since it first came up. And a couple of things were brought up by some of the people talking here at the podium about perfection and about a meaningfulness to what this trail represents. And whether the individuals who spoke those concepts get appointed or not, I really do think having experienced friends of mine taking the Camino Santiago and another friend doing the Pacific Crest Trail way back in the 70s, a person from Humboldt, the importance of these massive connecting, walking, and environmentally enriching things really need to come about sooner as opposed to later, and really letting everybody along the trail and in the community know how important something like this is for the future. You know, this is the time of roads right now, but getting back to the trails, it's a really important thing. So whoever you choose, I do hope those concepts of not trying for perfection and trying to make something really enriching for people's lives, I would like that to be considered.
Next.
Hi all, Tom Wheeler. Because Carol couldn't be here, I wanted to just say some nice things on her behalf. She was instrumental in getting the Bay Trail done, ran Friends of the Dunes for 30 years. She, I think all of you know her, is a collaborative, thoughtful person, and I think that she would do very well on this board. You, of course, have so many other wonderful candidates, and I was heartened to hear their testimonies today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the public that wants to speak to this? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to start with Supervisor Madrone, who is was our member. So I'll let you lead off on this.
Oh, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. And to all the applicants, whether they could be here today or not, thank you. I mean, it's always makes it more difficult, I think, as a board to have 18 applicants, but it is thrilling to see so much interest. And recently with the MCMAC, the McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee, we had 13 applicants as well. So I hope this trend continues. And if you're interested in serving on any of our committees, we have lots of vacancies, and you can contact Tracy and find out more about that. But there's a lot of opportunity to serve. But thank you for being here today, and those online, and for the comments. It is not an easy decision, but it's really great when we can hear from people and read your applications and your resumes and things like that. My involvement with trails goes back way before this great Redwood Trail Agency. I was on the Blue Lake City Council in the 1980s when the Annie and Mary Trail was being abandoned, or the railroad was being abandoned. And I spoke up there at the City Council as a council member and vice mayor to say, wow, this abandoned rail could become a trail someday all the way to the Bay Area. So there was this vision that people in the community were starting to express, including people in Mendocino and Sonoma as well. And then I wrote the first grant to start studying the Bay Trail back in the early, mid-1990s to try and figure out what were the options to build the Bay Trail. And what a wonderful thing it is today to have all that. And yes, Carol Vandermeer and so many other people were involved in helping make that happen. And we're lucky to have Hank Seaman as our deputy director in Public Works, who really championed getting it done and getting it built. And I will say the Harbor District was a huge piece of getting that Bay Trail done. And you may not know this, but Supervisor Wilson was on that Harbor Commission at the time and really was influential in helping to get a trail built with rail. The whole idea, you know, do you convert the rail to trail, or do you rail with trail? So very much involved in all that. I know there may be some more discussion we want to have here at the board, but I'm prepared to make a motion as the outgoing member from the GRTA, and I would move that we appoint Supervisor Wilson to this board, as well as Carol Vandermeer. I think they both would serve our county really well in regards to service for the Great Redwood Trail, and so I make that motion.
I'm happy to second it for the purpose of discussion, but I do think we want to have more discussion around it. Thank you.
Definitely. So I'm going to take it to Supervisor Bushnell next, and we'll kind of go from there.
Thank you. I just wanted to also say thank you to all the applicants. It's great to see so many people interested in serving on the board. And I do want to just kind of ask Supervisor Madrone, the Great Redwood Trail Board is an independent board. It does not report back to us. And so the community members or whoever gets appointed, I'm understanding, to this board, they are independent of any boards of supervisors. And so that would be why our board would be interested in having someone represent Humboldt and the greater area. But I would like to confirm that with Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, they don't report to us. That's true.
Yeah, okay. And once again, just really want to say thank you. I, obviously would like to be on the board. There's a motion on the floor, but I do think that I would add a lot of context to this and would be a great representative on the Great Redwood Trail Board.
And just a point of clarification, our board has the authority to remove people from, if they're put on, I believe, right? The terms.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is a 2-year term that's
Right.
appointed by your board, but it is at large and at will for the 5 of you to make that decision.
And I will. Okay. I'm going to jump in here for a second on the issue of, there was discussion around Trinity County and the representation from that. I did speak to McGuire's office about this, and it's Senator McGuire's office, and I know that they were the prime movers of moving this forward and getting this legislation done. They had said they actually had reached out to, while they were putting the legislation together to Trinity County, but they were not getting much response in terms of that. I would offer that at some point in the future we might extend a letter of support for adding a seat for Trinity County on the board. But I don't think it would be advantageous for Humboldt County to give half of its representation to Trinity County this time, especially I'm not really sure what the usage from the, and how that connection would be. But what I am getting at is, though, I do think that there's validity in having some of that representation from that county as it goes through there, and I think that we should advocate for an additional seat to the board at some point to do that, and that would take a legislative amendment. Supervisor Bone.
We sit here on one hand and talk about how representation on this trail is statewide. For statewide users, it's representing Sonoma all the way down to as far as we can go with the Bay Area and stuff like that. And then we say, well, we need to half the representation for us. Half the representation is for the Great Redwood Trail. And I don't know, this great economic boom that we're talking about, they're not going to come from Humboldt County because we've already got them here and we're not having a great economic boom here. So I think, and I'm going to, and I knew quite a few of the people. I mean, I'd vote for Roddy in a heartbeat because we go back so long and I know what his conviction is. I like Hillary's financial part. Abe, unless your government is not going to work fast. You're not going to do anything, and going in to think I'm going to speed government up 15 years later, I'm going to say good luck, son, because it ain't going to happen. We have an anchor tied around everything. But I would very highly select, and the reason I do this because we've had so much success with Supervisor Madrone, I would suggest Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Branfield, our fellow neighbor, who we need to work with. We've done that with child care, with child support services, everything else. We have a great working relationship with Trinity County, and this is a great way to reach out and say, We want you to be part of this decision because you already are. And I can't take the hearsay, well, McGuire said they never got back to him. Try harder. I'm just saying, you've got a staff. In all honesty, Trinity County doesn't have a staff. I mean, they were breaking up their department heads there for a while. But the reason about an elected official or somebody in that position, and not saying everybody is, but I think somebody made a good part that most of the Northern Trail has been done, and I appreciate Carol and everybody's work on that. We spent a lot of money getting that little section done, and it's great for the people. I don't know the economic boom that's happened yet, but I mean it's there. I think it's great. I see people using it. Wonderful. But the idea of having an elected official, people along that trail, and there are so many things. Public safety, we still haven't addressed public safety. I looked through the EIR again. We're going to give that to the sheriff. Let's throw it to the sheriff because we all know the excess budget he has and that we have no crime and he's looking for something to do. These people along this line, and I know there's not very many of them, so there's no votes there. So, okay, we'll let them suffer, have a few words, and then traverse some of these people. And I'm going to tell you, I like some of I've walked a good portion of it. Everybody likes to say how long they've been walking trails. My dad owned a grocery store next to Sequoia Park in the 50s, and I ran those trails. I owned those trails in the 50s and 60s, I want you to know. It wasn't my rope swing, but I had a lot to do with it. But what I'm saying is these people along this line need to have somebody to talk to. And who's the easiest person to talk to? We're talking about economic benefits for our outlying rural areas. What can be successful? Who's going to know that? I'm sure Julia's got a pretty good handle on what she needs to do for her area. And up here, as us, we try to do everything we can to screw up the economics, I think, rather than enhance it, because otherwise we wouldn't be in the hole the last 3 years. So I would venture, I know the motion's already been made, I know it's going to pass, I'm not prophetic, I'm just can see what can't be seen. But I'm just saying, when you look at this, we have two capable people. They have two very different, from what I know, approaches to thing. But I know they will listen to their people along the trail. And along the trail, to make a successful trail, to make a successful operation, you're going to have the neighbors involved. Otherwise, they can they can make it as happy or not as they want it to be. So I don't have a problem with an elected official, and again, I appreciate 18 members on this board. One of the things we'll find out, and a lot of people, the reason I have people step off a board is, Rex, I get on a board, we meet 3 times, it comes to you guys and you turn it down. I mean, okay, what's the thing of insanity? That's it. So I'm telling you, I think the two people that should be on there are the people that are going to be in talk with those people and that are aware of both ends of it. So that's a simple concept. It's probably not a popular concept, but it's an easy concept.
All right, I'm going to take it to Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that this is an incredible list of applicants. I'm truly blown away by how the quality of this list of applicants. Everyone from a neighboring county supervisor, thank you for being here and for applying, to someone who's led a statewide effort on culture and arts. A retired judge, folks who have served in the ER and can speak to the both the challenges of remote wilderness trails and some of the impacts there, but also go out and enjoy them. So finance, Fortuna City Council member, thank you, Abe, for representing Fortuna and for being here today. And if I haven't spoken to your accolades, I mean, they're, folks who are in the recreation sector. I mean, it's such a diversity of applicants. So I know you all probably felt the same way listening to everyone, but I was just truly blown away. So thank you all for throwing your hat in the ring and being a part of things. And I will echo that we would love to have you. Clearly, we can only appoint 2 people, but we'd love to have more folks on our boards and commissions. And so please keep your application in the mix for other opportunities, because clearly we won't be able to accept everybody. I also want to briefly speak to Carol's attributes and accolades because she wasn't able to be here today. I've worked very closely. Well, I've worked closely with a lot of the people on this, who are applicants or know about their work, and those who I don't already know. I was really impressed today. But I have worked really closely with Carol on pretty challenging issues at times, and she's incredibly thoughtful, collaborative. One of the references she listed was our own staff member, Hank Seaman, who's been pivotal in trails, and I think that speaks highly to her personal qualities. I know that I trust Hank very well and on matters related to trails and environment and land use planning and lots of other things. And Hank has a lot of confidence in Carol, so that speaks highly to me. I do, just see her way of handling matters that are challenging is very, very effective and in line with the needs of this agency, and her experience is already there, so she can hit the ground running. And I feel similarly about my colleague, Mike Wilson. While not trying to undermine the benefits that anyone else would bring to this board, I do appreciate Supervisor Madrone making the motion as the outgoing member and someone who understands the process and who's really been deeply involved in trail planning and this vision for a long time, and also has served on the GRTA board. I know we did talk about a bit about geographic representation, and it's hard because there's so many folks who from all over the county and neighboring county who have there's a good reason to appoint each and every one of you. And that said, while there is a lot of problem solving to happen on the portion of the trail that includes southern Humboldt and in that portion of Trinity County, there's a lot of unanswered questions still around a number of issues there. I think the phases of the trail that we're most likely to see developed in this next term on the GRTA board are the ones that are already kind of in the queue or where there are small gaps to fill, like the Annie and Mary Trail to Blue Lake, like the segment to College of the Redwoods, planning for the next phase to Fortuna, the portion of the Samoa Peninsula and the South Bay. So all of the areas in the sort of greater Humboldt Bay area, broadly speaking, and then just outside of that are the likely next ones to move forward. And it took some time to study the Great Redwood Trail Master Plan and looked at the readiness of certain sections, and those sections are the ones most likely to advance in this next term. So when we're appointing, I'm thinking about what is this person going to be doing in the next handful of years? And those are, I think I have a high degree of confidence that those two folks intimately know the portions of the trail that are likely to advance in Humboldt County in the near future, and therefore that's part of why I seconded the motion and feel confident moving forward today. But I want to really encourage everyone to stay involved, and also note that the Trails Summit is coming up on May 30th here in Eureka. It's the annual Trails Summit. It's going to be a great opportunity to hear from the GRTA's director and others about trail plans in the Humboldt Bay area. So if you're interested, or greater than Humboldt Bay, but Humboldt-wide. And then the Outdoor Economy Summit, the first Outdoor Economy Summit, is happening June 4th and 5th, also in Eureka. Really exciting. That was organized by the Redwood Region RISE, one of the Redwood Region RISE collaborators, Calder Johnson, and Genevieve Marchand from Cal Poly Humboldt. Very exciting opportunity for us to host folks from all over the state to talk about the outdoor economy, and not just the state, but states all around us. So great for tourism. So I would encourage folks to attend or pay attention to those efforts as well.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you for that, and appreciate the discussion here at the board. I too have often felt that Trinity County deserves a seat on this board. And I have brought that up to our board at a number of meetings. But also I believe the Native American community also deserves a seat on this board. It would make an 11-member board. The bigger the boards get, sometimes it can get more complicated. But when you're representing a state resource like this, I don't think 11's too much. And so whether I'm on the board or not, which I'm not anymore, my resignation was effective earlier in April, I will continue to put forth the argument that Trinity County absolutely deserves to have a representative, as well as tribal communities. And I say that because Julia is so correct that this section of the trail that's in Trinity County, it's only a small section of the trail, but it is an incredibly sensitive cultural area. The entire section that's in Trinity County is incredibly sensitive. So Julia, thank you for being here today, and I very much agree with you that that's going to be a tricky one. We may very well have to reroute around that particular area for a lot of really good reasons. At any rate, I appreciate the board discussion, and we'll see where we go. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I want to thank Julia for her engagement with the trail makeup already and for engaging the landowners throughout the Eel River Canyon. Also, I agree with Supervisor Madrone that the Wailakis have a very sensitive area here and have been very engaged with the landowner of that section of trail. I do think Trinity deserves a seat at the table, and has, not only is it, although it's just a small section, but that trail does traverse along the Eel River from Dos Rios all the way to McCann, and it affects Trinity and Humboldt and Mendocino, starts in Mendocino. It's a really great, beautiful area if you've never been out that way. I happen to live out there, and so I get to see that section of the trail that's going to be going in often, and really love the Eel River and kayak on that. You know, I would love to represent, and maybe next time, obviously, a motion's been made, and I don't think that it'll fail. I also have had great conversation with Carol, and I think she's just, as a trail advocate, is just a really thoughtful person, as my colleague said. And so I do hope in the future that Trinity can have a seat on this board as well, and I think could bring a lot to the table. And I, once again, thank all the applicants.
Supervisor Bell.
So what I hear is you've been advocating for a seat on for Trinity County for quite a while. Today's your opportunity. Today's your opportunity. So you walk the talk, or you just talk the talk. The other aspect I see is I know from what I've been involved with, and before I say much, I've got over 10, close to 15%, I think, of the whole total mileage trail going through my district. And I've talked to my tribal folks, and I'm disappointed we didn't see any tribal folks here today. But I know Michelle has been in constant contact, and I know Julia, I'm pretty sure from the people that are on her, have been in contact with the tribes. And all the things we want are right there in the two people I said. But again, I mean, it is what it is, and it's easy to say, you know, and like I said, there's a lot of great, they're all great. I mean, you know, Abe could have brought whiskey and probably got a lot farther. But anyway, I'm just saying, just thinking here. But what I'm saying is we've got great people. And again, if we work with our committees and actually take their expertise instead of a lot of times our political beliefs, and follow what they say, it'll probably be more willing to serve on a lot of our committees. So I'm just saying I'm gonna stay with the two that I suggested, because I think we meet all that criteria that so many are saying we need to meet. Well, we got our opportunity, so.
Okay, I'm gonna just say one thing about the Trinity seat for just a second, because while I advocate for a seat for Trinity, I don't advocate for it at the expense of half of our representation on this agency. Supervisor Madrone, did you have something else to say?
So I find it unfortunate that in order to push your position, you feel the need to insult me. Anybody that knows me knows that I have been dedicated to trails for over 50 years here in Humboldt County. And I walk my talk every day in regards to that and the rest of it. So it's unfortunate you feel the need to do that. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, I'm just going to close out by saying this is an amazing group of applicants. For me, there was a couple of folks I just want to when I was reading their applications, it was with Matthew Nyberg and Abe Stevens. I thought those were very good applicants. There's a lot of really great applicants here, but I just want to say, the application from Matthew was great. I'm partial because he's a civil engineer, so it's like one of those things. But I want to say that I want to highlight also Abe's his words in terms of the vision and sort of the energy of to want to get and see it done. And I think that I just want to really appreciate that. I also want to. It was interesting when I was hearing Ann Bone Crawford and talking about the arts, and then there was the folks, Roddy, who was talking about the railroad, and I was thinking about the trail in Monterey County, and it's going through Monterey, and it's interesting how it's a conversion for sure, but they have railroad stuff all along the way, and it looks really cool, and they have all kinds of interpretive stuff. So I really enjoyed that. So, but just to say, if we're moving forward with this motion, my commitment is to be 100% in the game of advocating for building this state asset in a way that is accessible, environmentally friendly, and culturally sensitive. And we'll just kind of keep moving forward. I also want to say that the GRTA meetings are public meetings. Anyone can go. Anyone can participate. It's also online. That's the same as our meetings here today. And you can communicate using all the other means of communication by phoning and emailing. That all is true, and so and I encourage people to do so. And with that, we'll just do a roll call vote, and we can move on from there.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bone?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Chair Wilson?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay.
I would just like to remind the applicants that these applications will be on file for the next 2 years and considered active. If the vacancy does have an opportunity to come again before the board, those people I will reach out directly to.
Can I request a break, please?
Yes, you may request, and we can have a break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break for, the usual stuff. We will be back here at a little after 11 a.m. We'll go 11:05. I will say that we do have a time set, but if we go a little over, we're going to be okay. So I want to get this one completed before we go into our closed session items. All right. Hold on one second. Staff looks very ready.
Would you like me to kick this one off, Chair Wilson?
Please kick it off.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you very much. Before you today is Economic Development Director Peggy Murphy and Assistant County Administrative Officer Jessica Maciel to present to you the Humboldt County Marketing Asset Inventory Analysis and the Travel and Tourism Transient Occupancy Tax funding recommendations for the coming fiscal year. This is an effort that was undertaken nearly 2 years ago, a year and a half ago or so. And so it's very exciting to be to this day and for us to be working with our community partners to really get cracking on a tourism effort. So with that, I'll pass it over to staff who has a presentation for you.
Good morning, board. Following closely on the heels of the Great Redwood Trail conversation, we're here, as CAO Hayes said, to talk about the countywide travel and tourism marketing strategy. In June of 2024, your board following lots of feedback from partners, community members, yourselves, our team, that the TOT marketing system we had was fragmented and lacked shared strategic plan. Your board directed our office to complete a marketing asset analysis and strategic framework. We went out for requests for proposals in December of 2024. In January of 2025, that RFP closed and 6 proposals were received. We then came back to your board in June of 2025 to approve J-Ray ads and PR for a professional services agreement to complete the analysis and marketing strategy. We have Bridget and Alex of J-Ray here today to provide your board with a presentation on that completed strategy. Can we welcome Bridget and Alex on the screen?
Good morning.
Hello.
Great. So I will go ahead and try to share my screen here so I can share the presentation.
It's just a little bit hard to hear you. Could you speak up a little, and we'll also see if maybe it can increase here? No? Okay.
Yeah, let me, I'll turn my volume up too. All right, can you see my screen and does it look good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thanks Peggy for the introduction. I'm Bridget Baith with J-Ray and Alex Domine is with me today to help answer any questions. And we really just want to thank you for your time. We're gonna walk through a high-level overview of the countywide tourism marketing strategy. We'll keep it brief because as I'm sure you know, the full plan in detail is about 79 pages, so it has a lot more detail than we could get through today. So with that, this plan is really about creating a coordinated system for tourism, one that supports the whole county, not just individual efforts, and gives you a clear path forward for consistency and impact. So why does this matter? Tourism is already a major economic driver in Humboldt County, over 500 million in visitor spending and thousands of tourism-related jobs. But we saw an opportunity to get more value from what already exists. The takeaway, you have a lot of strong tourism assets, so now it's about connecting and elevating them. So how did we get here? This plan was built with the community, not just for it. There was extensive outreach, surveys, interviews, and workshops. And a tourism advisory committee of 12 provided input along the way. What we heard consistently was there was a need for a unified story, a desire for transparent funding, and strong interest in working together across the regions in Humboldt County. We also gathered external data as well from the tourism industry from sources such as Destinations International, Visit California, Dean Runyon, Civitas, U.S. Travel Association, Future Partners, Expedia, and more. We know this is a big shift. The core idea is moving from fragmentation to stewardship. So from disconnected efforts to a coordinated system, and from just marketing to managing tourism thoughtfully. So you're moving away from a traditional destination marketing organization and into what the industry calls a destination stewardship organization. Stewardship does include regional marketing, but it has a bigger focus on what's the impact, not just what's the marketing message. So stewardship is about community vitality, it's about tourism as economic development, sustainability, so promoting assets in areas that are ready to welcome your guests during appropriate times of the year, and industry partner alignment. So under this new destination stewardship governance model, this is how it would work. The Board of Supervisors would approve and adopt. The county's Economic Development Department would maintain oversight and accountability. A Tourism Advisory Board would provide strategic guidance. And then a destination stewardship organization would be contracted to handle all the implementation. And we have this infographic here, but it might be kind of hard to read, so I'm just gonna go through it real quick. The destination stewardship organization would be focused on tourism region support, so cohesive branding, readiness assessments and events, marketing promotion to spread visitors around the county. They'd also maintain a shared asset bank. So we heard a lot of feedback that different communities, especially the rural communities, could use photography, videography, brand messaging, a content library, and cooperative marketing resources. They would also focus on being your destination intelligence hub. So subscribing to visitor data and research, performance dashboards, an annual tourism report, and then sharing those insights with partners. They would also focus on branding and marketing, so countywide campaigns and PR, advertising, county tourism website, managing the social media channels, and tourism region promotion. And finally, the DSO would serve as a convener of Humboldt industry leader partnerships, so bringing everyone together across tourism regions with business and industry leaders. So the simple takeaway is clear roles, clear accountability. We are introducing 6 tourism regions. One, the North Redwoods Coast, Eastern Humboldt Rivers, Central Humboldt Bay Area, Heritage and Agritourism, Southern Humboldt Giants, and the Lost Coast. So the goal is unity through structure, not division through geography. These regions were defined by a larger group. We had 45 participants that joined us in person during a countywide tourism workshop. And participants work collaboratively to identify shared assets and visitor patterns, so they know best where visitors are going in between these regions. They also grouped communities based on geographic cohesion and visitor experience, and they wanted to recognize areas with distinct identity or product clusters to help differentiate Humboldt from other tourism destinations. So these regions aren't just for storytelling. They're also, you're going to see how we organize funding and think about visitor experiences. We conducted an asset inventory and analysis provided in the strategy document, which also aligns with each tourism region. But please keep in mind, these regions are not political boundaries. They do not alter jurisdictional authority. They're strategic planning and storytelling frameworks. These names are also placeholder for planning purposes only, so please don't get hung up on the naming. We would recommend and put in the plan that the future Destination Stewardship Organization, in collaboration with the Tourism Advisory Board and county leaders, refine names as they see fit to reflect the identity, culture, and brand voice. So again, this shifts from promoting places individually to building itineraries. So imagine itineraries where you're picking 1 to 2 stops from multiple regions to create a multi-day experience for visitors that gets them throughout the county. It encourages visitors to stay longer, and it creates more equitable distribution of tourism benefits. Funding follows the visitor experience, not jurisdictional boundaries, and it's really about moving visitors across the county. So regarding the funding approach, this is also a shift. We're suggesting moving away from legacy-based funding to strategy-driven funding. This still includes a transition year for stability for those gateway communities, but going forward, funding would be based on readiness. So, making sure there's open restaurants, shops, lodging, and enough experiences. We like to think of this as for every 1 hour that a visitor has traveled, they need 4 hours of activity. It would also be based on alignment with the strategic plan and economic development and impact. The plan includes recommendations on how to break down tourism funding and how it should be allocated based on industry research and how other destinations are funded. So at a high level, what this looks like, we're recommending the allocation for tourism funding out of your total tourism funding, TOT, Measure J funds, that 45 to 50% would go to the Destination Stewardship Organization for core operations, marketing, and stewardship. 20 to 25% would go to a tourism region fund, so this would replace gateway funding, and tourism regions could apply for this funding. 10 to 15% would be set aside for strategic initiatives aligned with the strategy and economic development initiatives. And then 10 to 15% would go back to the county for oversight and admin, as it is quite a hefty role. And 5 to 10% would be set aside for contingency budget, to take advantage of opportunities as they arise. In the plan, we also include a phased 5-year roadmap, and that's detailed in the strategy. So year one, just real high level, is about setting the foundation. So this, over the next 12 months, you'd be establishing the Tourism Advisory Board, making sure there's balanced representation, which we also included recommendations in the plan for how to achieve that. Keeping funding for the gateways during a transition year. Year 2 and 3 would be focused on launching the Destination Stewardship Organization, establishing these tourism regions and the funding cycle, launching countywide marketing campaigns, and then having strengthened data and reporting dashboards set. Years 4 and 5 would be about maintaining increased regional collaboration, making data-driven decisions, and implementing signature events and product development. So this all aligns with the county's broader economic development goals. However, to get there, the Destination Stewardship Organization would need to be funded appropriately. So we did do quite a bit of research looking at peer destinations, rural and county tourism destinations. And for a DSO budget of about 1 to 2 million, they typically have 5 to 8 full-time staff. 20 to 40% of the DSO's budget is allocated to regional marketing, and then the regional budget or remaining budget would go to operations, partnerships, and data. And in these peer examples, funding was primarily through TOT, lodging tax, and partnerships. Sorry, just a couple more slides. So it's important to note that the tourism plan and strategy is designed to stabilize, not disrupt. There is a ramp-up period, and that's important. Existing partnerships are respected, and it's about tourism, or it's about better tourism, not just more tourism. So being intentional with your marketing and strategy. So what comes next? The strategic plan also outlines next steps to issue an RFP for a Destination Stewardship Organization partner. The RFP should outline a clear scope of work, which we detailed in the strategy document, an overview for staffing and capacity, accountability measures, an approach to partnerships, and alignment with county goals. So it's not just hiring a marketer, it's really establishing a long-term team for stewardship and implementation. And that is our presentation today of the overview of the tourism strategy. We really appreciate your time, as well as the participation of the 12 members of the Tourism Advisory Committee, which helped us get to where we are today. I will stop sharing.
As the presentation is completed, I would welcome your board, if you have any specific questions on the presentation itself, to ask those of Bridget before we move on.
Sure. Supervisor Bone, you go first, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Help me with the regional coordinator, what that would look like. Are we gonna, it's kind of like economic development and everything else. Every little station has somebody doing this, and it just seems to me we have a large county with not that many people. It just seems to me if we were more focused regionally than, specifically local, we could get more done with more bang for the buck. But what does a regional coordinator look like? I want to compliment him. I've seen a lot of these. This is probably one of the better ones I've seen. And then I would also throw the part in, they never mention it, but if you start talking Shelter Cove, you start talking Petrolia Honeydew, because some of the things that used to happen out there don't happen anymore. Shelter Cove's getting better slowly but surely. But I want to thank our Public Works for getting the roads better so those tourists can travel with their car and not have to go straight to a repair shop after they travel them. And I think we all have some of us have a chunk of that road. 5th District has a few. We all have so if we're going to utilize those destination points, and the pictures we use, those beautiful pictures, those are mainly state maintained roads. I wish, but I think our Public Works is doing a great job. But that's a big part of the travel factor, especially with the motorcycles. And if we're gonna eventually want everybody to walk and ride their bike here, we're gonna have to fix the roads for them too, I guess. Okay.
Should I jump in to address?
Yeah, go ahead, Bridget.
Okay, cool. First, I just want to say we also drove out to Shelter Cove during our visit, one of our visits, and stayed the night. It was lovely. It was beautiful. So definitely a great destination for visitors. Regional coordinator, I'm wondering if you can clarify, do you mean the destination stewardship organization, or are you talking about how, if we have these 6 tourism regions defined, who would manage those tourism regions?
Who's gonna be king? Who does everybody talk to? And is it gonna be one person to talk to, or is this gonna turn into a? Anyway.
Yeah, so the structure would be, there's a tourism advisory board that the destination stewardship organization would feed up to, that would guide, so the destination stewardship organization would get the strategy document that outlines marketing and a roadmap for the next 5 years, and to implement that. The tourism advisory board, we're suggesting, would oversee to make sure that that strategy is implemented. And then the tourism advisory board would funnel up to the economic development department. So we did put in the budget, because as you said, it is a very diverse county, and sometimes maybe spread a little thin. So we did suggest that in the budget, that's, I believe, 10 to 15% would go back to the county for staffing that tourism oversight. So that would be who, kind of not the final say, but economic development would then be reporting out to Board of Supervisors to make sure that this is all going to plan successfully.
The only point of clarification I would add is in the proposed structure for the Tourism Advisory Board, there is intended to be a representative of each of the 6 districts, so that person would be the point of contact for those 6 tourism districts, then bringing it to a Brown Act body, which would be the TAB. They would make the decisions as advisory to your board, and then economic development would bring that forward to your board.
And to follow up, and I hope we're aware, I mean, we used to thrive, and I'll use the term because it's still being used today, tourist traps. I mean, we had the Stump House, Rex's Redwood Gifts, we have everything else. Lewis still does a great business down there in Red Crest, and they do a great job with it and have some great stuff, but it's getting people into those places. And I'm not saying we should, individually pull them out and everything else, but when you take a look at some of these pictures that win the awards from Humboldt County, they're out in the outlying area, and they don't necessarily have spokesmen or somewhere to go to. They just are just a great place to drive. I mean, I will say over and over, I can drive 7 miles, less than 50 yards from the beach, and average 2 cars every time I've ever driven, and I've driven it hundreds now. I mean, it's just a wonderful area we have, and we all have those little areas. I mean, we have the most photographed house in the world, sitting right here in dead center in Eureka. So, it's amazing how many times I stop and say, do you want me to take your picture in front of it? And everything. It's a great asset. So we have the assets to get out there, and the Dream Humboldt, the campaign that has been, I love seeing it on the Giants games. It's the most exciting part of the Giants games and stuff for me. So as we move forward, it's like I said, I love the way this is set up. Putting it on paper is one thing, deliverables just always go to hell with us, it seems like.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Jay Ray and staff for all their work and getting out into the areas. A couple questions I have. So when you look at the 6 regions, Shelter Cove and Petrolia are vastly different and a lot the same. However, someone from Shelter Cove very rarely gets to Petrolia. It's not just a hop over the hill, it's a long hop over the hill. And most of the folks that are out in Shelter Cove come through Redway, get on the 101 and go whatever way. Most of the folks in Petrolia come through the Wildcat or through Bull Creek and get on the 101 and do their thing. And so I just am a little concerned with that number 6 region and how it will be represented equitably with its very different, 2 different areas, although it is the Lost Coast area. And then secondly, I'm curious how and this is a large document, and I haven't gone through the whole thing yet, and so I'm not really ready to vote on a large document that I have not been able to go through, and I don't want to miss parts of it. But also, how are you incorporating chambers and DMOs and the folks that have been representing these regions already through this asset? They have done tremendous amounts of work in the communities and are responsible for lots of things that we already know, and events and coordination and all those things. So I'm curious to see how the current framework with chambers and DMOs is incorporated in this tourism model and board, and what they bring to the table and how you're going to incorporate those folks in.
Great. So I'll try to address the questions in order. The first one about the Lost Coast. You know, we had an in-person workshop, and the people that represent those areas were in the workshop. We gave people printed out maps, and they were drawing all over them and kind of coming up with, you know, there was different names. And again, I said, you know, don't hang your hat on these names. They're just for placeholder only. But the districts were pretty, people were pretty in alignment with these. And they defined them by thematic narratives. So I think with the Lost Coast, it's just such a distinctive area. It really helps differentiate Humboldt from other destinations. And thinking about creating itineraries and moving people around the county, I think that wasn't a concern that they might jump from one place to another within the same tourism region. They also saw these areas as great ways to integrate digital itineraries, featuring different tourism assets and event-led content amplification. So each region also, we did an asset inventory and analysis, and we feel comfortable that each, as a region, has enough tourism assets to drive tourism to turn into overnight stays, but that these regions would serve under one larger county-wide brand and umbrella. So it helps solve that prior kind of fragmentation identified in the marketing audit and noted by individual like partner interviews that we did.
Do you know if, because I went to a couple of those workshops myself, and
yeah.
Petrolia is, and I get the Shelter Cove, which is currently gets represented a lot by the chambers and the SHBBB, and they do a lot of advertising for them and a lot of connectivity for those events out there. Do you know if anybody from Petrolia was there at these workshops and how they feel about how my worry is that they're very different regions, and to really connect them and have a really solid voice out in Petrolia area compared to Shelter Cove, it's a lot different.
Yeah. I also just want to note that you're really breaking up. The sound is really choppy on our end, so I'm trying my best to hear. I was going to try to flip to the page, I believe in the document, and maybe this is something Alex can help look for too, that we had a list of participants, but off the top of my head, I can't remember each person.
And I'll jump in and say that I also would need to double check
Thank you.
to see if we had representation from Petrolia there. I just don't know off the top of my head. But I would try to go back and emphasize that the distinct regions were selected through a collaborative process with 46 of our partners. And so it's not, I get where you're going though.
Yeah.
And the intention of today is to hopefully provide economic development the direction to move forward on the first year recommendations, which would mean going back to our tourism advisory committee, those 12 members that helped us get where we are, to have them help us make recommendations to your board about the tourism advisory board. Those would be the individuals that would act as advisory to your board, and probably the most impactful for whether or not we would have proper representation from Petrolia. We will definitely, I put a note for myself, and it's something we will make sure that we're talking about as a group when we have that conversation about what representation on that tourism advisory board would look like.
I appreciate that a lot, and feel kind of okay with that conversation, but the second part of that question, if whoever wants to tackle that, I would appreciate it.
Can you remind me what the second part was?
How are you going to incorporate the chambers and DMOs
thank you.
through this organization that we're going to be, or maybe going to be forming?
Right. So similarly, that tourism advisory committee is going to help us. There are recommendations in here of what the proposed structure of the tourism advisory board would look like. But we do anticipate going back to our partners that helped us collaborate on this thus far, ensuring that they feel that that covers everything that we need to cover for representation on the board, and then bringing it back to your board.
Hold on, I got a couple other supervisors. Turn shot. Go ahead.
Thank
Supervisor
you. Yeah, I just had a couple clarifying comments, and then, or just wanting to check to make sure my understanding is correct of where we're at, and then some questions around specific, like, marketing approaches that are laid out here, which I know we will get into in much more detail later, but later in the process, I mean. So today, you're trying to get feedback about the establishing the tourism advisory board, or going back to the group that has helped advise and make some recommendations about the tab, we'll call it for now. And then we also will be advancing selection at some point in the future of a destination stewardship organization. That would be like a consultant or contractor, right, who are going to carry out a lot of what's in here. Okay, just want to make sure that was correct. And could you remind me of the timeline around those two things and when we might expect that?
So if your board has supervised us with direction to move forward with these strategies, we will be hitting the ground running with first scheduling times to meet with our tourism advisory committee members to start formulating that tab. The tourism advisory board has one of the shorter timeframes because we will need to be coming back to your board before budget for next year to provide those funding recommendations. And so this one's we realize this is a short on-ramp to get something thoughtful and collaborative put in place. But we are prepared for those to be almost immediate next steps. The other part of that we've already started at least looking into is drafting the request for proposals for that DSO, because similarly, we'd be looking to get them onboarded hopefully towards third quarter of next fiscal year. I mean, timeframes may shift based on how simple it is to select one, but so that we are aiming for July 1 of the following fiscal year, 27-28, for them to be established and hitting the ground doing their marketing work.
Yeah, okay, great. And then the other set of questions I had, and I'll try to pare it down, was around there's some items in the marketing investment and budget framework section under the overarching what is section 4, destination marketing strategy framework. And I think that whole section is very robust and has a lot of interesting content, but something I've been encountering a lot lately is interactions with both local businesses asking me about this, and running into travelers, and even hearing from travelers who reach out to me, which is interesting that you would travel to somewhere and be like, I'm going to email the board of supervisors. I'm like, well, great. So very interesting mix of those folks who either saw an influencer. I think one of our big ones is a vacation rental in Arcata that really has a significant reach. I think some of the folks in the room are nodding and know who I'm talking about. And then also folks who are planning exclusively AI trips. So I see this, or AI generated trips. So I see this about zero-click behavior and AI discoverable content, and that has led me to go down a personal rabbit hole of trying to figure out how people are planning trips that way, and whether they're generating real things. I definitely ran into some folks on the Samoa Peninsula who were looking for the Samoa Cookhouse, which comes up in AI content very quickly if you try to plan a trip to Humboldt County, and it's closed. And so other, and then I ran into some folks in Trinidad who were like absolutely uninterested in local recommendations, and they had an itinerary that was going to take them to Leggett, to the Smith River, and to Willow Creek in one day, which, you know, they were very committed to, and I'm sure they were going to have a great drive. But I really found myself like wondering how we can just do a better job of, we have so much robust information, but it's all like very analog for the most part, or lives within specific organization systems. And so I was wondering if you all or our consultants could speak to some of the broader strategies around tackling that.
Bridget, would you have any input on that?
Yeah, I mean, I could share. It felt like in our marketing audit that we did that the county website is a bit outdated. I know since there have been some updates done, but definitely that seems like one of a good first step is doing an audit of the website, also an accessibility audit. And then there are things that you can do to have structured content on that site so that it is more findable, and start making it kind of the source of truth. And I think those regional meetings too, part of having a shared asset bank that the plan is that the DSO would have shared content and messaging that then other chambers and DMOs could also either refer back to the county website for or incorporate into their own website, so that they're linking to one another. We've also seen if it's an issue of like accurate information or outdated information, some of our other tourism clients are enabling chatbots, AI chatbots on the own tourism website. And then when visitors go to that website, they're asking it questions, and you can define kind of where that chatbot can pull from, so that the website, in theory, if it's updated and correct and accurate, they're only getting information from that site rather than being sent out to perhaps outdated links that live elsewhere that you can't control. You could also set it to pull from the individual tourism region websites as well. So those are just a few ways I would say to handle that, if that helps answer your question.
That's really helpful. It's an area that, you know, I see that it's dedicated, there's about, 10 to 15% of funding recommended to go towards that type of content, and then I think another 10 to 15% to sort of like PR and influencer content as a whole, which seems like when I look at what Visit California was doing, they're like going over 50% with their influencer type content, recognizing that the bang for the buck there is just really significant. So, I think this is a good guideline that kind of follows what people here are probably comfortable with or used to, and it makes me wonder if those categories should frankly be expanded to match how visitors are receiving information now and be more aligned with Visit California. So I think that's maybe a bigger question than we have time to delve into today, but I'd be interested to know if there was some differences, that folks want to comment on regarding that.
Okay, bringing it back to Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I really appreciate staff's work on this and our consultant, and there's a lot of great stuff in here. I do have a few questions. One, we talk about in year one, maintaining the current gateway split, which I've been bringing up for years as quite an unfair, disproportionate splitting of the gateway monies. Some organizations literally have full-time staff. Others have no paid staff. And that's an issue for me. But it talks about in year two that there would be this thing that would replace that gateway funding called the Tourism Region Fund, if I heard that correctly, saw that on the slide. Who decides how that gets split up? That's one question. I'm assuming it's the TAB makes recommendations to our board. But secondly, who decides who is appointed to those 6 members of the 6 regions? Was that the board as well? making the decisions on the appointments to the 6 regions, not 6 districts, but 6 regions or areas. That's focus areas, so that's a yes as well. Okay, and then thirdly, in that second year where we're talking about chambers and the various folks engaged in the tourism marketing, the rest of it, submitting applications. Who then decides on what applications get how much funding? Is that the tab as well? And they make a recommendation to this board. I think without saying very much, it's pretty clear that some areas would be able to compete in that process a lot better than others. If you've got full-time staff, for instance, at least in the first year, you would be able to compete much better than, say, an area that has no paid staff and is a smaller capacity, per se. So I've got some concerns about how that might work out, because I'd love to see all the chambers, all of our region continue to get support at some level, not just those that can compete really well. And we talk a lot about in this plan about the money would be divvied up on ability to act, ability to create real actionable stuff that's accountable, that we can actually go, well, we gave this much money and it created these things and stuff. So I see that as super complicated. I do not envy, staff's efforts that are going to have to go into this to figure this all out. And then, of course, it comes back to us with recommendations, which is going to be very much like the Great Redwood Trail Board decision this morning, trying to divvy up and split the baby and who's best and who's qualified when you have all kinds of stuff. So I'm still learning. But again, I really appreciate the hard work. I think we need to move away from where we've been, absolutely, and have a better county-wide, region-wide collaborative effort in our strategies. This is one of those areas for us as a board where whatever money we spend, it has a high likelihood of bringing in money, right? So much of this stuff we do with our budget, especially with the general fund, just covers costs of something. It doesn't necessarily generate more revenue. This is one of those areas that has this, already does, and has an even greater potential if we're all working together really well to generate a lot of new income. So, I mean, frankly, I've said this before, I wish we put the entire TOT budget into this strategy, but we're not there yet because our overall county budget is still hurting in a big way. Anyway, that's just some of my comments at this point. Thank you.
All right. I see Supervisor Bone, but you got the first shot, so let's get through everybody and we'll get back to you.
Chair, I'm wondering if you can update the audience in case there's anybody here for like Supervisor Madrone's letter, because I know there is, if that's going to come after closed session.
Well, yeah, everything's coming after closed session. This is, yeah. Yeah, 100%. We're not going to get through this before we go into closed session.
Okay,
I mean, we will get through this and then we'll go to closed session.
Okay, so I was just for the audience.
Yeah, I think I made that, I said that before. So I have a couple questions on this. And so the first one is, or maybe it's kind of my only one, is what you're saying is that the entire TOT budget would transition to this? I was just kind of unclear where we were going with that.
We are definitely not recommending that.
Okay. Yeah.
This is giving percentages of whatever amount we do decide on to allocate to this effort.
Yep.
Kind of giving a guideline of what percentage would go where.
That is, you've answered my question. Supervisor Bone.
Yeah, I think the representation, and in all honesty, you're right. Petrolia and Honeydew are a lot different from Judge Cove. We don't have hotels. We don't have restaurants. We have just probably the most beautiful district in the county. But with that being said, there are draws out there. This mirrors, like it or not, this mirrors a lot what the Mattole Cannabis Appellation's trying to do, provide things to do. We've lost a few of the car runs and stuff like that. And I see Tom still here. I want to thank him because it is. I get 10% of the road complaints I got 2 years ago. I mean, literally 10% of the road complaints I got. So I thank you for that. We're going to talk about the bridge later on. $27 million and 27 years later, almost identical. But as we move forward, like I said, the representation reminds me a lot of the Visitors and Convention Bureau, which I served on for quite a while, and I think Michelle did. I mean, we'd have Ross Rowley from Willow Creek. We'd have a couple people from Eureka, but we had people from Oric. We had people from Garberville, and they all had a little bite of the apple. And, you know, especially in this AI-generated world, we'd get 2 million hits through them. So when we look at those things, and with the advent of increased air travel and what we're, you know, and in years past, the lodging lines being able to, because I can tell you right there, the thing is last year we had brought a baseball tournament into. We had 312 people from out of the area with over, I think, 1,100 nights. Or it was a huge number because it was 7 teams from outside the area, with the last 2 teams leaving on the 7th night. And the game was late enough, we got to suck them in for one more night because they couldn't drive home. But the aspects of the draws we have, plus the draws, and I always love to bring up this as we tend to deteriorate it, the #1 tourist attraction in Humboldt County for over 50 years was the sawmill tour at Scotia. We do not talk about the fish display at Scotia. Nobody knows about it, and it's probably one of the coolest things we do. But I never see a picture of it anywhere, and I hopefully will, you know, and I'm sure there are, but I don't check a lot of the tourist magazines about Humboldt County. I got it pretty covered, I think. But again, like I said, staff, whoever these people are, the consultants, we paid them. They did a great job, and one of the better ones I've seen. So, and then, like you said, everybody's going to be wanting their slice of the pie. You know, some are going to want ice cream on it. Some are going to want this. Some are going to want that. But there are so many different aspects to Humboldt County and things we should promote that we don't even realize we should promote. So as we move forward and look at the things that will put heads in beds, I think that's where we focus, and it looks like a lot of this is heading that way.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comment, starting online. And do we have any folks online that want to speak to this?
We do.
Okay.
Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Almost good afternoon, Supervisors. We're getting close. I think it's really important that for the county we do have a tourist advisory board. When you guys kind of decided to take away our vacation rentals in a way that it really was restricting it, I about puked. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, this is our biggest generating revenue, and for people to come, because here's the reason. Like, when Mary Burke was talking the other day for the candidate thing and kind of saying that we're not getting good doctors because we have a housing issue, well, no, that is not the issue. The reason that we have an issue getting tourism and doctors is because we are falling apart. Our streets are falling apart. They're littered with trash, with drugs and addiction. We keep hearing we're like having this housing crisis and tourist crisis, but it's just an excuse for the drug addiction and the lack of enforcement on these drugs coming into our county. And it's really taken a huge toll. And if we don't do something to start cleaning this stuff up in our county, we are going to continue to lose tourism. We're going to continue to lose people that want to live here. So this goes beyond tourism. This goes on to just quality of life for everybody in this county. So I'm going to leave it at that for now, but this cannot be ignored much longer.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I want to confirm you can hear me there in the chambers.
Yes.
Thank you. Very concerned. I didn't read all the documents there. I really want to be cautionary just listening to this as I'm working, planting plants for the greenhouse. It sounds like we're creating more government in like very high percentages for positions to manage another new governmental agency we're creating. Maybe I'm mishearing everything. My apologies if I am. But that's kind of the way I hear it. So very, very concerned as concerned citizen of Humboldt County. And that last commenter, I don't disagree. Drugs, Eureka, wow. It's really, really great if you go down 3rd Street and head down towards the bay, down there near where Sisu is. It's kind of a big deterrent, so maybe we don't mirror and do everything Eureka does. That might just be a good thing to do with, Humboldt County. But just be really cautious. I'm very concerned and really don't want to see money taken from the rural parts of the county that it should be going to. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
We're going to open up to public comment in the House. So if you have something to say, this is your time to do it. You have 2 minutes, and please line up so we can move through this. Again, we're bumping up against our time set, so.
I guess I'll go first. Good morning. I'm Meredith Matthews. I'm the Executive Director for the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. I was on the advisory committee that helped guide this plan. I think that this strategy is an important step towards addressing some of the challenges stakeholders had around coordination, funding clarity, and accountability in Humboldt County's tourism efforts. I hope it creates a more structured framework for how we align marketing, investment, and regional collaboration moving forward. From the Humboldt Lodging Alliance perspective, we see and hope that it will be an opportunity to be a partner in this work. Our role is focused on driving overnight stays and supporting the visitor economy. So I'm looking forward to the collaboration. And Rex, I'm glad you liked those giant ads. Those were paid for the HLA. At the same time, as a former chamber executive director, I do understand that this shift, particularly towards a more competitive performance-based funding model, may create some uncertainty for gateway cities and longstanding partners, and these concerns are valid, and it will be important that implementation is thoughtful and transparent. I think the success of this plan will really come down to how well we collaborate and communicate across jurisdictions and how clearly we define expectations and outcomes. Visitors experience Humboldt County as a single destination, and if we can align around that in a meaningful way, there's real potential here. And I look forward to working with the county and regional partners to help ensure it delivers measurable, equitable results. Thank you.
Waiting for the clock to turn.
You
There we
get-
go.
you jump right in.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cassandra Heseltine, Film Commissioner. I'm really actually encouraged by the county taking this fresh strategic look at how we invest in promotion and economic development. I think it's amazing in the collaboration. It's all the things that we had been saying, and I too was part of the group that helped with this. My only concern is we don't know what that dollar amount is. That would be broken down in those percentages, so we don't know the impact on the community partners yet. So that's the only fear I have going forward. Just to remind you, film is a direct economic impact with outside dollars, local jobs, hotel nights, small business support. We've seen that here with productions bringing millions of dollars into local spending, at the same time elevating our region globally. A recent example is One Battle After Another filmed here with 2.1 million direct dollars, 900 individuals hired, 90 vendors, and they spent $477,000 in hotel stays alone. It's gone on to win multiple Academy Awards, including Best Picture, and now has brought international attention directly back to Humboldt County, with the Film Commission being a finalist for the Global Production Awards at Cannes in a few weeks. But most importantly, we also help with quality of life, and film tourism create a pride of place. They connect our community to something bigger. They celebrate our landscapes, our culture, and they give residents and visitors a reason to engage with Humboldt in a deeper way. We have all kinds of tourism initiatives, as you know. We have the museum, which 15 different schools just went through. We have the Map the Movies, and that's been downloaded over 400,000 times. And we have the Forest Moon Festival at the end of May. But most important, we are excited to be partner and collaborate and help shape what comes next. And we continue to grow. Growing film is a high impact economic and cultural driver for Humboldt County. The only caution I have is the first year, I'm really happy that they want to leave that alone. The second year is what is the difference in those numbers, and how is that going to affect all of us? So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Hi. I do just want to address really the elephant in the room, which is this plan could equal
possibly the defunding of some long-term tourism partners in our community. So I just want that to keep in mind. And so there is a lot of fear in the room. There's a lot of uncertainty for some chamber organizations. So I just want to speak to that a little bit. I appreciate what a serious and thoughtful approach that you guys have taken to updating this tourism plan. We've had a lot of cooks in the kitchen of marketers in our community, and we've never had a collaborative, cohesive, cooperative head chef. And so I appreciate the staff's recommendation to continue funding longstanding partners and see through the planning through the next RFP process. I think tourism is an important economic driver in our community, and as a business owner, I see the effects during the high seasons and the dips during the low seasons. And as the executive director of the Arcata Chamber of Commerce, I appreciate the funding that we've received, and we look forward to continue to be a collaborative partner as this process goes forward.
Next.
Hi, I'm Rosa Dixon, Executive Director of Humboldt Made. And if any of you have ever talked to me for 5 minutes, you know that I'm passionate about 3 things: supporting our local business, our tourism needing to improve, and collaboration. So I have had the opportunity to work on this project from the beginning, and it's been incredible to watch the staff pull together and really look into what is the problem and how we can move forward. I'm really excited for the next chapter that's coming, and I feel like we can all work together, collaborate together, support each other. Our county has 24 direct tourism marketing websites, and the average per county in the US is 1. So that just tells us that we really need to, and every person has said this before me, collaborate, work together, and come up with a plan that is sustainable, that supports our local business community, and tourism is a huge way that we're going to do that. That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair. I'm Laura Lassiter, and I'm here on behalf of the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau in support of staff's recommendation to maintain gateway funding at its current level. For nearly 9 years, we have carried out the work of the county as your Southern Humboldt destination marketing organization, while also serving as a representative for Humboldt County as a whole at the regional and state level. This has been active, consistent, and strategic work. We are not starting from scratch. We are well underway. Humboldt County has made a sustained investment in this work, and that investment has built real momentum, established partnerships, statewide engagement, and strong visible presence for Humboldt County. We've also built and maintained active social media platforms and visitor-engaged website that drive awareness, direction, and traffic across the entire county. That audience and engagement and the visibility have been developed over years, and we serve as daily ambassadors for this region through that work. This is what the county's investment has created. And like any investment, the value is in its continuation. If we disrupt that now, we don't just pause progress, we risk eroding the return on years' work, relationships, and positioning that are already in motion. Structures before that plan is fully in place and guiding those decisions. And even more critically, without the data to support those changes, right now, short-term rental revenue, particularly Airbnb, is received as a lump sum without geographic breakdown. That means we do not have clear data on where those dollars are being generated. Making funding changes without completed tourism plan and without reliable data doesn't strengthen the system. It undermines the investment that has already been made. Maintaining status quo funding allows the county to protect that investment, preserve momentum, and make future decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next.
Good morning. Yvonne Hendricks, Executive Director for the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking on behalf of the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce, and we want to thank you for your support over the years. Moving toward a more coordinated, transparent, and data-informed strategy should complement, not replace, on-the-ground visitor engagement, the most direct way to understand visitor behavior and drive real economic impact. Tourism is economic infrastructure, and we are part of that infrastructure. Connecting visitors to businesses and translating tourism investment into real economic activity across Humboldt County. We are the first stop for visitors entering Humboldt County from the south. The 5 watersheds we represent span from the Humboldt-Mendocino border in the south, north along the Avenue of the Giants, west of Shelter Cove, and east to Alder Point. Ensuring these regions are represented and supported through organizations like ours that guide visitors on the ground is essential to achieving regional equity and balanced visitor distribution. Not all economic impact originates where it is measured, and gateway chambers play a critical role in shaping how visitors move and spend. Our campaigns reach over 4.5 million potential visitors annually. This conversion-focused marketing, bringing visitors here and driving spending, including cross-county promotion through partnerships like Forest Moon Festival. Visibility alone doesn't create economic impact, conversion does. Through our Merchants Guild program, we fund beautification projects and help keep the streets of Garberville clean and welcoming. We actively collaborate regionally and locally, holding a seat on the North Coast Tourism Council in partnership with Visit California. If funding is based primarily on lodging or volume alone, it may overlook the gateway chambers that influence how visitors move throughout the county. The funding to implement this new tourism program is generated solely from TOT collected in unincorporated areas of Humboldt County, the very communities we serve. We respectfully ask that the board ensure continuity of funding during this transition, recognize the essential role of organizations like ours that convert visitation into economic activity, ensure that organizations with proven on-the-ground capacity, including the Southern Humboldt Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, are meaningfully integrated as regional implementation partners within this framework. Thank you.
Thanks for getting through that. Good job. All right, next.
Hi. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am the current board president for the Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a volunteer in many other aspects of my community. I've been a resident in Humboldt County for almost 25 years, and I actually started my journey as a visitor. I came to Reggae, then I went to Woodrose Cafe, went to Arcata, and hung out with friends who went to school, and then we went out to Willow Creek to enjoy the river. We decided to move to Arcata, and I pursued a degree at HSU. I got to explore and learn a lot more about the county during that time. I got to visit all the far reaches and all the different rural areas. And now, today, I find myself embedded in the community of Willow Creek, which is an unincorporated area, and I volunteer my time to foster economic development and tourism in the Willow Creek region. Today, I'm really speaking in support of all of the rural unincorporated communities that are trying and struggling to develop economic drivers due to a lack of funding. These areas really lack the robust business economy that a lot of other areas have, and so we don't have that source of funding necessarily available to us. This conversation has been developing for a long time, and I'm aware that I was on the board for the Visitors Bureau for some years right at the end there. And although I am well aware this funding is not an entitlement, it is something that organizations like the Chamber in Willow Creek have become accustomed to, and we've built programs that somewhat rely on it. It's my hope that the Board of Supervisors and the future DSO recognize the rural equity that we possess in Humboldt County and invest in these communities. Incorporated regions collect and manage their own TOT, while unincorporated region TOT is collected and managed by the county. It's a little unclear to me why these funds that are extracted from the disadvantaged rural communities would be offered to incorporated regions that don't contribute to the pot. This means that all the tourism marketing work that is being done by these regions are propping up incorporated regions that have access to other funding sources. So my ask is to, now that the pot is significantly smaller moving forward, to please consider amending the eligibility to request funds to only those incorporated communities that are contributing and invest in rural equity. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and community at large. I appreciate that we absolutely need a central tourism driver and way for us all to be collectively engaged, and we have such an incredible rural economy space, right? But the economic drivers in our rural areas are few and far between. As board chair of Humboldt County Growers Alliance, I just want to recognize that we have in the past been collaborative with the Board of Supervisors and I think produced like a 80-page document on place-based products. And as the California Department of Food and Agriculture is developing their cannabis appellations project, and as the federal government is considering and or just moved medical cannabis to class 3 and having a $3 million endowment coming to cannabis studies program at Cal Poly, please spread that document that the county possesses about place-based origin products. We have an incredible opportunity. We are celebrating 10 years of legal cannabis in California, and as a complicated story as it has been for cultivators, we are still here. We do have incredible opportunities to be engaged in a way with education that we've never had in the past. And so just want to put that on the table, and any more minutes for anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yes. My name's Troy Ritchie. I'm the GM at the Carter House Inns, just down the road. I'm new to the area. I've only been here 4 years, so my perspective is definitely not one that everyone else has had over these years. I did have a conversation with Mark Carter, the owner of the inn I work for, and he, because of the HLA and the fact that I'm on the board, and what I'm seeing there is that there's a fractioning of all these efforts to get something done. Listen to it, everyone speak about their regions within this place of Humboldt, but I just want to remind everyone that all ships rise, and that we are getting somewhat bogged down in the minutia, and we need to get a message out to the community outside of our little Humboldt County, whether it's by air, plane, train, or what, and just push it forward. We're wasting time and energy in fractioning this conversation, because in reality, we've got a great product, but we've got to have enough money and energy to get it out to the world. We fraction $1 bill in this section, now we have such a smaller amount. And I think with the HLA, and I'm not speaking for them, I'm just speaking as a person that works in the community, we've got to get a parallel path between the HLA and the county to do something that shares a common theme to magnify that effort. And I'm just a guy from Kentucky that was talked to come here by Mark, but hopefully you'll consider it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Soups. I will keep my comments short. It's obvious that my tourism counterparts have laid out our concerns. I'm Riley Morrison from Willow Creek. I am the Vice Chair of the Willow Creek Chamber of Commerce. The need for collaboration and continuity within our marketing of Humboldt tourism is long overdue. The report from J. Ray, I can say I have read and I can support staff's recommendations. The activation timeline between now and almost a year from now is concerning, but I know that we have the right people in place to do the work. The disadvantages that I am concerned about, and my counterpart Shannon had brought up, is, if funding is based on readiness, that's disproportionate to rural Humboldt County tourism organizations that are primarily volunteer run. I speak for ourselves in Willow Creek. We are incredibly resilient and adaptive, and we are here to do the work. But I do think that it needs to be noted that if this funding is primarily extracted from unincorporated Humboldt, that it needs to be prioritized in that way. I think that we have an opportunity to work together, and I look forward to doing that work with you all, and thank you for this time.
Good morning, Board and Supervisors. I am Swan Hasbury. I'm with the City of Eureka's Economic Development, and I oversee our tourism and marketing efforts. Eureka has been doing its own thing the past few years. We're not just participating in tourism, we are actively investing in it. We operate the Visit California Welcome Center, we market the Skywalk, we run Visit Eureka, and we are excited about this plan. We are here to give our support, and that we are excited to partner, and we're excited about the direction. That's it.
Okay, great. Anyone else before I bring it back to the board? And I'm going to bring it to Supervisor Bushnell first. Oh, wait.
Chair, I
Yes.
have a person with their hand up. They
All right.
raised it right as you went to in person.
All right, well, let's bring them in then.
Thank you. Caller 7485, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, this is Jessie Miles, the Executive Director of the McKinleyville Chamber of Commerce. I want to take a moment to thank county staff for the time, effort, and vision that has gone into this work. We appreciate the recognition that tourism, economic development, and strong community partnerships matter deeply to the future of Humboldt County. Here in McKinleyville, we see every day the unique role that our community plays as a gateway community. We're home to the county's primary commercial airport, a major entry point for visitors, business travel, and new opportunity. For many people, McKinleyville is their first impression of Humboldt County. McKinleyville also does the work of a city-sized gateway community without being an incorporated city. While incorporated cities often have access to TOT revenue and municipal economic development tools, McKinleyville relies on county partnership and collaboration to help meet many of those same needs. Here at the McKinleyville Chamber, we look forward to continuing to build our ability to highlight our region, support local business, strengthen tourism efforts throughout the county, and grow economic development capacity that benefits not only McKinleyville, but the county as a whole. We want to emphasize that continued county support through collaboration, partnership, and funding is essential for this work to continue and to expand. Supporting the chambers helps close that structural gap. Local chambers and community organizations are strong on-the-ground partners in helping turn these countywide goals into real results. Thank you for your leadership, and we look forward and we're excited to continue to work together for a stronger and more connected Humboldt County.
Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bushnell, take the first run here, and then we'll move through the board members.
Okay, thanks so much, and thanks for clarifying questions being answered and all the public comments. I do want to recognize what some of you all said about nervousness in the room, which I can understand. I do first want to make a motion for staff recommendations, and I'm hoping I can get a second for discussion and we can have that. I do really appreciate, Peggy, you updating and saying, you know, this is going to be a work in motion. It'll come back to this board. We'll have a lot of discussion with partners. Makes me feel a lot better about the process. And so I'm going to make a motion for staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
I'll second that.
Okay. Supervisor Bone?
And I don't mean offense to anybody, but when I come back in my next life, I want to be executive director of all the executive directors in Humboldt. It's got to pay good because, boy, there's a hell of a lot of you.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yeah, I think this gets back to the same old challenge we've had, right? This is not a new challenge around how to strategically have one vision that we're all buying into, and one kind of overarching identity that we all feel we can get behind, while also allowing for the unique experiences and personal touch and knowledge about all of these communities to come through, and to be supported. But you know, one of the challenges I've seen, and I think we've all seen, is at one time we were kind of doing that, and including the incorporated cities, and we had a lot more to invest when we were all doing it together. And then, you know, over time, folks didn't feel like they were getting the return on their investment. And I was part of that years back. And, you know, then we all kind of started going it a little bit more alone, and still collaborating with our partners, but it's messy. It's really, really messy. And we're not seeing a lot of bang for our buck necessarily in a cohesive way. So I think everyone's doing great work out there. I'm not trying to minimize the importance of everyone doing what they're doing in their own communities, and you know your community's best. So sometimes that can go farther. But when we think about how we continue to grow the people's knowledge of Humboldt County and desire to return here again and again, and desire to come explore here. I think, you know, this strategy recognizes that we gotta bring it together. And now the hard work of, you know, how to do that is really in the next steps. So the establishment of this advisory board, and then the selection of a DSO, and then maybe we can court back some of the incorporated cities to work together. But we got to do something that helps to recognize that every single player in the game is really important, and we have to do something cohesive. So we're going to have to find that middle ground where likely some of the approaches are going to change a little bit. And I think that's what you're all expressing with apprehension about, and, you know, wanting to be appreciated and valued. And I do want to say that I see and appreciate all of the unique and highly specific strategies that are going into different corners of our community. And I don't necessarily agree that we need to have it be as one for one when it comes to dollars invested in each, you know, sub area and the return on that investment. I think we need to see an overarching return on investment, and so I think that's going to be the difficult thing, and that's what this strategy kind of recognizes, while also making the recommendation that we continue with the status quo for this coming year, and then, you know, and then go forward with the goal of maintaining those relationships and keeping those partnerships. So here we go. we're all in it, and we will have to find that right balance.
Okay, Supervisor. Okay, I'll take my turn at this a little bit. Just a couple of things. One is, and we heard a couple folks speaking from the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, and there's been a lot of talk and discussion about the resources that are within and how that agency and how they're collected. And I'm just kind of wondering, is there an anticipation of more collaboration with the HLA from your perspective? Because it seems, I'm just going to put it out there, the decision-making processes are somewhat mercurial. They tend to, I've seen community members have complained about just really feeling like there's not a lot of transparency and so I'm just kind of wondering, how do we, those are resources being collected within our community, and it seems like it's we're talking about creating a more transparent process. What do you see as the future in terms of this? You knew I was going to ask this question.
I
right?
did.
Okay.
Yes. So the strategy does include HLA for a non-voting seat on the tab so that they can advise to it. It also does include strategies for better collaboration. The HLA, though, being formed out of the Highway Code statute, is a little bit separate from this conversation, and so we really have to build strong relationship and strong collaboration to ensure that we are kind of swimming upstream together, and that is part of the work that the strategy would task our office with.
I appreciate that, because one of the, I would say my understanding, HLA, the members themselves are hotel owners, and owning and running a hotel doesn't necessarily mean you're a tourism expert. You're a hotel expert. And so we have other sectors in our community that are also tourism related that need representation in these discussions. It's not just one industry, it's a multitude of industries. As a matter of fact, people who own restaurants have a certain understanding about tourism, and people who work in parks understand different sectors. So it's just what happens is, under this HLA construct, is just a huge amount of resources concentrated under a very small ownership, and sort of, again, these sort of non-transparent decision-making processes are very concerning to me, and I want to make sure that we don't have disparity, I guess, in how we move forward with that. Speaking of that, and we've heard a few times about this, and folks have said it, I know your recommendation is to move forward with the same thing as we move forward. Actually, I'm going to take this back one step. I appreciate that we're looking at using part of the TOT to do this tourism effort, and I think that's completely reasonable. When we passed this, we had a lot of conversations about what TOT funds are used for. In many communities, it's used completely for tourism. Some communities, it's used not for tourism at all. It's completely it goes into housing trust funds to deal with issues around housing, or it goes into public safety, or in our case, we kind of have a hodgepodge. It does those, and it goes into the arts, which is really great, and so we have all these different things. From my perspective, I've always felt that the best advertising this community can have is an authentic experience from the visitor, that when they go into our community, that the community is fun, safe, inclusionary, that they experience not just beautiful places, but locals having a really good time in that space and sharing that with them. And then that is what brings people to come back, or it's the story that they tell when they leave this place, which is more impactful than anything anyone can see on a website. And so from my perspective, I would, at some point really look at this funding source, TOT, to help with our emaciated parks budget. I just think that we're not doing our job in terms of that. We have a lot of visitors that come to our parks, and we're just starving that department, and so that's something that's a concern to me. The other thing that's been brought to me a few times is this issue around the disparity in the spending of the chambers, and the idea that there's like the Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau and the Garberville Chamber get $200,000, while the other chambers get $34,000. And there's never been a really good explanation of that disparity. And so I'm just kind of wondering will this eventually, is that part of what we're talking about, is dealing with this issue? Because I in this moment, I'm just like, I've been told over and over every year that we'll deal with it next year, we'll deal with it next year. And from my mind, I would propose that, I just think that, like, from my perspective, it's like, I don't understand how a chamber gets $130,000 when the next chamber gets $34,000. And I don't know why we just don't give $34,000 to the Garberville Chamber and then give the rest to county parks. That's just my thought on this. They would still have $71,000 in addition for Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau, which is just still so much more than what we see than any other region of the county. And I'm just sort of wondering, I'm just trying to get some fairness here. Seriously, I know no one said it here in this room, but I have heard it over and over again, and I just finally, I'm like, I gotta just kind of lay it out on the table here. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna ask you guys to see what you think, and then I'll take it to Supervisor Bushnell, because she's really itching to have some say on that.
Yeah, the current funding allocations are part of course, what your board brought to our office as a concern. We have heard it as well. The prior decisions were not necessarily made in data or in collaborative strategic planning. And so what we're trying to do is bring your board back to a database collaborative strategic planning effort to determine those funding allocations through that process starting next year. I would highly discourage us from making any disruptive moves to current funding. We do have a lot of respect for our partners and the work that they've done over these years, and changing funding 2 months before the beginning of a new fiscal year would be really disruptive to organizations, and we really want to encourage a collaborative, supportive, and respectful process as we move forward through this 5-year strategy. That isn't to say that we don't recognize the infrastructure needs to become tourism ready. If you look at the strategy, it has 2 sections for funding, and this speaks to both the comments made prior by Supervisor Bone and Supervisor Madrone, that there is a recognition that some areas need more infrastructure support, some need more just places to stay, others are ready for tourism and need that marketing support. And so also to the prior comments made about being based on readiness, it's a sliding scale of where each of those 6 districts fall within readiness to determine if they're talking about potentially infrastructure funding to fix a road that's needed to be safe for that visitor to have that great experience where they are coming back and returning or extending their stay. And so we're hoping that by the time that we come back a year from now with recommendations for funding for future years, it's based in that data and in those assets and those strategic recommendations based on not just putting more money towards marketing an area, but also preparing that area to create those tourism experiences that bring people back and hopefully in the long term create more TOT funding and retail sales.
I appreciate that. So, I mean, and I'm going to appreciate or recognize the request for not being disruptive. But I just want to say, it's like, some folks have been not disruptive for a few years now in terms of this issue, not just this issue, but some of the, other things here. And again, going back to, I just really want to get to the part where we are funding not just the tourism infrastructure, but the actual infrastructure that tourists want to come and experience. Again, I always feel like if we're making Humboldt County a better place for all of us that live here, it's a better experience for the visitor, 100%. So, and just before I take it to Supervisor Bushnell, I just want to let you know I'm not going to push to change this. So just if you want to talk to that would be great. But I have a staff member that's asking to jump in if that's all right. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify kind of how the unallocated portion of the TOT works. Effectively, there's a significant amount of dollars that we are allocating here, and these are specifically ones that your board has laid out to come from the TOT, but we also fund general county services in the general fund with the remainder of the TOT, including county parks. And so really the mechanism I would recommend would be to increase parks general fund allocation if that is what your board desires. Of course, from my fiscal recommendation hat, I don't know that that's the best path forward for us, but I understand that your board would like to improve the funding for parks.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Supervisor Bushnell, thank you for letting me do my thing here. So.
Sure. So I was going to comment on the parks allocation, which we just did an increase of $100,000 to the parks allocation, and during the budget process, we're going to be talking about that. I also want to recognize what Supervisor Wilson said, and thank you, Peggy, for, it is very disruptive to say in 2 months we're going to yank your funding out and to not give anybody a pathway forward. I do think in the future that the funding structures are going to be different. I've heard that from my board. I recognize that. I've also talked to, of course I'm going to advocate for my district, honestly, but I have talked to the two down in Southern Humboldt and have said, expect this in the future. The strategy around advertising or collaboratively with Humboldt County across, from one end to the other and being more cohesive is something that I have advocated for from the day I was elected. I also was a chamber president for 7 years and know how sectored we were, which doesn't work well for getting people here and keeping people here. And so I recognize the work that has gone into this is around what the supervisors have said and really targeting those voices and targeting the voices in the room. I do appreciate this board, and I heard you, Supervisor Wilson, that things are going to be different in the future, but I appreciate this board giving us a little breather where we can transition that to where it works effectively, and that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, Supervisor Bone, and then Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, and just, we all hear things and everything else, but I think the best thing to do is to understand the lodging alliances is maybe have them do a presentation, because what they did years and years ago, I think it was I'm not sure how long they've been here, but it's been quite a while. They chose to tax themselves and then pay us to collect the tax. So it's, and as far as it being transparent, their meetings are online. Well, they are, Mike. I mean, look it up. They're online. You can Zoom them in and things like that. I happen to have been to them. I went to them, it's probably been 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and asked them if they would finance changing our display in the Capitol. Because we had a 21-year-old display in our Capitol where all the counties, all 58 counties, have a window. They financed it. They took their people. They had a video. It's done. But about 3 months before we decided to get it installed, we decided to spend $1.5 billion remodeling the capital, so it hasn't been able to put in, so I imagine they're paying storage somewhere. But as far as I've talked to Chris, I've talked to Gary, I've talked to quite a few of them about funding, as we were talking earlier, and it was more like 400 nights for the one baseball tournament. Baseball tournaments, they actually approached me and said, we had, and you got to understand, when you put 13, 14, 12-year-olds in one hotel, they're going to run up and down the rooms and take over the swimming pool. But they also got quite a bit out of it, and they would like to know, can we help fund? They reached out to me because of my involvement with youth sports. So I would love to do a presentation. They were a big sponsor of the Marble Foundation when we tried, or whatever, the Marble thing. And it kind of went by the wayside. But the people, there's an application online. If you have something comes up, and it's a pretty simple application. Can you put heads in my beds? And they'll fund it. And they fund it even though they'll fund more than they're going to get heads in their beds, because they want people here to get them back. I've been following the Lodging Alliance since it was intercepted, just because you do not know about the Lodging Alliance if you're friends with John Porter. I'm just, between him and Lowell, they're like blind dogs in a meat house on this. So they were very advocates for it. So I would love to ask them, and I'm sure she's paying attention, to do a presentation on what they've done for our community. I mean, because we're up here saying, I've heard. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth and not from anywhere.
I'm grateful that your request was funded. I'm just saying that is not the experience that everybody has. Really. Supervisor Arroyo, and then I think we're going to close this out if we can. And actually, I did have Steve next.
Oh, okay.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. The bottom line is we never have enough money to do all the great things we want to do. I mean, in a great world, we'd raise the funding for all of our chambers. And I really appreciate the part in this. It's like looking at a community like Oric and going, it needs more infrastructure. It needs a sewer system. It needs these things. And there might be an avenue there to help support that, because being a gateway to the national park, which has, 20 million visitors a year, 12 million visitors a year, but we can't attribute all that to Oric, right? But I like that the Film Commission has a really great way to account for and attribute what comes in from their work in attracting movie filming and all the different things that get done there. Some areas like yours are easier to account for. Other areas are a little trickier to try and figure out what portion did they play in bringing everybody into reggae, or everybody into the Oyster Festival, or everybody into seeing the national park, and things like that. So there's some complications there, and I'm assuming that's the work the TAB will be doing, is trying to figure out these methods that are measurable results. What does those look like, and what parameters are we looking at? Is that a job of the TAB, Peggy, that will come out and draft will come back to us, and in public comment, there'll be opportunity for the public to weigh in on the development of those measurable results. And it looks very different in every community. Not everybody that goes out to Willow Creek, stops at the store, but they probably do spend money at the gas station, all kinds of places, and probably the store as well, to go to the river and such. So I look forward to that, and having that discussion about measurable results, because I think that's what we're all looking for, and we're all looking to work together on all this. So I too am not looking to change things today, but to be honest, it's not a two-month warning. It's been a 3-year warning, frankly, that this was going to change. And each year, as was said previously, we've kept putting it down the road a little further. I too don't want to be massively disruptive of taking money away from anybody. But if you're one of those that gets less money, you got to ask yourself, well, why? Why aren't we getting more money? So we'll see how this new process pans out. I, again, very much appreciate the work of not only the staff, Peggy and all of your staff, but also the committee that formed. I had a chance to sit in on the committee meeting last Friday, and I noted that it's women that are the movers and shakers in all this, to be honest, you guys. So almost everyone involved, except there was 3 of us there that were men, and we all clustered together, right? It was like 20 women. But you guys are the movers and shakers. I mean, frankly, and I admire that. I think it's great. I will say that, again, we need more money. And Measure J and TOT monies are already being used for a lot of really critical things, right? So last week, I think it was, we talked about the need for funding for ambulance service out of Willow Creek, as well as on Highway 36 with Star Ambulance. And also the volunteer fire departments that come to those crashes on these state highways to assist with extraction or other things. So I think that we gave direction to staff to consider putting together a ballot measure for a parcel tax to help fund those things. Rather than trying to get more money out of TOT and everything else, could we raise more money through a parcel tax to help with that public safety issue on our state highways, 101, 36, 90, 96, 299? And could we add in it, so it's like state highway public safety, and then could we have public facilities, improvements like parks, as was suggested by Supervisor Wilson? Could we include that in this ballot measure to support making sure our parks, our trails, and all that are up to snuff? Because this Bay Trail, that's pulling people into the community. If they're staying in Eureka or Arcata or in McKinleyville or Blue Lake, they want to come to the trail and get on that 7-mile trail or the Hammond or whatever it might be, and eventually connecting further south. So parks and trails are absolutely an attractant to this community. A lot of the films are filmed on our trails, like One Battle After Another took advantage of the walkway from Arcata over to Cal Poly. That's a trail. So not for today, it's not on the agenda, but I do hope that we have, when this comes back to us, we have a lively discussion about what that parcel tax might help fund so there's more money available to do all the things we're all trying to do. So, thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's any disagreement on moving forward with the recommendation as set forth in the motion. If there is any objection to unanimous consent, please say so now. Seeing no objection to unanimous consent, the motion passes. We are going into closed session.
We will need to read closed session in, so if you could just give us a 2-minute transition period.
And a big thank you to staff and everybody who worked on this, because I know it was a lot of community members. So thank you. We are going to read into closed session, and then we'll be back by 2:30. Not maybe by 2:30. No, 3. We'll be back by 3. Yeah. Go ahead, read closed session. Let's get this going. Yeah, hold on. Hey, can we hey, you guys, we gotta make it quiet for a minute while we go into closed session, and then you guys can yibber yabber after that. Okay. Go ahead and read it. Scott.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee appointment for the position of the Child Support Services Director. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to grant authority to its negotiators regarding the price and terms of payment for the lease of real property located at 1250 5th Street, Ferndale, California, 95536, assessor parcel numbers 030-011-003, 030-021-003, 030-071-001, 030-081-006, 030-112-017, 030-112-20, and 100-181-03. The county's negotiators are identified as Tom Matson, Humboldt County Public Works Director, and any duly authorized designees thereof. The parties with whom the county may negotiate are identified as the Humboldt County Fair Association and any duly authorized designees thereof. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Friends of the Eel River versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2201593, Jody Aragon Jr. versus Eureka City Schools et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2502212, Elizabeth Lassiter versus City of Eureka et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2600800, Redwood Oil Company versus Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2600683, and County of Humboldt et al. Versus County of Humboldt Division of Environmental Health, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2600705.
Okay, do we have public comment?
We do.
All right, online?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Boulder here again. I've just multiple things. Part of me wants to comment 2 minutes on each one of those items just to hold you up for 10 minutes, but I won't do that. Just to make sure you're properly getting public participation, I'd highly encourage you to have a time certain to come back. Otherwise, the item after you, it really goes towards the chair's desire to not take the comments of the public. That's what I'd say on that. It's quite interesting. If I heard that right, the County of Humboldt is doing its own health department. Maybe I misheard that. I don't know. Hopefully you found good applicants to appoint for those other head positions, but really don't try to just openly discredit public participation. I mean, I know you don't like us, but at least be a little bit more respectful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, board, for your patience and letting us get our public comment in. I want to confer with our prior speaker. I thought it was very interesting to see that our county is suing our county. My main comments go back to item 3, and I want to throw out something for our supervisors to do some research on. We have a document that is groundwater conditions in the Eureka area in Humboldt County. It was produced in 1975. And their summary and conclusions, I think, highly contradict a lot of the proposed facts and research that's being thrown at you guys for this.
Excuse me, is this related to an item that's on the
Item 3, the Eel River suing you guys, or going after you for water regulations.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
River. Thank you, Mike. Anyways, in what I'm telling you, this document, there is a summary and conclusions page. It is very exclusive. We were pumping a lot more water back then than we are now. And I think if we're going to have any water regulations, this should be something that is revisited by the board and not taken over by a private entity. Thank you.
Thanks, and sorry for the interruption. I just needed clarification. We were on task here. So is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to, or is there anyone left online? Anyone in the room that will speak to anything that we are speaking on in closed session? Seeing none, we're going to go into closed session. I'm going to give us 15 minutes to shake it off a little bit, go to the bathroom, and so we'll meet in there at about 1 p.m. And then that's when we'll start closed session. Okay? Welcome back, everybody. It took a while. Here we are. Okay, report out from closed session, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items K2 through K3 and K6 through K7. With regard to K1, the board voted unanimously to appoint Assistant Child Support Services Director Stacy Costa as the interim Child Support Services Director effective May 9th, 2026. With regard to items K4 and K5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Humboldt County Counsel's Office to defend the County of Humboldt in the cases of Jody Aragon Jr. versus Eureka City Schools et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2502212, and Elizabeth Lassiter versus City of Eureka et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2600800.
All right, thank you. All right, so the next item, I think, has to do with are we doing the bridge naming? All right. And that is, hold on a second, ripping through my schedule here. Public Works, here we are. Proposed naming of the new bridge, bridge number 04CO263. But we are planning on, you're going to ask for a postponement. Is
Yes,
that what I'm hearing?
the family could not be here this afternoon. We are requesting we move this item to a meeting to be determined in June.
Okay, sounds great. But I do have to open this up to public comment, just for procedural reasons. But those of you who are planning on commenting on this, you can do that today, but we are not going to be discussing it, and it will come back. So do we have anybody who wants to comment on this online?
We do not, Chair.
Great. Anyone in the room? All right, seeing none, does this require a motion to postpone? All right, is there a motion to continue this item?
Go ahead.
We had quite a few people in the room for this at 9 o'clock this morning, and now we're continuing it. So I will vote for continuance, but somewhere in there, we've got to respect people and get them in and out of here.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion for a continuance to sometime in June.
Great. There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0. We're moving on to the next item. And we'll try and make that one a time set for next time if we're bringing people in. We'll see what we can do. Okay. All right. Next item is Public Works Measure O presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Tom Matson, Director of Public Works. I put together a quick snapshot, and I will go real quick through it of what we did so far this year, and then get into the meat and potatoes of what we would like to do next year. So just starting off, there we go. Just to show the difference in what Measure O has done for us. Generally, we averaged around 5 miles of seal coats, chip seals per year before Measure O. This year, we were able to do 31, 6 times as many miles of road surfacing as we were able to do before Measure O. Similarly, with paving itself, 2 to 3 miles a year, we're up to 11 miles a year. So we jumped from surfacing 7 miles a year to surfacing close to 40 miles or over 40 miles this year. Just to note, that is close to 5% of the entire paved county road system. We would hope to be able to keep that up, but things change, money changes, and costs change. We had a really good year this year. Just a summary of what we were budgeted, what was approved, and what was remaining as of 4/6 when we did this analysis. If you have any questions, stop me, because this is all going to be online and you can all look at it in detail if you don't have any questions right now.
I'm hoping that our board holds their questions till the end of your presentation.
And so we went through our emergency response fund. We put $2.5 million into, and yes, we had to use it. Biggest project was a slide on Shively Road, but we had numerous culverts and other things that we took care of. Grant match projects, we brought into the county approximately $43 million in additional funding based on our $4 million out of Measure O, effectively turning Measure O from a $20 million revenue stream to a $60+ million revenue stream. Surfacing, these are the projects that we did out and quick, the chip seals and small paving jobs. I've listed out each and every one, what the budget was, what it actually cost, and what the savings were. And note that we had significant savings and were able to add the projects you approved earlier today on the board agenda from the savings from these projects. We had a contingency options and projects funded by the surplus. Again, these we were able to get to because of the cost savings we had in our original projects. We did a bunch of projects simply through maintenance, not contracting out or with small contracts. With the additional materials, our road crews were able to be provided with Measure O. Again, lots of different projects throughout the county, different contractors, different joint projects with contractors and the county. We put together a map set for everybody to look at so you can see where the roads we surfaced were, where the culverts we replaced. Again, just similar, more maps, and more maps. We did budget $100,000 for the complete streets, and we budgeted for ADA, but we'll talk about that in a minute. That project ended up costing us $70,000. Of the vast majority of that is materials that we still have that we can use for future pop-up projects. The target we had for complete streets based on board action was 5%, so that's $1 million. And so we didn't get it this year. We thought we would with the ADA project, but that is delayed until the following year. This is the list of equipment that we bought with our initial, the initial outlay of Measure O. Again, the biggest cost was replacing our 50-year-old rock crusher that is valuable to the county, all throughout the county, where we have pits basically from Orleans to Shelter Cove. So this year, going into 26-27, we're looking to plop $3 million. Let me just start off. We're lower in the initial revenue because going into 25-26, there was an additional 6 months revenue besides the year revenue. So we ended up with $26 million, of which $3 million went to the fund balance immediately, and the $23 million was available for us to program for different things. Of that, we are asking that close to $4 million be rolled over from last year to this year to complete projects that were authorized for last year, including our maintenance fuel tanks, which are under order, our surfacing project on Cedar, Redwood, and Cypress Avenue in the Cutton area, and our curb ramp program. We do believe we're still going to have about another $700,000 left over by the time books close in September, and we would recommend that go into the fund balance bucket at that time. We are upping the amount that we're asking for grant match projects. Again, we've found we have a lot of projects going on, a lot of projects to deliver this year, and this is bringing in, again, this will more than triple the base $20 million amount that the Measure O tax generated. We have a significant amount of surfacing, and then we have the stuff that goes into maintenance. We have a number of complete street projects this year. We are looking forward to our crosswalk enhancements. If you're aware, in most of the county, we have no lighting. Lighting is usually provided either by a lighting district or by a service district. We have many crosswalks that are unlighted. These signs on each side of the crosswalk will light up the crosswalk late at night when you're crossing the crosswalk and highlight you. So if you're wearing dark clothes, you can still be seen. We want to allocate, again, $100,000 for possible pop-up projects. Those would be forthcoming. We don't have, I have one in mind right now with Supervisor Arroyo, but others could come up. We have the Hammond Midtown Trail Crossing, flashing beacon. We have the Myrtle Ave rehab and bike lanes. About a third of that is complete streets work. That is the entire road, but that's two 12-foot lanes and 12-foot of shoulder, 6 feet on each side, so 1/3 of this entire project. And then we have our Willow Creek pedestrian crossing coming down into town from the river. So we'll be well over the $1 million target for complete streets this year. Most of these are in different, I'm just summarizing these here. Most of these are in our grant match projects. Myrtle Ave Bike Lane is a STIP project. The PED crossings are highway safety improvement projects, and the crosswalk enhancements are coming right out of the money we're putting into our maintenance division. These are our grant match projects that we have for next year. Again, I've highlighted the complete street ones adjacent to where they are. A lot of them, again, are still the 2017, 2019, 2022, et cetera, storm damage. But we got our highway safety improvement program guardrails. We've been getting about $1 million, $1.5 million every 2 years for that program for the last 3 cycles. So we've been continuing that to replace old guardrail with newer standard guardrail. And we have our pedestrian crossings. And then we have some bridge projects funded by the local bridge program. And again, these are our major projects going out to bid. Bald Hills, Phase 2, you put out Phase 1 this morning. Central Avenue, Liscombe Hill Road, Elk River Road, Mattole Road, Alder Point Road, and the Cedar Street, Redwood Street, Cypress that we're asking to roll over from this year's funding. On our contingency list are Hookton Road and Adams Fox Farm Road, and we will come back with those if we have the money to bring those forward. With road maintenance, we will be working on some major drainage and other issues in the Ferndale Bottoms, but on Meridian Road, and a little bit work on Redwood Drive in Garberville, Murray Road, and culvert repair out on Maple Creek Road. Heavy equipment, we're looking at purchasing 3 5-yarder trucks to keep our CARB compliance and keep our fleet moving forward and getting rid of our 3-yard trucks. And that's our proposed plan for next year and a summary for this year. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm available.
We're going to put this up for questions from the board, and then we'll go to public comment. Supervisor Bone.
The 5-yard dump trucks, will those be 2-axle then, not 3-axle?
I believe they will be 3-axle, which is the standard. It's the 2 with the floater.
So would we just align me why we wouldn't get a 10-yarder when we only want to put 5
Oh,
yards
no,
in it?
the 5-yarders are 2-axle.
I thought so.
The 10-yarders are 3.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
With the grant match projects, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, that the total was a little over 47 million, but the 7 over 7 was the
local.
It's the other way around. Okay, so we put in 7.25 million, and then we received the other
40 plus.
Oh, okay. The way that the table read, I just wasn't clear on which way it went. So that's a huge advantage for us.
Yes, it is.
Amazing. Thank you.
We're not doing as many projects this year because there were so many grants available for us to deliver, and we wanted to make sure we captured that money and brought it into the county.
Yes. Supervisor Bushnell, anything? Okay. Supervisor Mondrone? I just want to, I want to reiterate that oftentimes we make those arguments and discussions around self-financing or being able to put our own money into the pot, and a lot of external funders are more excited when we make a commitment vis-a-vis a tax or whatever that is as a community, that it actually ranks us higher, and oftentimes in these in our competitiveness for these monies. And so I just really want to appreciate our investment of 20 million then really grows over 200% more, and so I just want to really emphasize that. And I hear you that that 1 million would be from the 20, but I'm hoping that sometime in the future that, because if we're bringing in 60, it would be like 3 million in complete streets. But it's all right. I want to acknowledge that as I mentioned before, we're going to continue to arc towards more and more of those projects, and I just want to appreciate the work that you do put into that, and so grateful. And the more that we do these safe crossings and other things like that, we're just going to get better at it. We're going to do more of those things, and so I just want to really appreciate that. I'm going to move this to public comment before we bring it back to the board, and I appreciate this this report, and the public. We just want to thank the public for their investment in our transportation system. Is there anyone online who wants to speak to this?
There is not, Chair.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room that has any comments? This is your time. Come on up to the front. This is when it happens. If there's anyone else, get in line, please.
Okay, thank you. Mike Miles, Humboldt County resident. I was just curious to the board, on Elk River, I saw 800,000 look like for pavement. Any other discussion about ingress, egress, Berta Road, flood curve, Elk River courts during flooding times? Any discussion about addressing those with any of the Measure O money? Just a curiosity. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. And
we got a $100,000 grant from the Water Board to look at some various different options. And depending upon how the winter goes, we will be probably responding with, if we have the money left out of our emergency response account, to move forward some of the projects that have been identified. But the next step is to meet with everybody out in the community again, go over the priority projects, and then we have to, again, move those forward. And there's two possible fund sources right now. One is the Measure O fund to move the design forward to the point where we can file for some construction grants and match the money, and the other is through HCOG, getting money from them for the project study report developments, which is the next phase of anything on the Elk River. But yes, we have done a number of studies for Berta, Elk River, and we have some proposed projects that we want to move forward. It's just a matter of time and identifying the funding to move those forward.
I appreciate that. Supervisor Bone, but before you jump on, I wanted to echo what Supervisor Bone had said earlier about the calls that I'm receiving in relation to the to requests for repairs have dropped off. So I just want to recognize that. Although I have gotten a few calls about now that's like, why them before me sort of situation, but good problem than what's been in the past. So I really appreciate that. And Supervisor Bone.
Chair Wilson.
I'd like to defer to our clerk.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a caller that
Okay.
raised their hand last minute.
All right. I'm being. Let's let it fly. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
*6, is that what it is there? Okay.
Sorry, I literally just got this request to unmute. And again, Mike, we went to a Zoom option and we didn't get called on first online. It would really help your frustration with the situation. My frustration a little bit with Measure O and the road. Tom, great presentation. Thank you. I know you can only do so much, but personally, I've made several calls in for the Glendale Road. There's a culvert upon my inspection. It's completely smashed. Water underneath the roadway. The road is caving in, causing property damage. And that's not the only culvert on Glendale or in the county that is in dire need of restoration. So what do we do about that? Do we just wait until we have lawsuits with private property owners going after the county for damages? Or do we just wait till they completely give out and cause, major infrastructure issues? So I have reported them. I know other people have reported them. And then what happens when we get no response or nothing happens? So I think just working on that process with the public and getting back to them, checking these situations, getting a priority list going, because out of sight, out of mind isn't going to work in a catastrophic situation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before I ask you to respond, is there anyone else in the room or on this dais that needs to speak to any of this?
I just, the Elk River issue's been going on for 25 years. I don't know if we need to have another community meeting on it or anything else. We've studied it to death, and now the conservation people are buying up the land because we've lowered the value of it because we just haven't got enough. And hopefully we can get, I think what we're hearing, and if I'm not mistaken from Mr. Miles, let's just try to get her done. The studies cost money. Let's put that money towards getting her done.
All right, back to the director. I wasn't clear what the caller was talking about, but maybe you have some better understanding.
So it sounded like the complaint process is not getting back to her, which it should. You can either report a damaged, a bad section of county road either online or call our roads dispatch. That's 707-445-7421 or roads dispatch at co.humboldt.ca.us. Either way, that goes to our dispatcher. She calls the area foreman. She harasses the area foreman until they get back to her and tell her what the status is, what they may or may not do. But the foreman is also supposed to, or the dispatcher should also be calling back the person. And so we do have a log of every call that comes in, every report that comes in. It does go out to our road crews. It does come back. If we haven't gotten back to you within, say, 30 days, please call back and say, hey, I called this in, what happened? Things do fall through the crack. We have one dispatcher for all of the roads operations. So if we haven't got back to you, please call back and we will tell you what we are doing, what we did, etc. But that's the routine. And yes, we try to get to those culverts before they fully collapse, but we also may have a different opinion when we look at something than somebody else.
Right, and also to mention that, yeah, we do have the county does have a place where folks can call in or email in. If you're still not getting response the way you want, you can call directly to the Public Works Department. But also, emailing or calling your supervisor also helps when you're not feeling like you're getting response. I do recommend to my constituents too, when you're emailing, please send a photograph and a location. It's and all the information that you want me to convey. It's much easier than doing it via phone call. So with that, if there's nothing else that we want, Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I think she was talking about Glendale Drive and a number of culverts there, but yeah, the process, it'd be great to be able to get that pinned down, what she's talking about. I want to congratulate you, Tom, on all these matching fund efforts, and I know there's several supervisors, I think probably every one of us at some level is out there also looking for grant monies and bringing those forward, and then you are able to come up with matches for that. And like you said, in some cases, it's a 10-to-1 leverage. I mean, it's just phenomenal taking this money and leveraging, which is exactly what we thought would happen if we finally had some local match to do this. So commendations go out to all the crews, the road superintendents that help coordinate all this. I mean, it's a lot of work going on. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And that Willow Creek crossing, I think it's at Country Club Drive and Kim 2 Road. The community did a a walk audit, I think, with RCAA quite a few years ago, and that was identified as a very dangerous corner that people walk from town up to and cross over to get to Kim 2 to go down to the river. And so thank you for your persistence at going after that funding. And as you know, we've been talking a lot about possibly getting the trail that would ultimately go through the old mill site, connect up Creekside Park to Veterans Park, and this crosswalk would be connected to that, creating this loop trail system in Willow Creek that was identified in the walk audit years ago. So those walk audits are really valuable, but I just wanted to thank you for your persistence in going after all that money. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, it's good job all around, and I'll add to that, thank you to the administrators, the program and project managers as well for getting the money, helping us spend the money, and audit it in a way that is transparent. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to accept the presentation. However, I do want to say that, you know, in a time when economics are not really fun right now, the community went out and voted for Measure O and recognized that the county road system needed improvements and that we didn't have the money to do it. So I also want to say thank you to them. As I was looking through the list, I saw lots of local contractors that were taking those jobs, and I think that, you know, we campaigned on that, or people campaigned on that, and so I think it's really great that we're also being able to provide some outside work beyond county maintenance crews to get our roads back in really good shape. And thanks, Tom, for prioritizing and your crew, you know, and recognizing those match grants that we can get. And you had stated that that was a lapse where we didn't have the money to match, and those monies were just sitting out there. So that's really good that we can capitalize on that. And then just thanks to the roads crews too. I see them everywhere. They're just very proactive right now, and I think they're also happy that they're being able to do something and not being told we don't have money and we don't have materials for you. And I think that's something that hasn't happened for quite some time and has improved their morale and what they're doing. So I make a motion to approve and accept the presentation.
I'll second. And just to reiterate, we more than doubled what we brought in. We brought in double what we spent, excuse me, from Measure O, generated from our community and sales tax, but also matched at double the amount we spent. So that's huge. That's a really significant win for us, so thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bone.
Local contractors are important. For every load of fuel that our local contractors buy for their tanks, they pay $500 into Measure O. Not sales tax, just 1% right today is $500, and that goes right to Measure O. So we need to be aware of the benefits of doing everything as local as we can. And on these, we don't bid them, we just assign them, right?
No, if they're over 125,000, we can do an informal bid, and over 250, we have to bid them out formally.
But emergency work, we can just divvy
Emergency
out
work,
up to
I
$1
can just
million,
grab.
or is it
Yeah.
unlimited?
Emergency is unlimited. If
Do
I
we
have
do,
an
do we
emergency,
do
I
that
can-
like we do code enforcement? We got a list of 10 contractors and just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or do we?
We usually go for somebody we know in the local area that can get there in short order. So like Eder will get a lot of stuff in the Madola Valley, Wilcox will get a lot of stuff out in the Cove, Mercer Fraser will get quite a bit of stuff because they roam all over. We don't have a formal list, we just have a list of who's available, where they are, and can they get to it. If they can't get to it, they will tell us, and we'll move on to the next one.
Okay.
Great. Is there any objection to unanimous consent to this item, to the motion and second? Seeing none, the motion passes 5-0. We are moving on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Let's see here. The next item is letter of support for California Assembly Bill 2494 as amended. This is brought to us by, and this is a bill by Chris Rogers, our assembly member, and it's called State Forest Forest Management. And this item is brought to us by Supervisor Madrone. I'm going to let him start this off, but I do know that there is a representative for Rogers' office, for Chris Rogers' office on the line, who will be speaking to us about this bill. Supervisor Madrone.
Great, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this item, like so many of these support letters, is seeking this board's support for Assembly Bill 2494, which primarily deals with our state forests. There are quite a few of them, and the one we all may be familiar with is Jackson State Forest in Mendocino County. And, there's been a very lively conversation going on in the forestry community about this particular bill and what it might or might not do. So thanks to Sean, who just left. I was going to give him a little bit of a kudu thank. You can pass that on, CIO Hayes. Sean and I, with Assemblyman Rogers' staff, pulled together a Zoom call about 2.5 weeks ago, and Supervisor Wilson was on there, myself, Mark Andre, who's been the city forester in Arcata for a long time, Yana Valakovic, who's been our county forester for also a very long time, as well as Tom Wheeler from Epic, and a number of other community members interested in this topic. And we had a lively discussion because not everybody's on the same page, as you can imagine, often with these bills. But we were able to get everybody to agree to submit their comments in writing about any support and or concerns that they might have about the bill, and also make the extra effort to actually suggest edits to the language. As we know, these things always go through a process going through the legislature, and they get edited and they get changed. And so I've kept this support letter in a more generic form, basically supporting the intent and the goals of what the bill is trying to do. And so that's what's before us at this point. And at this point, I would like to invite Scott Alonso, who is the district director for Assemblyman Rogers, who's on the phone. His number is 2297. And if we could cue him up to unmute him, he could probably offer us a lot more detail and answer any questions that the board might have, because he knows this bill intimately. So with that, thank you, Kaylee. Two 2297. There he is.
Good afternoon. This is Scott Alonso. Thank you, Chair Wilson and Supervisor Madrone, for having me call in this afternoon. And yes, Assembly Bill 2494 was passed out of the Assembly Natural Resources Committee in March, and we are before the Assembly Appropriations Committee in just a few weeks. So this item is certainly timely. We're looking to garner local legislative support from all the counties in our district, and just really appreciate the board's consideration at this time. EPIC is the bill's sponsor, so we've been working with them closely on this legislation. And I think just a few things to highlight about the bill. You know, a lot of the folks in Mendocino County on the coast flagged this as a critical issue, not just for Jackson, but the entire demonstration state forest system. And really what we're trying to do here is elevate 30 by 30 principles within the bill, wildfire resiliency, and tribal co-management. So those are some of the key items that we're trying to modernize the state forest system with. And we're certainly hearing feedback and a lot of comments about the proposed bill. And really, I think one key item we're open to feedback and trying to change is how the bill lists and concerns the funding of the forest system. So currently the bill is proposing to move the demonstration state forest system into AB 1492, but we are working on amendments to change that funding structure with the Appropriations Committee. I don't have a firm answer yet from the Appropriations Committee on that proposed change, but happy to keep the County of Humboldt posted as we develop that. So just really appreciate the time, and I'll be here to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with questions from the board, and then we'll go to public comment. Supervisor Bone, I see your hand up.
Can I just ask to table this item till we actually have the letter in front of us? Because right now it's addressed to a committee that's already passed it, and it's in suspension till I believe May 14th or 15th. Nothing's going to happen. And from what I'm hearing is there's multiple amendments being made, both from the, I guess the author's EPIC. We can discuss it all we want, and then everything we discuss could change. So I know we're all in a fire to do what we feel is right, but we don't have, it's not going to affect us really close because we don't have a demonstration forest. I know Fort Bragg just, you know, we talk about tourists. Forest Bragg just, I think, voted against the letter. Mendocino voted for it. But I think what we need to look at is what it actually does. I don't know, we're going to put CAL FIRE in charge of restoration work, or I don't know what, but I think I'd actually make a motion to table this matter, let people speak on it if they want, but they're speaking on something that I think is going to change quite a bit if they're going to get support from what I can't support it without knowing what I'm voting for. I know a lot of people can, but I can't.
Well, I could answer one of your questions.
Hold on, I just want to speak. Hold on, is that a question?
Well, there's been a motion. I think at this point we're supposed to see if there's a second, and then we can have more discussion.
And typically we do that after we get public comment, so I'm going to hold that off for a minute.
Well, I would second the motion for discussion because I also, and I don't want to cut, like, for discussion, I guess, but.
Okay, I'm trying to get to questions for the author first, and then that's where we're at, and then public comment, and then
So I
actually
have a question
discussion.
for the author then,
Sure.
if that's okay, and he's still on the line?
Yeah.
And it's a representative of the author, correct?
What?
It's a representative of Rogers?
Yes.
He's the district director.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think our board received a letter from Yana Valakovic, who is our forester, and you know, she has a lot of questions, and I'm wondering from the author, like, at what stage is it at? You expect a lot of amendments and changes, and if you want letters of support from counties, it would seem likely that you would want those to include specific items in that bill, which seem like they're going to be changing quite a bit, given the conversations that I've heard around it.
This is to you.
So, yeah, Supervisor Bushnell. So yes, we did receive Yana's comments and appreciate the written feedback. We're still working with Epic and some of the Rogers on parts of her proposed amendments on some of the items that we can work with on. So I think the main proposal that we're considering is changing the funding aspect, because that's a concern that we heard from a lot of different folks, to not take away funding from the demonstration state forest system, to ensure that CAL FIRE has the right resources and that research can continue. So yeah, happy to share those amendments as they get developed. We just won't have them for a few weeks, so I just don't want to put an estimate on when they'd be available to share.
So around...
But the main...
Thank you for that. And I'm wondering then, is there a rush to get this letter of support from Humboldt, or would it be okay if we tabled it like the motion maker made and get those changes in our hand and then know what we're voting on?
Well, we certainly would like the support as soon as possible, because we have to get letters of support in, I think, by May 6th. So pretty quick here next week. Because as Supervisor Bone noted, we go to suspense, I think, on May 14th. And so we have to get letters in a week ahead of time. So that's the Appropriations Committee deadline. That's not our deadline. But the main principles of the bill will remain the same. This is changing the mandate of the state forest system away from commercial timber harvesting and away from maximum sustained production, and really elevating environmental principles and climate change principles and wildfire resiliency principles and how the forests are managed. So those items are not going to change. They are going to remain in the bill.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I wanted to answer Supervisor Bone's question about going to the wrong committee. Turns out that there was an error made when the information was transferred to create the staff report and the letter of support. It did change as far as the chair name, that's Isaac Bryan, but the actual place that changed too. So 2 changes were made, and I would like to ask for that to be amended in a motion that I think may ultimately be made to support this letter. It is the letter that I submitted to be on the agenda was in fact going to the proper chair at the Assembly Appropriations Committee. For whatever reasons, that did not get transferred and put into our agenda packet. So I apologize for that. But if this current motion fails and we get to another motion that might be in support of this, I would ask that in that motion we make sure to ask for the, pardon me? Buffy Wicks?
Chair Buffy Wicks.
Yeah, that's who I'd ask to have this go to in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. So that is the place where this bill is going to next. So again, apologies that didn't get done, but we can put that into the motion if we get one for support for this letter. So
Okay.
just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay.
And Scott, is that correct, would you say?
Yes, the letter would go to Chair Wicks. That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move this to public comment. Is there public comment online? And again, if you're online, be prepared to, this is your time. I'm not going to go back this time, so.
2 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 1177. I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
4 callers.
Hi, this is John Anderson, registered professional forester and also a longtime Jackson Advisory Group member for 15 years. Spent a lot of time on the forest and would urge the board for a number of reasons to not support this bill. Just a reminder that CAL FIRE bought this forest as a clear-cut 47, and a lot of people think it's a beautiful forest. I'm one of them, and that's due to the management that CAL FIRE has instituted over many, many decades. Yes, the funding is a big issue. The 1492 funds were originally implemented to go to agencies that oversee timber harvest review, and also for grants for wildfire projects that, as the bill is written, certainly would take funding away from that. In the definition of management of the forest and in the bill, no mention of sustainable forest management. That is a concern. CAL FIRE has managed this forest below that level for many years. That's why we see very mature second growth forests throughout just about all the forest. And indeed, if you look at an aerial photo, you can pick out Jackson State Forest from the surrounding timberlands very easy because of the mature nature of that forest. I will end my comment there, but I also want to touch on tribal co-management. This has been ongoing. We hear at Jackson Advisory Group meetings for over the last year or so about all the efforts that CAL FIRE is doing in tribal management of the forest as well, including forest trips and separate meetings with them. And so that is ongoing, and from what I've heard is going to be a model for other state forests too. So I really would encourage this board to not send in a letter of support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
I really concur with our prior speaker. He's commenting really close to a lot of my sentiments and concerns about the bill. We can always discuss all the positive things about it, but to make a true, fair decision, we also need to look at the concerns in opposition. And he listed several of those, but there's more. And for instance, RCRC, our rural county representatives in California, you know, they're pretty leery on this too, with the fear that it's going to reduce what was going on with maintaining our forests and limiting like a lot of abilities to recreate in areas as well. And there's also a lot of other critics going into like the benefits of, you know, our wildlife having these forests managed, especially with like the elk populations exploding unmanaged. You know, keeping these forests open and areas for these animals to come in and browse and have somewhere to actually live in their ecosystem is really crucial, because as we're letting them become basically decommissioned, they're pushing them out. And so I do think this does need to come back, and I think we need to look at the pros and cons. And I know that supervisors already have a 3-2 like gridlock on the vote, but it still warrants coming back and showing both sides of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I want to confirm you can hear me there in the chambers.
Yes.
Thank you. My son's playing baseball now, so it's cutting into my comment time. But hey, number one, don't ever support a bill with you don't know the amendment. I think that's just reckless leadership, extreme reckless leadership, and then especially if you have opposition from the professional industry that you're trying to overregulate. But hey, if you want to tighten that noose around the economy more and more and continue to wave like, hey, Humboldt County, we'll tighten the noose and we'll squeeze all of the economic growth out of everything, go ahead and support it. But I don't support it as it is or amended. I think it's horrible. Back off logging. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 6012, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there, my name is Alex Hunt. I'm a 5th generation Humboldt County resident.
Along with my deep roots in Humboldt County, I am also a part of the directors of Redwood Region Logging Conference Board. This board consists of individuals who are passionate about our forest and focused on the education and long-term sustainable goals of the timber industry in the local area. Speaking for the other members on the board, we are in opposition of Supervisor Wilson's letter supporting AB 2494. Demonstration forests like Jackson State Park need to be managed in order to be healthy, sustainable forests. Not only does this state park need to be managed to be sustainable, it also provides jobs to our local economy and also provides logs to local mills throughout Humboldt County. California has some of the most stringent forest practice rules to help ensure that operations are following rules and regulations to operate in a way that protects stream courses and wildlife. The machinery and logging to operate in a way that protects the machinery and logging techniques today are much different than our previous generations. Long-term mismanagement of state and federal lands have led us to saying the phrase, log it, graze it, or watch it burn, which is not just a catchphrase. In reality, we have witnessed statewide for years of this mismanagement. Maintaining our road systems, utilizing fuel reduction forestry techniques are creating sustainable forests that we hear for many generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 8689, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes. You can also press *6 to unmute yourself as well.
Thank you to Supervisor Madrone for introducing this. This is Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. I wanted to clarify that things like wildfire resilience, managing for biodiversity, managing for carbon sequestration, these are how we should be managing our public lands. At present, state law directs that demonstration forests like the Jackson, like Latour, like Mountain Home are to be managed for maximum sustained timber production. That is an outdated idea of what is in the best public interest. This bill would update it so that we're managing for more modern resource management concerns. And to clarify, it does not prohibit timber operations, commercial timber operations. We all know that commercial timber operations can be used to manage for biodiversity, can be used for managing for carbon sequestration. Where they are appropriate, they can be used into the future under this bill. Just wanted to let you all know also among the other sponsors of this bill, we have 350 Humboldt, we have California Environmental Voters, the Center for Biological Diversity, California Native Plant Society, the Sierra Club, CalTrout, CalWild, Coalition to Save Jackson, Earthlings Unite, EPIC, Forest Forever. The list kind of goes on and on. We have a big, broad, diverse coalition of supporters behind this bill, and I thank the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors for their support.
Thank you. Caller 4350, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Sierra Braggs. I live in Eureka, and I am in full support of this letter and this bill for the demonstration forest. I want to remind the board and the community that actually the timber industry has a long history of actually logging itself out of business and leaving the workers, the loggers, with no work and a devastated environment, usually including a toxic or degraded ecosystem. And so I think that it's really exciting to see this bill, which doesn't necessarily say that it's leaving the forest to be some place that humans don't belong, but is actually bringing back in indigenous knowledge, local traditional ecological knowledge, and different ways of engaging with the forest that's sustainable, but not only for the plants and animals that live there, but also the human communities that interact with it. So I really hope that you guys can go ahead and make a decision today.
Thank you. Caller 9165, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
afternoon. This is Alex Bloomer. Really appreciate the discussion, and really many thanks to the board for bringing this up for a vote today. Want to just comment on the previous caller from the timber industry talking about tribal co-management, and would just really urge the board to listen to the tribes that are in support of this bill, rather than having someone from the timber industry speak for them. It's been great to see so many tribes supporting this and asking for the state to step forward and support more co-management opportunities. The state has actually adopted an acreage goal of how many acres they want to see the state bring under tribal co-management, and this bill will help us take a huge step in that direction. And it really helps elevate the 21st century values that California has elevated in policy as public trust values that the whole state wants to hold up, including wildfire resiliency, climate resiliency, biodiversity, tribal co-management, and outdoor access. And I urge the board to think about all of your constituents, not just the timber industry, and how this can really benefit all of Humboldt County and supporting the restoration economy and jobs across Humboldt, and beyond. Thank you so much. Oh, and I guess one more comment about amendments on the bill. When you support a bill, just to make it really clear, if there's amendments that happen down the line that you don't like, you can always withdraw your support. When you support a bill, it's not permanent forever. There's always an option to withdraw support if down the line you decide you don't appreciate the amendment. So just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I have Yana with her hand raised.
Actually, I'm going to do public comment in the room, and then we'll have Yana speak, because I think, she's one of our staff. She's one of us. So if there's people in the room speaking on this item, this is your time to line up and say your piece. And 2 minutes each, max. There we go.
We ready?
Yeah, we're so ready.
Okay, all right, thank you. Again, Mike Miles, Humboldt County resident. I have a 5 o'clock forestry class appointment, so I'm trying to get there quickly. But yeah, registered professional forester I am for the last 20 years now, 30 years working in forestry. Acquainted with Jackson Demonstration State Forest because I was a Governor Brown appointee to the Board of Forestry for 8 years and worked closely with Jackson State Forest and the whole state forest system. But perhaps more importantly, have used the information from Jackson State Forest, from its demonstrations and from its science throughout my career. So really value that perspective that it brings there. I guess one of the several significant problems with AB 2494 as currently written is it has this inaccurate premise and assumption of what demonstration of maximum sustained production means. And so it suggests that you have to set this high bar and then cut that much timber. And really, it just, demonstration of MSP is the maximum allowable harvest. But what you see happening at Jackson Demonstration State Forest for the last 20 plus years is they're cutting 1/3 of that allowable harvest. And that's why the forest carries an astounding 55,000 board feet to the acre right now, which if you know forests, that's a lot of trees, a lot of big trees, and they're growing. So it's really, when I hear what we all want in this room and the callers out of our forests, this forest is demonstrating that right now under the current management. It's a role model for the nation. It's certainly a role model for the state. So there's kind of the bill is kind of a solution without a problem if you really look at it. And it's going to limit the sort of scientific studies that we can do on the property if it takes out certain silvicultures. I'm glad to hear that it's considering its funding source again, because that was a problem. And then also we just got to think about the local industry and the local families that are working on this forest. And the current forest management does not prohibit restoration opportunities. Those are there and will continue to be there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. I just want to kind of bring in big picture kind of stuff. Our nation is moving towards the unitary executive, and it happens that our executive at the moment believes that all of our national forests should primarily be for the purpose of making money, not for ecological purposes. So here we have a state forest. It's owned by the state of California. It's public. It's owned by the people. And we have a lot of data points for even-age silviculture. We have a lot of data points for maximizing profits. So I would like to encourage this board to support this bill for that reason. This Jackson State Forest, it's great that there's big trees. Let's manage it for ecological purposes primarily. I believe that's what the people of California would want, and the other animals of California too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Russ Dorval. I'm a registered professional forester and the timber manager for North Fork Lumber Company. I'm here today to address the process used in developing the county's letter of support for AB 2494. The Humboldt County Forestry Review Committee was established in 1952 by Ordinance 1711 of this board. The committee was specifically created to review technical forest-related matters of concern to Humboldt County and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. All voting members of the committee are required to be registered professional foresters in good standing, licensed by the California Board of Forestry, and actively working in Humboldt County. This committee exists to provide professional science-based expertise on complex forestry issues. AB 2494 is exactly the type of legislation the Forestry Review Committee was created to evaluate. It involves technical questions related to forest management, wildfire resilience, ecological impacts, and economic consequences for Humboldt County. It is my understanding the Forestry Review Committee was not given the opportunity to review AB 2494 and provide expertise for the board on this matter. Bypassing a committee specifically established for technical forestry matters removes an important layer of professional review and local expertise from the decision-making process. Utilizing the Forestry Review Committee would allow the board to receive balanced, science-based input, understand potential unintended consequences, and ensure decisions are informed by local expertise. This process helps strengthen transparency, improve decision-making, and ensure that forestry policies affecting Humboldt County are carefully vetted. I respectfully request the board utilize the Humboldt County Forestry Review Committee for technical forestry matters such as AB 2494 before taking formal positions, and reconsider the letter of support until that review can occur. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Mahoney-Moyer. I'm commenting as a registered professional forester, member of the board of directors of the California Licensed Foresters Association, and resident of Humboldt County's District 3. California's state demonstration forests under current management provide opportunities for research that benefits rural communities such as Humboldt County. In particular, this research benefits small landowners who do not have access to the scientific staff of large landowners. Under the current management, the demonstrations forest system has taken cut-over forest land and grown beautiful and productive forests that provide valuable ecosystem services and recreation opportunities, in addition to sustainable timber harvest. I would respectfully encourage you not to support AB 2494. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Kelly. I'm the chair of the forestry department at Cal Poly Humboldt. And I do have concerns with how the legislation is currently written, so I'll just jump into them. The language in the proposed legislation would redefine management on state demonstration forests as primarily two objectives. Those are biodiversity conservation and wildfire resilience, while supporting various secondary objectives, including compatible research efforts. In my opinion, this is too restrictive for researchers who need a variety of conditions for experimental design purposes, and I've contacted a number of researchers who have ongoing projects, and they express similar concerns, that essentially we're narrowing our research questions while climate change is presenting totally new scenarios for landowners to grapple with. These demonstration state forests are where we test and modify our state forest practice rules. They demonstrate management for about 40% of forest lands in California, and those landowners are incredibly diverse. They manage for all kinds of things. So where do we test that private forest management? We can't really test all the management on private lands because researchers don't have long-term access to those lands. We can't test them on federal lands for various reasons. But California is a state that really values research and evidence and strong environmental regulations that are grounded in science. And so we've dedicated these forests to research. That research needs to reflect the range of things that landowners do. So I do want to thank folks for trying to make positive changes on these forests, and I do believe at times that the research on the Jackson has been too geared towards timber production. And the initial legislation also didn't center research. But I think that subsuming research by saying it has to be compatible with 2 predetermined objectives, it doesn't really work. It's just too risk averse.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and Supervisors. My name is Josefina Barantes, and I'm the Conservation Advocate at the Environmental Protection Information Center, also known as EPIC, here on the North Coast. Thank you for your leadership in considering supporting healthy forest, wildfire resilience, and tribal co-management on our state forest by sending a letter of support for AB 2494, or at least considering sending a letter of support. Of course, wildfire resilience is not contained within county borders. If a fire is burned in Mendocino County, those impacts are felt along the whole North Coast. Additionally, the North Coast has heavily relied on extractive industries for the past over 170 years, and therefore it is time to transition to a restoration economy, and this bill would help us do that. Also, we would like to remind the board here today that they can withdraw support if they don't like the amendments that go through during the Appropriations Committee. You can also update the letter with more specificities after submission. Mendocino County did ask for legislation exactly like AB 2494 in their 2026 legislative platform due to community concerns for the way that the Jackson Demonstration State Forest is managed. There are 16 tribes across Lake, Santa Cruz, Alameda, and Mendocino counties in support of this legislation, which includes Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Intertribal Sinkyone Wilderness Council, Amamutsan Tribal Band, and the Mukwema Ohlone Tribe. Thank you for consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Jeannie Fulton, and I'm here representing Humboldt County Farm Bureau. We've been around since 1913, and we advocate for our agriculture here in this county, and the timber industry clearly falls under those guidelines. We respectfully urge the board not to approve a letter of support for 2494 at this time. First, we really don't have an urgency for this since it is in the Assembly Appropriations. We would respectfully request that you wait until the final language of that bill has been solidified before we make a decision. We are aware that those can be taken back and revised, but we know that that process is a very long and slow one for us. It would be best if we just hold off, get the language right, and move forward from there. Second, this bill deserves careful local review. As mentioned, we have a forestry review committee, and I feel that, and my members feel that we need to do our due diligence on this and use our forestry review committee for what they were designed to do and lean into their expertise. Humboldt County Farm Bureau fully supports healthy watersheds, salmon habitat, wildfire resilience, and tribal co-governance. And these goals that active forest management has helped achieve over the years, and our California forest practice rules has really helped us to ensure these things. But changing fundamental and management model of the demonstration forests could could undermine those very benefits that this letter is highlighting. And so I'm just asking once again that the board hold off on sending any letter of support for this bill until due diligence and our forestry committee can review it. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we're bringing it back to the board. Oh, excuse me, to Yana, since she's online.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day. Thank you, Chair Wilson, members of the board and staff. I really appreciate the chance to squeeze in some comments. It's a complicated day for me in travel. I think what you can see here is there's a tremendous amount of passion, and forests are great at uniting us in our passion around how they should be managed and the ways that they should be managed. I just really want to bring a couple thoughts forward, and that is that this bill is about all 14 forests. It's not just about Jackson Demonstration Forest, which means that it crosses many ecosystem types, many vegetation types. of which the framework that you might apply redwood silviculture to, but don't apply to those other forests. And so I think it's important that we have a broader conversation around the role and function of these unique ecosystems and how we make sure that in the definition of management and the compatibility with research, we don't limit and create some unintended consequences that are, from an ecosystem perspective, quite damaging. So I think there's quite a bit of work to still be done in that arena. I also want to bring forward that, the research community is feeling pretty sensitive about this topic, especially given the recent closures of the Forest Service research facilities, the staffing layoffs, and other funding impacts. And so, these demonstration forests are some of the few remaining public spaces for conducting applied forestry research that benefits the whole state, including our communities. I've had active research projects on Jackson, and many of my colleagues continue to have novel ecosystem research that answers many climate questions, many resiliency questions, and then some just sort of fundamental understandings about the way we believe we understand these dynamic ecosystems that are under tremendous pressure. I think another really important point to consider here is that we want to make sure that we don't limit our toolbox across all 14 forests, because unexpected things do happen. And making sure that we have a full toolbox of management is important because as we've seen in the Boggs demonstration forest during the Valley Fire, 85% of the forest burned in one burning period. And the response to and challenges to that situation are multifaceted and take some novel and unique issues. We've seen insect and disease outbreaks across the state that have really hammered our ability to understand density and stand management and really important issues related to keeping a qualified workforce capable of being able to respond. Like, one of the things that I find most tragic is in looking at what happened when the millions of trees died during the last drought, is that a lot of them were just burned in open burners because there was no milling infrastructure processing capacity left in the Southern Sierra. So these are complex issues. I think running this through the Forest Review Committee, of which I'm a member, would yield some, I think, nuanced and supportive conversation that could help inform, where your interests are. I think the Forest Review Committee could tackle very specific directions. So if you had issues, concerns, items that you think would be most warranted, to be able to look through and give some advice and guidance both to the authors as well as to you, I'm sure the committee would be happy to do that and do that in an expedited manner. So I appreciate the time to talk today, and I'm happy to be here to help navigate some of the technical challenges and help think through, what some of the consequences may be that are both direct and indirect to Humboldt County constituents, landowners, and the research and science community. So thanks for taking it today, and a long conversation. So I'll sign off unless you have questions.
No, that was very direct. And if we have questions, we'll let you know. Just hold tight.
Okay.
All right, so we're bringing it back to the board for discussion. We've had a presentation, and I want to bring it back to the author, if that's okay, to answer any questions or concerns that he heard in this discussion. Yeah, I'm talking about Scott. Is he here? Is he present?
We're working on getting him unmuted.
Okay, we're working on getting him unmuted.
Hello?
No, I've got this. We've got a process here. So, can you respond to any of the items that you heard, and sort of give us some understanding of what you got out of that?
Yeah, Chair Wilson, thank you for that the opportunity. I think a lot of the comments and concerns we've been hearing about through this whole process. So appreciate everyone sharing their viewpoints on it. I think just a couple things to note. While the bill does apply to all 14 forests, there's only a few forests that do commercial timber harvesting. And so that's why we wanted it to apply to the entire system. The bill only applies to the state forest system. This bill does not touch private timberlands, doesn't touch private property. So just wanted to emphasize that. And I think, some of the comments we've heard, I think actually reinforce the need for the bill. We appreciate the work that CAL FIRE is doing, but current law is simply just outdated. The parts of the code section that we're looking to update haven't been touched since 1974. And so the priorities of the state have changed, the priorities of our residents have changed, and so Assemblymember Rogers feels that this is the right approach to strike that balance, to support research, support science, but to elevate these key environmental principles in how we manage our public lands.
Okay, great. And then I'll bring it back to Supervisor Madrone for a minute, and then we'll kind of break into discussion here, so see where we go.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I agree with what Scott Alonso just said in terms of the overall goals here and stuff. And I do appreciate that we have a Forestry Advisory Committee. And I invited several of them to the discussions that we had with Assemblyman Rogers' staff to provide comment and input. And since then, both today and in the last week or so, others have commented. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that input. I will say that I was lucky enough when I was at Cal Poly Humboldt getting my master's degree and doing my thesis work. It was based on 40 years of research on private lands, Green Diamonds lands, which I had great cooperation with to establish a paired watershed study and came up with some really wonderful results that inform the industry and inform our work. So that was 40 years worth of data collection on private lands. And so that is possible, and there are a lot of students that do their master's work, their thesis work on private lands. It's usually pretty available. So it's not just the state forest where that happens. I appreciate the work that is being done there and the research, but it also is being done on private lands as well. I am going to be voting no against the opposition to this letter because I think it's important to provide that support. I think the Assemblyman is working on trying to improve, what we're doing with our state forests. And as has been mentioned, if it were to go sideways and certain amendments were made that we simply can't, as a majority, agree with, we can also do a denial and pull our support from that. So at this point, I'm hoping that we get to a letter of support, but that's up to this board and the majority and what we decide to do here. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Supervisor Bone?
Yeah, I don't know what. Now, Yana is our county forester, right? And then we have a forest review committee, which wasn't heard from. And Mr. Dorval hit the nail on the head about the forest review committee. That was actually in my notes about earlier why. But yeah, let's just approve it. And if we make changes we don't like, we'll pull it. No. Let's just see what the changes are and vote on the finished product. Here, just pay for the car repairs. I'll finish them next week. If you don't like them, I'll give you money back. It doesn't work that way. I need to see a finished product before I give support, because I'm giving support to the letter here. And then just point of order, who is the author? Scott Lonzo, we kept turning to him. He's just Chris Rogers' guy. He didn't write this, I don't think. He just needs to buffer what we say. I think this was written outside of house and then brought to them to be run, because that's what they've said themselves. Well, and then I hear, well, this is really old stuff. Well, I'm really old too, and probably a lot of people agree I shouldn't be up here because I'm old, but I am. So I just think as we move forward, we have to have completed products to vote on. I mean, to make a vote on something we have no clue on. And I've got a whole list about carbon sequestration. We cut them down. But we talked about all the residents. We have 3 sawmills that use product from this thing, and they aren't big, nasty sawmills. They don't leave people behind. A lot of rules leave people behind because there's nothing left to manufacture. But with that said, 30% of the tree growth is getting cut. Do that all the way around, we'd be happy. But I think what we're bringing this forward is we're trying to circumvent our forest review committee. I think we heard from Cal Poly, very, very much so. We heard from our forester. We heard from a myriad of the Farm Bureau, which represent most of the Agricultural Committee. We heard from Jim Abels, 57 years he's been doing this. He's old too, but I think he's seen a lot, and I think he understands quite a bit. He was very instrumental in the general plan. But like I said, I'm not going to say, well, we'll just change it if we don't like it. I don't like it now because it's not finished. I need to see I need to see a finished product. And I mean, silly as that may be, I guess, you know, I'm not going to buy a pig in a poke. So I will definitely not support this.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Well, we're in receipt of some comments, written comments from Jana Velikovic as well. So I appreciate those verbal comments and the written comments with suggested amendments and some information about her perspective as our forester. I also really appreciated and I'm sensitive to the research concerns raised by commenters here today. And, you know, I think as these are demonstration forests, and one of the key purposes is research. And we do have forestry students at Cal Poly Humboldt involved in research at these forests or in collaborative efforts. You know, both students and faculty. It's very important that we hear them out because that's our, while we're interested in the forest health overall as part of the greater community, you know, I think we're also interested in hearing from educational partners in the community. So I'm not interested in a wholesale rejection of this, but I'm interested in making some edits and recommended modifications. Yet it sounds like the timeline is a little bit urgent to get this out of suspense and moving forward with appropriations if with modifications. So I'm a little unclear, and I was going to ask to Mr. Alonso to kind of clarify what would happen if we did want to take more time with this and make some recommended edits or modifications. What would that look like, and would it still be able to be revived in this legislative cycle? And this happens all the time this time of year where legislation is moving forward and needs it's at that make or break point. And we get requests like this to help weigh in and move the needle. So this isn't uncommon this time of year that this kind of thing happens. But I was wondering if Mr. Alonso could comment on that, specifically thinking about edits related to research and educational projects that are ongoing.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Arroyo, for those questions. We are very open to working with those concerns around research. We're having those conversations right now. I don't know if when we amend the bill in appropriations, if that will be settled by then, in the next week or so. But we are committed to working with folks in the research community and at the university level to try to come up with language to hear those concerns and address those concerns, because we do not want to limit research. That's not the intent of this bill. We don't want to limit support and funding for the system. We want to strengthen it and modernize it. So we're open to that. But the timing is urgent because the Appropriations Committee, as many of you know, is such an urgent committee where some key decisions will be made, and we're confident in that. But it's still a key deadline for us. And then we have to go to the assembly floor by the end of May. So it's a very tight timeline, but we anticipate we're going to keep working on this. The bill is a living document. We are going to continue to work with folks that oppose the bill. We may not agree on everything, but we're always open to feedback. And we've heard feedback from other counties too. We've heard feedback from Lake County. I think Santa Cruz County is going to consider a support position later this spring. And so we're happy to continue to work on it with folks as long as the intent of the bill remains, as I mentioned earlier. So we're still open to some of that technical feedback.
Okay, but recognizing that in our case, we don't have a meeting next Tuesday. You need letters by the 6th. If we were to defer it today, then you wouldn't get a letter by the 6th. But you do have other counties who are looking at providing support down the line. and you're in the process of revising, and I know that that always happens with legislation at this time in the process. It gets revised constantly. So I think, I understand the kind of time crunch we're in. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think, but I know people think they know how I'm going to vote, but sometimes I don't.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell, and then I'll take a little bite out of this.
Thank you. I want to thank Yana for her comments today and also her written comments. It really gave me a lot of thought, and as well as the professionals in the room. I'm not a professional forester, and I really rely on professional foresters to give me good direction on how to manage private lands, and part of that obviously comes from the scientific things that happen in these demonstration forests. I think by the author, or what we're calling the author, I'm sorry, what's his name?
It's Assemblymember Rogers' bill.
Yeah, Rogers is the author.
But by Scott, who just was talking, said that there's a lot of things to come forward, and that some counties are choosing to maybe support that in the future, and that he recognizes that he doesn't want the scientific part of it to be hindered, which at this moment seems to be the case. And I really appreciate Cal Poly coming out and saying their thoughts on how they feel. And I think people want to have some kind of adjustment, but where we're at with that, I don't think is quite, with this bill, is not quite there. I also think that the Forest Review Committee is something this board set up. We rely on those professional people to bring us that knowledge, and to really, because we're not foresters up here, and so we put that group together, and it's not one forester, it's a whole group. So they can put their minds together and come to us and say, this is what we think is best as professionals, which we rely on all the time. We take that advice from many committees, but yet this time we have not. And so I don't really care for that, and I would be interested in possibly supporting this bill in the future once the amendments are set and foresters weigh in and our Forest Review Committee weighs in, and see what that looks like. And so those are my thoughts today. I really also want to thank the Ag for coming today, because it's huge. That mix of private landowners and state lands, managed state lands, or the demonstrative forest is so important for getting it right on private lands. And if we restrict that process, you have the opportunity to make big mistakes on private lands in the future, because you haven't had the opportunity to do that scientific work that needs to be done and give those recommendations to private landowners. That's why the foresters do that. So that's why CAL FIRE does this, because they set those ordinances and codes, and they want to make sure they get it right for the health of the future forests. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to just comment on a couple things, and then we'll see where we go. In terms of waiting for amendments, I just want to emphasize that we support bills all the time that are in amendment processes. We support bills right out the gate, and they get amended a lot. So and we're constantly reviewing and taking a look at that. And so I think that's not, and some of them aren't perfect. Even one of the nitrous oxide bills that we're supporting, Blake Spear's bill, not perfect by any means, but we're seeing amendments being made, and we're hopefully making them better. In some ways, I wasn't as excited, but it's getting better. So I just want to point out that that's how the process works. If you wait until the very end, it may the general direction of a bill that's in where it's going may get knocked out before you even get that support in there, because you're waiting. So for me, I'm not so worried about the jumping in and getting some support in there, and then if it turns real sideways, we can always come back from that. So I'm okay with that. And again, it kind of reflects in the timing of this. It is going to approach, and you work at this moment. This is a very tenuous time in the Appropriations Committee, because then things get held in appropriations and you don't even know why. And so this is actually when you really are looking for that support. And I think it's pretty important just to get through that. And again, if it gets through there, then it goes to the full assembly, and then it goes to the Senate. So it's got some time to churn. So from my perspective, the goal of this is to modernize that perspective. And I heard what someone said about, we don't want to have this idea of, manage the forest lands and log it, graze it, or let it burn. We do that. That's not what I think we're trying to get to. From my perspective, I'm looking for a bill that expands the toolbox, doesn't limit it, but expands it in terms of what that research can look at. And I think that's what, from my perspective, this is what it does. What it does do is it says, hey, making the most money off the property is not the primary purpose anymore. It's a spectrum of purpose, and I think that we can do that. I hear the concern about the limiting of research, and I don't want to see that happen. I think that's pretty important, and I would like to make sure that we support language that addresses that concern. I think that's, and I think we can do that. I think even in a support letter with that says something to that effect, that says we support this, but we would like to make sure, please add amendments as we move forward that address this. I think it's fine. Again, in my perspective, it's not worth coming back to this because I think it's moving in the right direction, and I think it will get there. And I think it will be a net benefit by the end of its process. So with that, I'm gonna. I think Supervisor Arroyo is asked to comment. Did I get that? And then we'll kind of round robin that. So those are my comments, and then Supervisor Arroyo.
In reading the letter, thank you. Reading the letter, what it highlights, I fully support the proposed letter here. I think it's the language of the bill that we've received comments on, and we have the as amended version as of March 25th, but I think it's continuing to be amended. So I was going to propose an alternate motion, a substitute motion, excuse me. To approve the letter, but with the following change. So the last sentence of the letter of support reads, "For these reasons, we ask that you support AB 2494. I have put together alternate language saying Humboldt County supports the overarching principles of AB 2494 and requests that modifications to the language focus on supporting and not interfering with important ongoing forestry research. Additionally, we attach comments from our county forester with recommended amendments which are supported by our board, and that we attach the amendments that were sent to us by county forester and extension person extraordinaire, Jana Valikovic."
Okay, I appreciate the interesting, and that does happen. There are support letters that then also have suggestions for amendments.
I would support that alternate motion.
So I'm going
I'll
to
second it.
Supervisor Bushnell first, and then we'll kind of go from there. Supervisor Bushnell.
So does thank you. Does the first motion dies, or what happens with the first motion?
It doesn't die. I mean, I think.
I just want to
yeah.
reference what you said, Supervisor Wilson, that we have time, and I think we do have time, and that there's a lot of things that come and go. I referencing a nitrous ordinance that public health safety, is a lot different than this, and I do know that sometimes we do support things that are in motion, but by your own words, we do have time, and I'm not going to be supporting this until we have the Forest Review Committee that weighs in, and that we see some type of different draft come back.
Okay. Appreciate that. And Supervisor Bone, and then
Yeah, and
we'll roll through these.
I mean, I don't see where an emergency on their part that we need the letter right away causes a sense of urgency for us. It sounds like that's on them. They're sending in a letter, they support it, Assemblyman Rogers and Lonzo and Epic and everybody else can support the hell out of it, but until we see what's coming forward, and this is the problem, we already talked about it today. Why don't people want to serve on our committees? because we bypass them when we know it's not going to be comfortable or work in our favor. I mean, there's no other way to do it. We took a forest review committee who isn't just a bunch of people. They're registered foresters working in our community. They are professionals. They meet, they are the cream of the crop. And then the godfather himself, Jim Abels, weighs in. And I'm sorry to say, we did not even refer to them, but now all of a sudden it's an emergency because we only have till then. Well, they've had this for a few months now, over a couple months. They could have brought the letter thing. I can't support it. I know where the vote's going. I don't even know why I'm even wasting my time, but this is why people don't serve on committees.
I will point out that the Forestry Review Committee reviews a lot of things. Very rarely do they review legislation coming before our board. Yeah. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. So to speak to the issue of the Forestry Advisory Committee, the makeup of that committee is very much industrial forestry focused. This is a state forest. I have brought issues to the Forestry Advisory Committee to consider that had to do with non-industrial forest lands and restraints or constraints on taxation systems, and asked for them to work on changes. They listened, but there was no follow-up whatsoever. So for me, it's been disappointing when I brought stuff to the Forestry Advisory Committee that wasn't focused on industrial forestry. This is not industrial forestry we're talking about. We're talking about a state forest that is everybody in the state's resource, and they're going to be managed differently. And again, this letter of support is written rather generically, and I appreciate that Supervisor Arroyo recognized that, because things do change. And yes, there are going to be changes to the bill, and I like what you offered as an amendment, or I think you called it an alternate motion or something like that. And then there's the question about how do we handle that? Do we really have two motions, or is there an amendment to the motion? So I support that sentence or paragraph that you offered to add to it. So she's pulling out our Robert's Rules of Orders?
Parliamentary procedure book.
We have an attorney here, so just hold on one second.
Well, and my understanding is that the amended motion goes first to decide if it actually passes, and if it does, and it makes the original motion moot, then that's how that works.
I'm not to waste any more time, because this is really silly. I mean, I looked at who we've looked at. RCRC, we have not, they're opposed to it. CSAC has not weighed in. They're on a watch. These are the organizations. We've got Stacy Heaton, who deals with forestry issues, not just industrial forestry issues. For RCRC, who's a geniac. But I will go ahead and pull my amendment back, and we will take all those in favor of 3-2 and go with it.
So I wasn't finished with my statement, Mr. Chair. If I could continue, please.
Sure.
I'm going to make it very concise. For the audience, you think that maybe this is all of the input that we've had on this issue, but it's not. We received over 60 emails in support of this letter of support for this bill. We received at least 5 comments today in support for it, and we heard 10 comments against this bill. So on the weight of it, I mean, these are the things that we as board members have to look at. You may not know all the other input that we've gotten except for what happened here today. So I want to make it really clear that we've received over 60 emails in support of this bill, with, in many cases, talking about wanting to make sure that we do whatever we need to do in the bill to protect research opportunities. That's one of the strongest reasons for opposing the bill, was the potential impact on possible research opportunities. And we heard Scott Alonso, the district director for Assemblyman Rogers, speak to that, in that they're very carefully looking at that to make sure that they don't have a negative impact on those research opportunities. So that's all I had at this point. Thank you.
Okay. And I appreciate, Supervisor Bone, your desire to make process more efficient here. I want to speak to something that you did say about the opposition from RCRC, which we are a member of, and they made that opposition before we gave them our opinion on it. So I just want to say, like, talking about not waiting or waiting, you know, like you would think that they would wait for us to give our opinion on that before they took a stand. But that is not how it happens sometimes. And so we are where we're at. And so the first motion maker has removed their motion. And so we're going to the second motion. And do we need a repeat of that motion? Do you know, in terms of the change that's been proposed? Do you need that, Kaylee?
I provided the language change to Kaylee, but I'm sorry, Kaylee, go ahead.
Would you mind repeating it? I was trying to add the gentleman from the assembly member while you were speaking.
Yes. So the motion was to send the letter as written with the modification to the last sentence. So the last sentence of the letter states, "For these reasons, we ask that you support AB 2494. I'm recommending that we strike that sentence and replace it with, Humboldt County supports the overarching principles of Assembly Bill 2494 and requests that modifications to the language focus on supporting and not interfering with important or ongoing forestry research. Additionally, we attach comments from our county forester with recommended amendments, which are supported by our board." Now, those recommended amendments were sent to us by Yana prior to this meeting, and so we have them in an email. Would you like me to also read those?
No, I just think
Okay. They were recommended language changes to the Assembly Bill, and I felt they were good.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
There's a second to the motion. I don't feel there's unanimous consent, so we're going to go with a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bone?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. We are going to take just a quick 5-minute break. If people need to go to the bathroom and other things. And we will be back, I believe, for our last item of the day. Is it? Yes. Okay. Get a drink of water. Go to the bathroom. This is it. 5 minutes. Buddy? And you're going to introduce this one, right? Okay. We can do this. All right. I think it's the last item of the day. And this is brought to us by Supervisor Madrone, so I'm going to let him kick this one off. And to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So I sponsored this item on the agenda because there has been a lot of input over the years that I've been on this board about interest in a citizens oversight committee. And our board about a year ago heard input in regards to this, and we formed an ad hoc committee to look into it. And I think that ad hoc committee was Supervisor Bushnell, Supervisor Arroyo, the CAO, and Sheriff Hansel, I believe. And they've met once in that year. And what we heard as a board in regards to feedback from that one meeting was that Sheriff Hansel said, "I've got this, we've got a great internal process, we can cover this, we don't need to set up this other oversight committee." My memory of the board action was to direct the ad hoc to look into options, and to look at what the city of Eureka has been doing now for a number of years with their oversight committee, and not only look at options, but gather information on what it might cost in order to set it up, and that after doing that work as an ad hoc, bring back to us information that would allow us as a board to consider those options and to consider those costs. Well, that never happened. And I think a lot of the reason why communities have developed these oversight committees, from my research, has been because there's a lack of trust when law enforcement does all of their reviews of everything in-house. And, you know, my focus here is to actually build trust in our law enforcement. I respect you all, I do, and I very much value the work that's done in our community to keep our communities safe. It's not an easy job. I appreciate Measure Z came along and has really allowed us to increase our number of deputies and a lot of other things. But there's been a lot of critical incidents that have happened over the years that have never been brought to our board to consider how we might improve our actions to reduce our lawsuits and our litigation costs, so that we could actually save a lot of money while also building trust in the community that can be verifiable through this oversight committee process. So that's my motive, is to help build trust in the community. And I think when we try to keep things in-house, that's not how that works. I think it builds mistrust, frankly. And that's, I don't want to see that. You know, Sheriff Hansel, you and I talked recently about this when I let you know this was coming forward. And we talked about how frustrating you felt it is that the community some of the community does not trust, you know, law enforcement. This is the avenue forward to improve that trust. And I believe that as we improve that trust, it increases the number of people that want to become deputies. Because for them, morale goes up because they're more trusted in the community by verifiable actions that involves people outside of law enforcement. I've sat in on a number of the City of Eureka's reviews with their oversight committee and Chief Stevens, and I've met with Chief Stevens since and really commended him for the way he has embraced the information that the private consulting firm, which is in effect acting as an inspector general, so to speak, doing those audits and bringing forth information to try and improve service and correct actions that can often lead to lawsuits and all that. You know, when we look at the cost of the county, over the last 10 years, there's been, almost $14 million in legal expenses and another $14 million in settlement costs. So that's our legal costs to settle cases. So that's $28 million that have been spent in the last 10 years on legal settlements as well as the legal expenses for that. And when they're listed by department, because we've developed a new system over the years where when we do have lawsuits and legal costs, they get a portion to the department where those cases derived from. And so when I look at that, the top two on the list are social services and the sheriff's department. Together, they account for $8 million of that 12 to 14 million, or 28 million. So they're by far the largest proportion of our legal settlement costs and our legal costs to actually defend ourselves and all those things. Another interesting cost factor, because as we all know, our county budget's hurting really badly. So there have often been these, when I do the research on these Citizens Oversight Committee, one of the things people will say is that, well, it's going to cost us a whole lot of money to set this up and hire a consultant to do it. And if they have subpoena power, there's costs associated with that. There's no doubt about that. My research tells me that while there are costs associated with that, by doing those critical incident reviews and correcting behaviors and how we deal with de-escalation and things like that, we actually save a whole lot of money. And it's that savings that can help pay for the cost of actually doing this. The sort of other value in that, as I've said, is that it can actually lead to an increased trust in the community for law enforcement. So when we look at the cost of our general liability insurance for the county, in 2015, about 9 years ago, our cost to the county annually was $2.5 million for our general liability policy. Our general liability cost today rose to almost $10 million last year, and it's at about $9 million for the coming year. Not only that, but that liability policy that we had a deductible where we paid the first $100,000. And anything above that, our insurance policy covered. So if you have $1 million lawsuit, it's $900,000 being covered by your insurance. Well, this $9 million it's costing annually now, we pay the first $400,000. So both of those factors have quadrupled. We went from $2.5 million to $9 million, almost 10 last year, and we went from paying the first $100,000 to now paying the first $400,000. These are very concerning numbers, and as a board member trying to figure out how do we as a board manage our operations in order to be able to be more efficient, more effective, and save money, this certainly is an eye-opener to the potential where we might be able to save money in regards to that. But again, my primary focus is how do we create a system whereby we can improve trust in law enforcement as a community. And its primary goal of this oversight committee is one of the primary goals is to review critical incidents. As I've said, there's never, not once in my 7 years on this board, 7.5 years, been a point where any of the critical incidents that have happened have ever been brought to our board to review and have any input on whatsoever. The Citizen Review Committee can do that and then provide us with recommendations on how that might occur. I'm just going to offer one example, and that was where a deputy pulled over a citizen in the Garberville area in the last year, a known person that does drugs, and pulled him over, asked him to roll his window down. He refused to do it. He rolled it down just a crack, locked his doors, wouldn't get out, wouldn't roll the window down. And within a matter of just a minute or two, according to the information provided to us as a board, that deputy smashed the window out, put glass into the person's eye, and was really escalated a situation very rapidly. Luckily, there was another deputy there on the scene who was really good at de-escalation. And I will say it's been my experience that the vast majority of the deputies are incredibly responsible, dedicated individuals that do good stuff. But every now and then there's one person that maybe isn't along with that. As I understood it, you told us that the response to that critical incident, I would call it because it led to a lawsuit, was that that deputy was put in charge of de-escalation training as a response to that situation. That was what you told me. That's what you told us. I don't know what reasonable person would think that taking a person that escalates a situation like that so quickly would be a good person to be training others. But I just offer that as one example of something that I've seen. There are many other cases I could point out that I thought that things were not handled well and were not really reviewed by anybody other than within law enforcement. There is a group of people that, there's been a lot of citizens over the years that have been asking us to consider this as a board about having an agenda item. That's what led to the development of the ad hoc. But that didn't really lead anywhere. And so we now have a new group of citizens who have been coming to us and saying, we want you to consider this. So some of them, I'm sure, are present here today, either online or here in the audience, and I know they're going to want to speak to this. But I just simply want to say that I think it's high time we consider this. I realize you are a constitutional sheriff. You're elected duly by the citizens of the community. We do control the budget of the Sheriff's Department, but we can't tell you and direct you what to do. Whereas a Citizens Oversight Committee, through an ordinance, can absolutely provide some way for us to have that exchange and improve practices. So we've got this group of citizens who are basically saying, we're going to do a ballot measure. Okay? That's what they've told us in writing and verbally.
Sorry to interrupt you, Supervisor. Can we take a 5-minute or 2-minute break,
I'm
please?
about ready to wrap up my presentation. If I could just finish that,
That's
and then we
that's
can
our
take a break.
concern. We'd like to talk with you, please.
I understand that, but the point I'm going to make, I don't think is any legal question whatsoever. The point I'm trying to make is that we've got a group of citizens that are ready to bring a ballot measure forward. And as us as a board, what we're trying to consider is whether or not we should do an ordinance ourselves or whether or not this ballot measure is going to go forward. And there are pros and cons to that. I hope I'm on okay ground here. Council, if I'm not, please stop me right now, but I don't think I'm saying anything right here that is out of line. I'm trying to frame the discussion honestly and fairly. And so basically, we as a board are either going to see a ballot measure move forward, it may or may not pass, or we're going to develop an ordinance. And like with Measure S, if the citizens do a ballot measure, then we can't change it. Only the voters can change it. If we do an ordinance, then we as a board could modify and change to keep up with the times as we go along. So as a board member, it seems to me we're looking at two options here of how to proceed. And that's why I put this on the agenda. I hope that what I've said has been okay. I appreciate the interest to maybe confer over what might be some legal concerns, I guess, on some of the statements I might be making. And I'm fine with that.
But we're going to take a 5-minute break.
I think I've very honestly presented the topic.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and so if we could,
Yeah, right now. Yeah, I understand.
all right, we're going to get back started again. Sorry for the delay, interruption. We have to have a little mini conference. All right, Supervisor Madrone, did you have anything left to say on this item in your introduction, or can we move this to our?
Yeah, I'm sure that Sheriff Hansel has things to say, as well as maybe some of his staff, and I know that there are a lot of other members of the public that would like to speak, but I've made my piece, so I'll leave it at that.
Great. I think what I'm going to do is take it to Supervisor Arroyo next, and then we'll get to you. We'll get to everybody here. Opening statements, I guess you'd call it.
All right, opening statements. I'll try to keep it really brief. Well, I do appreciate that, we have had prior conversations about this, and to be totally frank, it puts us in an awkward situation when community members want us to have oversight of a very large, very complex office headed by an elected official who we're peers with. And so one thing that I think is a little bit different about this current groundswell of interest from community members, and there's been sort of this, I think ever since the grand jury report came out, but certainly before that, there was interest from community members in seeing something like this. But right now, there's a lot of energy around it. And I think, the request to put something on the ballot for the people of Humboldt County to decide whether they would like to see this kind of system be in place takes it out of in my view, takes it out of the role of the Board of Supervisors, really kind of having this strange tussle with the sheriff, who I have to regularly, refer things to and seek input from, and for us to assert that and to form this would be a little bit of a strange process to me. So we've explored this, and I've been hesitant to enact that. We talked about some other options, but we didn't bring anything forward. And so now this energy is bubbling up again, and I know the community members who are interested in this have met with me, have put together some recommendations. And our power, with respect to different elected heads of departments in the county, including the sheriff, is limited to the power of the purse. So how much money goes into your coffers, but not for what or how you spend it. And so it does kind of limit our authority. So if the voters of Humboldt County wanted to proceed with instituting something like this, I think, there could really be some benefits. I've spoken to that before when this has come up. I also realize that, some folks, the sheriff himself and other folks in law enforcement may feel differently. But I think this is something that other counties are facing and grappling with and trying to figure out how to deal with. And, community members really want, is what I'm hearing, an opportunity to have a space to look at best practices, to understand unique incidents that occur, and to get some more information in a public meeting type of space, and have, input from someone who's really a professional in evaluating law enforcement policies and actions, who can provide that, third-party input, but someone who's a professional in that space, because I'm not I'm not a professional in evaluating law enforcement policy and practice. So people look to us for that type of role, and it really just isn't a fit with our any of our experience up here. So I'm open to putting this on the ballot, and I look forward to hearing from people in the community. And it isn't a statement of anything to do with our current sheriff. It's the offices and who kind of gives input to whom and in what capacity that I think, I see this as an opportunity to make that more clear, to have some more transparency and trust developed in what those processes are, and for folks to ultimately have more confidence in the systems that we have in place, and to make this agency the best that it can be. So with that, I want to hear what other folks have to say, and I know we have plenty of public commenters as well.
Okay, I'm going to take Supervisor Bone and then Supervisor
Well,
Bushnell.
probably going to hear a different spin from me. Imagine that. 2010, we started, we had a resolution establishing a Citizens Law Enforcement Liaison Committee. It's 4 or 5 pages here and everything else. And about what we were expecting of them and everything else. And then I became a spoilsport because I actually ended up on the committee somehow. And in December 9th, 2015, I brought back a motion forward to disband it because we didn't have anything. And it surprised me because I can tell you in the last 16 years I've been here, and I guess maybe I'm the most hated guy in the world, or nobody knows my phone number, which I find hard to believe. Nobody's calling me. All these citizens, everybody, all the calls, all the people, the uprising is not, they're not calling me saying we need an oversight committee. I think there's more trust in our sheriff now and his department than there has ever been. And I think Mike Downey brought the bar up. And I think before that there were issues, and I'm just saying, I've been around, I get around, I see these people, I've been here my whole life. I'm looking at this, and then you're right, our insurance costs have gone up, but I had to look back. In 2015, my homeowner's insurance was $565. I think it's $1,900 now. I haven't had a claim. So, welcome to the world of insurance. I think they're probably all up 300-400%. With that being said, the way to create mistrust in a department is repeatedly saying we have to do something because there's no trust in the department. There's no trust in the department. Maybe if you say it enough, people will believe it. I don't think that's the case. I think we have great deputies. We got 4 or 5 of them that played Little League for me. I love the kids. I've been out on swiftwater rescues. I says they're doing a great job on. I had a deputy the other day. In my area, I had a pretty bad homeless issue, and they were not as easily convinced that they shouldn't be parked where they were parked. But before it was all over, the deputy had given him the paperwork so they could get on the methadone treatment. They'd given him the paperwork. And then he called the undersheriff and says, hey, they said they've talked to you. And JD will remember because he went to school with this guy, I think. And he said, oh, I remember. Yeah, he's got a program. And he came back and says, JD tried calling you and telling you this. These are the people we have out there. But everything has changed so much. Everything we do is wrong. We talked about the Garberville issue. So the guy rolled up his window, locked the door, and he wouldn't. What I heard, that's not the way it went. But he didn't do what he was directed to do, and it escalated. Do what they ask, and it won't escalate. So I'm the cost, we'll save so much money by doing this. If we buy this, we'll save so much money. We should buy 2 of them then. I mean, that's not what's going to happen. So we're going to have, and I've been watching a little bit of the what Eureka has, and I mean, I think they had 5 cases last quarter, or 6 cases, 5 of them unfounded, and the 6th one, somebody took something they shouldn't have taken from the department and broke it. So and he has a governing body over him. They're called voters. They're called voters. If he's not doing it right, he's not staying. And I have full faith in that system. I have full faith in that system, and I just think in adding a level, I do not want a deputy to hesitate 1 second about, is this going to put me in and everything else? Because mainly when they get to that point, it's a decision that could be life-changing, both for the person they're helping, both for the person that probably isn't doing what they're supposed to do, but most of all, our deputy who's out doing what we ask him to do. And I keep hearing all these citizens. I haven't been contacted. I'm not looking for contact either. I'm just saying, I think things that are happening here are doing a pretty good job. And I can tell you, I go to a lot of events. I get an auction and I get this request more often than not, and I hate saying it. Do you think you can get Hansel to come? Sorry, JD, they never ask about you. Can you get Hansel to come? They like him. They feel comfortable with him, and he's doing a good job. And then the other part of this, as I read this, we're going to have an oversight review board with no law enforcement on it. It's like having a medical board with no doctors on it. I want somebody looking at my liver that knows what it is, not somebody says, well, I was watching Boston Blue the other night, and that's not how they did it. Things do not get solved in 40 minutes. They take a long time, and we've got good people doing it, and I'm not going to blow smoke up their hiney on that, but we've got good guys, and they're led by good guys. We got 2 guys up there. We're hiring within. We're bringing people in. We're not transferring in new lieutenants and everything else. We got good people, and I think it starts at the top. So, sorry, I've known Billy since he was a pup, and he hasn't changed a bit because he's got strong parents. And I just haven't had the outreach and the concern that I'm hearing up here. And guys, I get around.
Thank you, Supervisor Bone. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I met with one of, I believe there's 5, and I'm kind of looking to the audience, a group that with founders of this ordinance or whatever. And I asked, was there a special, is there an incident that happened? Is there something that's triggering this? And he said, no, not right now, not yet, but there could be. And I said, well, okay, I understand, communities wanting some kind of oversight. I said, could the group meet with Sheriff Hansel? I don't know if that happened, but I would really strongly encourage that, and to have the group meet with our sheriff. I don't think this is about Sheriff Hansel. This is about the office. It's not specifically about Billy and the guys and gals. It's about, what could come, and, was reference to, well, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now, and we want to make sure. And so I do understand that. However, I would want to have an ordinance that maybe would work with the sheriff. There are a lot of already state mandates around what happens in the office. I think that's really important if you're going to have an oversight committee. And then secondly, and I am interested in hearing from our sheriff and members, but also I think that Juan is on, and I wanted to ask him, because when we had Measure A came forward, they went out and got like 8,000 or 9,000 signatures or something. And then that signature drove that ballot measure to go to the voters. And I'm wondering why we're skipping that process. Because if there is such a, an urgency to get this on the ballot, then those 5 or 6 members that are bringing this ordinance, you could do a signature drive, and that would say, well, first of all, it takes it really away from this board, and it could go to the voters. by those votes, those signatures saying, yeah, there's 9,000 folks out there in our community of Humboldt that want this, and that's really glaring. And so I do think Juan's on, and wanted to know kind of what the process is with this. How does the Board of Supervisors move this to a ballot measure? Why are we not doing the signature and, the signatures? Is he there? Okay, thanks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Juan, can you hold on just 1 second until we get through just kind of the initial statements from the board, and then we'll get to you?
I'm not finished, though. If I could
Okay,
have
yeah.
him reply, and then I'll finish.
You want him to reply right
I
now?
do.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, Juan, take it away, buddy.
Oh, through the board, or through the board chair. So this is a regular part of the process. It's one of the avenues that things appear on the ballot. We saw that with Measure O. You see that with the state legislature. And so there's two general paths for a ballot initiative. One of them's through a jurisdiction like the county. The other one's through a citizen-led initiative. And so both pathways are ways to get things for voters to decide on.
And so if this goes to ballot, then if this board, is it a majority, or is it a supermajority that has to pass this today?
I don't know what is really on the table, so
Or discussion?
yeah,
I'm just
we're
curious.
yeah.
It's my understanding that the ask today is not to put something on the ballot. Would be to direct staff to bring an ordinance back to the board. And the alternative that was raised by Supervisor Madrone is that if we don't do that, then there could be a ballot initiative led by a citizens group that would come if we do not.
With signatures, right?
With signatures, and then the public initiative process or referendum
Yeah.
process, that if we do not direct staff to come back with an ordinance in which the board would vote on and draft.
Okay, so thank you. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this, and I'm interested in hearing from the sheriff whether there's engagement with this group of folks that have brought this ordinance forward, and to see what that process would be like going in the future. I would imagine that if staff is going to work on an ordinance, that they would incorporate it with the sheriff. I don't know that for sure, though, what this board would direct. But I would be interested in the group getting the signatures. It really speaks loudly when you have 9,000 signatures that says this is what the community wants. But that's all I have for right now.
Thanks. I'm going to speak to this a little bit, and then I'll ask the sheriff to talk, and we'll have some comments from the community. From my perspective, I understand the requests, I understand the concerns, I understand the trust. I want to say, as someone who has experienced law enforcement on one end of this, as a younger person, that was not a great experience. That was a long time ago, though. I want to just be really clear. I also have some very positive experiences with law enforcement as well. And I want to emphasize that too. Not just positive from an enforcement perspective, but from a very human perspective and a very humane perspective. So that doesn't mean that there are issues within the profession, and that's just one of. It's just there is issues in every profession. That being said, I do see that there is positive outcomes from these types of oversight committees or these types of oversight constructs. If they're done right and efficiently and in a way that really it helps the conversation, but also doesn't bog everything down. So improvements can't be made, so that the iteration of better policy can't be done. I just starting out the gate, I'm not that in favor of. Here's the deal. I really think that and I do believe that you have a very motivated group of citizens, and as we've seen in the past, that will get signatures to do something like this. And I think also highly likely that would also be voted, I think it would be voted in favor. I think that's what happened, and we've seen it. We've not seen very many measures like this fail in our community. We have a community that really likes to engage in this way, and so from that perspective, my caution on that is that when we go through that process and we create an ordinance through a ballot measure, it becomes very unflexible or inflexible, and it becomes hard for us to manage, to make changes, and those sorts of things. And so we kind of, it can make it as not as useful of a tool, I think. So from my perspective, because I believe that the folks would actually deliver on this measure, I would prefer that we do an ordinance through this board so that it allows us to amend it in the future in a much better, easier way. I think it would be more efficient, and we could be more accountable to that relationship with the sheriff as well. That's just my starting the conversation opinion about this. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Sheriff Hansel to give his initial thoughts, because I will get back to you for sure. And then I'm going to open up to public comment, and then we're going to have a little bit more discussion. Does that seem reasonable, Sheriff Hansel, in terms of the timing?
That's
okay. I mean, I'll adjust if you need, but
no, that's
okay.
fine. I appreciate you inviting me here and for us to have this discussion. Bear with me. I have a statement to read.
Yeah.
And so.
Is it that whole binder?
It is this whole binder. Yes, absolutely. So, excuse me, getting a little older here. So, the sheriff is the chief law enforcement officer of the county and is elected by the people. This position carries significant authority and trust in the community. By electing the sheriff, the community ensures this role is directly accountable to the people they serve. The electoral process allows residents to influence who manages our local law enforcement and how their concerns are addressed. The sheriff is the subject matter expert. The sheriff is the one that's elected to oversee and have oversight over the sheriff's office. I'm elected, just like you. I'm the person that the people trust to oversee the sheriff's office. Mike Downey brought me in to help with the transparency and to bring the sheriff's office into this new generation. And I don't think people really grasp the concepts of everything that we do. And I apologize for not making it abundantly clear to you all that this whole stack of policies and procedures is a policy and procedures of our operations division, the sheriff's office. We also have a jail operating procedures, animal control. We have coroner's office. All these policies and procedures are online on our transparency page. Anyone can take a look at these policies. Anyone can criticize these policies. Anyone can critically review these policies. You don't have to be on an oversight committee. Any citizen can come up here and read objectively our policies and offer suggestions. And let me just make that clear that over the last 10 years, we've had people do this and critically review and offer suggestions. One of those was True North Organizing Network. When we were having issues with immigration and the idea of immigration enforcement coming into the jail, our immigration policy was up for scrutiny. We were worked through the Trust Act and the Truth Act, and we made sure that our policy was reviewed and offered suggestions from our immigrant community, and to where it was refined to some of the suggestions that they asked for. And so this critical review is going and ongoing. And so this is occurring by citizens, and we don't necessarily advertise that this is going on because this is stuff that people do every day. Getting back to my notes. The elected sheriff is subject to checks and balances within local governance. Being elected prevents the concentration of power among political and partisan officials. If the sheriff does not meet community standards, citizens have the right to recall and vote him out of office. The sheriff does not work for a board or a council. The sheriff works for the people. As elected sheriff, I'm engaged with and responsive to the community's specific needs and concerns. Since I took office in 2017, I've been open and transparent about the department's successes and challenges. I lead with integrity and value my role as a public servant. I've listened to and addressed community concerns. As elected sheriff, I follow the law, and I follow a strict code of conduct. I represent the community's interests and the values they want in our law enforcement, not a political party or political affiliation. Being an elected official ensures that the office of the sheriff reflects the preferences and priorities of our local citizens, and I strive to uphold the public trust and interest before my own. Despite what is being alleged, that there's some kind of mistrust, wholehearted mistrust with the sheriff's office, I disagree. I believe that the trust this community has with the sheriff's office is at an all-time high. And I ask each one of you to prove me wrong. The sheriff's office has independent means for oversight and review of critical incidents and allegations of serious misconduct involving its employees. This oversight comes from the Peace Officer Standards and Training, POST, the Board of State and Community Corrections, BSCC, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the District Attorney, the Board of Supervisors, Human Rights Commission, Grand Jury, and the public, most importantly. POST audits the Sheriff's Office training and backgrounds to ensure that employees meet the laws and standards. Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is legally required, pursuant to SB 2, to report all allegations of and sustained findings of serious misconduct to California POST for review and potential police officer decertification. This is SB 2. This is an independent review of serious misconduct that an investigation that HCSO conducted and turns it over to state officials. The following are examples of serious misconduct: dishonesty, abuse of power, that's excessive force, sexual assault, demonstrating bias, acts that violate the law, participation in a law enforcement street gang, failure to cooperate with an investigation, failure to intercede. Once POST receives an investigation, they determine if there's cause to decertify a peace officer for serious misconduct. I think a lot of people would be shocked to understand that we've sent several cases of serious misconduct to POST only to be notified later on that they didn't recommend decertification. So that is the state. We track all citizen complaints and use of force incidents and report those figures to the Department of Justice. Citizen complaints and policy violations are thoroughly investigated pursuant to state law. Everyone who files a citizen complaint will be contacted and provided with the results of that complaint. We average about 18 citizen complaints a year, and we have approximately 56 reportable uses of force. That's both in the jail and in operations. The Department of Justice and the Attorney General can investigate any law enforcement agency at any time, whether in response to allegations of criminal misconduct or a citizen complaint. Locally and throughout California, the Department of Justice has investigated, issued subpoenas, and taken local sheriffs to court. According to the California Assembly Bill 1506, the Department of Justice is required to investigate all incidents of an officer-involved shooting that result in the death of an unarmed civilian. Historically, these critical incidents were primarily handled by local law enforcement agencies and the 58 district attorneys. DOJ investigators now handle these investigations, report the facts and evidence to the Attorney General, who then determines the findings and makes them public. The Attorney General can issue subpoenas, compel the production of documents, records, and testimony during investigations. This power is frequently used in investigations of criminal activities, civil rights violations, or other matters of state concern. The DOJ also uses its subpoena power to ensure local law enforcement agencies, including the Sheriff's Office, comply with state law and regulations. This includes compliance with standards related to law enforcement practices, training, and civil rights. In cases of systematic issues or violations within the Sheriff's Office, the DOJ may take enforcement actions based on its findings. The Sheriff's Office reports our traffic and pedestrian stop data to DOJ and is fully compliant with the Racial Identity and Profiling Act. That's RIPA. RIPA data includes information about race, ethnicity, gender, and age of individuals stopped or interacted with, as well as the details about the stop, such as reason for it, whether the search was conducted, or whether a citation or arrest was made. This data helps ensure accountability of our practices, highlights any disparities or trends that may suggest biased practices, and provide a basis for informed policy changes or training recommendations. In the event of a critical incident, the Sheriff's Office follows the Critical Incident Response Team protocol in our county. CIRT is a specialized investigative team composed of investigators from the city, county, and the state. These investigators receive specialized training and experience in handling critical incidents investigations, officer-involved shooting investigations, and other major crimes. The Humboldt County District Attorney, independently elected district attorney, has the ability to investigate and charge any law enforcement officer or official with a crime. The DA has the latitude to insert her investigators into any incident in the county. The district attorney is a co-lead in the certain investigations and reviews all critical incidents investigated. The DA is also consulted if evidence supports that a deputy has committed a crime violation. The DA has not been opposed to criminally charging anyone with the sheriff's office. We've had cases and where sheriff's office employees have been prosecuted under the law and convicted. Upon completion of the certain investigation, the district attorney will analyze the facts of the independent investigation and apply the relevant law enforcement to determine whether criminal laws were violated. The district attorney will then decide whether to prosecute or decline prosecution as appropriate. The district attorney reviews all certain investigations, including in-custody deaths, and provides independent review oversight of these investigations. The sheriff's office refers criminal complaints. Oh, I guess I already said that. Sorry about that. The BSCC also approves the corrections training plan and conducts annual training audit and conducts annual jail inspections. This is the state to ensure compliance with Title 15 and 24. These are open and transparent reports that anyone can review about the conduct, training plans, or our jail inspections. They also conduct independent jail death review. They are entitled to review the complete investigation and offer their findings. And as you are aware, the Board of Supervisors has the authority to scrutinize any program or budgetary matters related to the Sheriff's Office. You oversee the county budget, including allocation to the Sheriff's Office, and are responsible for reviewing, approving, and modifying any budget allocation, staffing plans, ordinances, and board requests that impact staffing, equipment, and operations with the Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office provides the board with reports and stats on laws, policies, ordinances, and budgets as requested. Additionally, the Sheriff's Office holds public hearings through the board at various times of the year and reporting compliance, such as a sanctuary ordinance with the Trust and Truth Act. Each one of you has called me to a public meeting to ask questions about the Sheriff's Office policies and procedures. I've spoken with all of you personally when you've had questions or concerns. I've kept you informed about critical incidents that occur within your districts. I have been called into closed session to discuss confidential matters, and I've been transparent and forthright with all of our interactions. I believe communication between the board and the Sheriff's Office has been open and transparent, and I'm proud of that. The county also has a Human Rights Commission composed of volunteer citizen leaders dedicated to human rights and civil liberties and equal justice. The commission reviews Sheriff's Office policies, procedures, handles public complaints by requesting responses from the Sheriff's Office. I have previously participated in the Human Rights Commission and been open and receptive to addressing any concerns they have. I've never turned down an invite to come and address the issues at the Human Rights Commission. Furthermore, the county civil grand jury plays a role in overseeing government operations, including those of the Sheriff's Office. The grand jury issues reports and can be both supportive and very critical of government entities. The grand jury has the authority to investigate various aspects of the county government operations, including those of the Sheriff's Office. This involves examining policies, procedures, practices to ensure the compliance with legal standards and best practices. The grand jury can issue subpoenas and obtain documents, records, and testimonies from the Sheriff's Office personnel and other relevant individuals. Members also visit Sheriff's Office related facilities such as the jail to observe operations and interview staff, providing comprehensive understanding of the Sheriff's Office functioning and challenges. With the information provided above, the Sheriff's Office has demonstrated effective oversight about all of these entities and agencies. We have enhanced transparency, accountability, and improved processes and practices based upon the checks and balances that are currently in place. And it's been stated, community trust does matter. I believe that, and I want that. It's a part of our policy. We have spent the last decade building a level of trust in our community. I believe this is evident by how much the community supports the Sheriff's Office. We had a tax measure passed twice because this community appreciates and supports the Sheriff's Office. I promote and encourage open communication, constructive dialogue, and cooperation with our community. We do this by being engaged, accessible within the community through town halls and open community forums. We have online and social media presence and interaction to ensure our message is getting to all areas of the county. We have a transparency page where anyone can read about our policies, like this one here. We can review critical incidents, officer-involved shootings, reportable deputy misconduct, such as excessive force and dishonesty. I definitely want to point out, because I feel like even the board doesn't realize about our transparency page. So we have all of our critical incidents on our transparency page. Anyone can look at our officer-involved shootings, complete investigations. If anyone has any complaints about how these are investigated, research, look at them, see how open and transparent they are, how thorough they are, and how it's an independent review. And then also the DA offers an independent review at the very end. So it's all those are there, as well as we're required to put, again, certain deputy misconduct on our website. And you're going to see excessive use of force on our website. You're going to see dishonesty on our website. And you can read those investigations and see transparently how that investigation went down and how we hold our people accountable. We also publish our jail death investigations. Anyone can read these investigations for enhanced transparency. This is the culture we're building within our agency and our community. We've spent time bridging the gap between law enforcement and our community. I ask you, why fix something that's not broken? I've yet to hear the catalyst that this is necessary. I've yet to hear why, other than you have a group of people, small group of people, that want to see this because of a potential future incident. In the draft ordinance, it says in section 3E, existing review lacks sufficient independence and investigative capacity and public reporting. There's no evidence to support that this current system is not working. The Inspector General or Civilian Oversight Committee will be an advisory body to you all. They have no inherent authority over the office of the sheriff, and I think that's very important. This is the difference between what the city of Eureka has and what you're proposing here. This committee has they're just advisory. They can't institute or make the sheriff's office do anything. So I think that's very important for you all to understand. The county would waste time and money and resources in a difficult budget time to prove what we already know. The sheriff's office is committed to serve our community, to earn the public's trust through compassion and accountability. That expectation is what all 330 employees embrace, and that's what we live by in this community every day. Now, if you don't trust me in this, I urge each one of you to pull one of my deputies or one of my management staff aside and see how accountability works at the sheriff's office. See the high standards that we set and how I, as the independently elected sheriff, the subject matter expert that knows policy, procedure, and the law, hold people accountable to that and our community expectations. And I guarantee you're going to find that through our whole organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. We're going to have just a couple of responses or a little back and forth here, but then we're going to go to public comment. So I'm going to start with Supervisor Arroyo and then Supervisor Bushnell and then over to this side.
I can appreciate those statements, and I think this is obviously a very different situation than the city of Eureka. And, you mentioned the grand jury, and the grand jury did recommend this to us. I think that the Office of the Sheriff involves enormous latitude over implementing policies and procedures that are pretty far-reaching that never come here and never come to a public meeting. So I think that's part of why there's interest in this, is having that not only a written form of making requests about additional information, but having an opportunity for people to learn and discuss it. And I think, what's being proposed can be modified, but to my mind, the concept of having a venue for that, if there's not much to do, then they wouldn't meet too often. So if there aren't many things to review, then so be it. Then that system is in place, but is not necessarily used as often. You mentioned, and I want to continue reiterating that this isn't about a critique of you as a leader. It's a structure that I think many counties are looking at as a tool to provide that transparency and provide good input to an office that is otherwise headed by one person. I think, you asked me to, or asked us to, it may have been hyperbole, but to say, if people don't have this confidence, well, we've heard from many dozens of people who feel that this would be helpful and that this would, and many of them said things like this: I'm 100% in favor of establishing this independent oversight, and I think Sheriff Hansel's doing a good job. It's simply good policy to have such a mechanism in place. There's other folks who said this is not about the current Humboldt County Sheriff or his deputies. This is about creating lasting institutional transparency and accountability to ensure long-term community trust no matter who the sheriff is. So I've heard from lots of folks who have maybe a particular axe to grind, but then there are a lot of folks who just have really expressed very clearly that they believe that this is good practice and that it can increase the kind of positive relationship between the office and the community. And so that's what I'm hearing, and I hear that you disagree, and that's okay. Sometimes we disagree. But that's why I at least feel like putting it to a vote of the people would be helpful. And if people are like, absolutely, we don't need this, then so be it. But that's where I'm coming from. And I appreciate that we're able to have this dialogue in a public meeting, and that we're able to hear from community members about this.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I think while we sit up here and say that this isn't about you or about your office, it's really easy to say that and for you to feel differently because you are the office right now. And so I recognize that, while I don't believe it's about you, it may feel very different to you and your officers. And I do want to say that in the room. Secondly, and my colleague referenced to the city of Eureka that has an oversight committee that was formed out of some incidents that happened, that distrust was eroded with the people. And before that, I don't believe they had that oversight committee. Do you know that, if there was one prior to?
No, I don't believe so.
And so that was established because that trust was eroded through incidents that happened with several officers there. Thirdly, I guess, I wanted to reference to what Supervisor Wilson said, that creating an ordinance here gives this board more control. But if we're talking about, and I'll reference back to Supervisor Arroyo now, sending it to the voters, that doesn't allow this board to have any control. So there was two different scenarios that you both said. So, and maybe that's up for discussion with this board today. But I think that there's a lot of confusion in the room and on the board of what this actually looks like, what it would look like going forward if it happens, whether you would be involved in the process as that subject expert. And I think that those binders there are a lot of gov code that you already are instilled in providing. And I think if this ordinance happens, I imagine we would have to have a lot of expertise on how that moves forward. So I'm interested in hearing public comment and the rest of my colleagues, and to try to work this out in a fashion that doesn't erode trust in the departments, because I can see how easily it could.
I appreciate that. And
Mistrust, not trust.
And I want to reference sort of the process. You're right. There's a couple options, paths, I guess you'd say. I mean, one is to, don't do it at all kind of situation. And then if you're moving forward to a path of having something, there are a few options. One is get the signatures, put it on the ballot, and then see how it rolls. Another is we control what's in the ordinance that gets put on the ballot, is another option as well. Or we just do the ordinance. Those are kind of the three main options. And we're gonna have some discussion about that. I just wanna, before public comes on, I just wanna let folks know, like, you can see that even there's some not just confusion, I wouldn't put it that way. There are some options on the table for the board to consider how that might happen. And so if it is to happen, and even then, like, we have some disparity on the board in terms of that. So with that, I'm going to open this up to public comment. Oh, so Supervisor Bone.
And I was, Sheriff Hansel, thanks for everything you've put into this. I mean, if we're really going to be serious about trust and the public reaching out, we probably should look within. And the first thing we should do is put a supervisors oversight committee, because I'll tell you what, our trust level's way below the sheriff's. I know that for a fact, and I can take that for numbers because I read it every day. So if we're going to take that, but we're talking about going out and getting signatures. If we remember Measure A, at the end of it, almost a third or half of their signatures were misrepresented, you know, and I can now see the signature gatherers. No offense, but I can see some of them, they're going to probably have to pay somebody or do something like that. They're going to say, do you want a better sheriff's department? Yeah, I'm going to sign that. I want a better sheriff's department. But then the end result is not a better sheriff's department. It's an oversight with a bent. And I'm just going to say, this is so unneeded, I think. I mean, I understand what people think and the stuff, but we're not Minneapolis. We're not everything else. It's just like, as far as ICE and all these other things, I don't think we're having an issue with that stuff because we've got a constitutional sheriff that has our county in pretty good shape. He's well respected throughout the thing. I've been to a sheriff's, annual conference, and he is well respected. And what more can we ask for our sheriff? So I don't know if we really need to put, to saddle him down and say, hey, we're gonna help you do your job. He's doing a pretty good job. And for anybody to say he's not doing a good job, look in the mirror. We're not doing that great up here either.
Okay, we're going to open this up to public comment now, if that's all right.
Thank you, Chair.
What do we have?
Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Kaylee, can you hear me in the chamber? Kaylee, can you hear me in the chamber?
I can hear you, but you're gurgly.
Very true.
I will try to communicate. Have people put this on the ballot, have them gather signatures to bring it to the voters. We trust the voters. We don't want the supervisors to manage the sheriff. Is that audible to you or not?
Yes.
Thank you for my ability to comment on this particular topic today.
Thank you. Caller 1537, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
All right, hello. My name is Eric Finkbeiner, current resident of Humboldt County. I just want to say that I think establishing an independent civilian-led oversight system along with an inspector general would be beneficial for fostering long-term trust and enhancing the health and safety of the community at large when it comes to policing policy and practice. And, I'm hearing that there's very robust transparency along with the policies, and that's great. And I think, the system created for civilians to be more involved really is a great addition to the community policing initiatives that have put in place by the current sheriff. And the proposed system of oversight and access of information through subpoena power can ensure those avenues of transparency and accountability and community involvement beyond the current office administration. And, trusting authorities is not always an easy ask. Not all of us are playing baseball with the deputies. And I think with this ordinance, it could alleviate some of the tension that can arise from the lack of transparency that's possible. Not saying it's happening, but that's possible without a system such as the one proposed here. And yeah, just really think this isn't about fixing anything, but enhancing what already exists. So I think as our county board of supervisors, that's definitely something to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 2611, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Good late afternoon, supervisor. Thanks for everybody's patience today, and I really want to thank everybody that's sitting in there now that has been in there. I want to thank Sheriff Hansel for reiterating everything that has already been reiterated for this topic. I really feel it's unfortunate that we are discussing oversight on an entity that actually is very well structured when we have members of the community coming in and requesting their concerns with our child court in the system. And we had an individual come in a little while back now. He came in from the juvenile detention center, I do believe as an employee, and he was expressing his concerns to the supervisors of the children inside the facility being abused by not only each other, but by staff and stuff. And I really think that this attention is being misdirected. Tonight at Blue Lake, we're going to be renewing our sheriff's contract. That was something that was kind of a struggle for us in the past until we got new people in position that weren't really trying to, in my opinion, defund the police. If we want to support our sheriff's department with the support they need is budgeting. They need support within budgeting. They need support within resources. They do a lot of amazing things that people are not aware of. I personally, every time in my program and day job is raising lambs and pigs for the entire North Coast. And when I get a boar that I'm done using, I will donate it to the SWAT program because they are not only giving the people that need to learn another life trade, they're also giving back these pigs to our youth. And there's just a lot of stuff that I think is being misdirected with our energy. That's been happening throughout this entire meeting.
You have ran out of
today.
time.
We're really misdirecting our energy.
Sorry, caller, you have used all your time up. Caller 4350, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sierra Braggs. I live in Eureka. I have been on a call today listening to you guys for 4.5 hours. I'm a small business owner in Eureka, so that means that I was not able to do sessions where I earn money. So I've spent my day not earning any money. And most of the people in the room there who are paid to be a Board of Supervisor or paid to be sheriff, I appreciate the time that you have spent on this topic, but I want to point out that as a voter, I have already voted for the people who passed AB 1185 that made it possible for our county to implement this oversight committee. I have already voted for the Board of Supervisors representative who is there today. I have already engaged with the process over and over again, and it's not paid. It's not something that is sustainable. And for Sheriff Hansel, you just narrated all the ways you are open to transparency and building with our community. And it's really hard to reconcile why you wouldn't want to work with an inspector general and another person to help you maintain and really lift up that transparency and accountability so you aren't the only person really implementing it. It's so hard to reconcile that. I really, really hope that the board can go ahead and vote to have the staff bring forward a proposed ordinance so you have clarity about what is being proposed. As a voter, going and getting more signatures to support something that we have already promoted and supported to get it this far feels really, really, really frustrating. And it feels really hard. And as a person who works to support my child's school so that they can have a public education that is enriched, I don't have
You have ran out of
To
time.
run around getting it.
Caller, you've used up all of your allotted time. 2309, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes. You can press *6 if it's not working.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Honar. I live in Eureka and I like it. It's been a long afternoon, so I'll keep it short. I urge the board to direct staff to return with an ordinance establishing a civilian oversight board. The reasons to do so are self-evident, but just in case, I'll list a few. Greater transparency, increased accountability, building public trust, and improving policy. And, you know, it's just good governance. I think that by the board actually passing this ordinance, we'll have the ability to refine the ordinance without going back to the voters, and that'll be far more efficient. So please establish a civilian oversight board. There's no good reason not to. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me there in the chambers.
Yes.
I had my hand up earlier. I had to put it down. My son was up to bat, so I was on the phone through a whole baseball game. I basically would, if I wasn't in a public place, I probably would have puked on the ground by some of the things I heard come out of the mouths of some of you that are up there elected. Not the sheriff at all. I support the sheriff wholeheartedly. I have full trust in him. And I think this is ridiculous to bring forward. If somebody wants to bring it forward, go get 9,000 signatures. It's going to be a lot harder to lie to get those signatures like they did to get the 9,000 signatures with Measure A. I support the sheriff instituting or following the laws and holding people to the laws. You know, when people barricade themselves inside a public facility that's paid with taxpayer dollars and vandalize it, I support them going and dealing with that. You know, that's probably where some of this is, or where someone physically keeps someone from entering a building and physically touches them. That person should be arrested and fully prosecuted by the district attorney. I support the sheriff who upholds the law. Just called into the sheriff's department yesterday. Somebody, you know, they cleaned out 2 vehicles that were in a Class 2 water course. Very quick follow through. They take public service into effect, and you know, when there's armed people trying to make it into a cannabis facility that's licensed, they're willing to show up. So I support the sheriff. Please move on from this. I'm just appalled. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 4235, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julian Aguilera. I have had the privilege of working under Sheriff Hansel and his administration now for about 6 years, and him giving me the opportunity to serve the residents of Humboldt County. I completely understand the approach and the reason behind the Oversight Committee, but at the same time, as being a law enforcement official here in Humboldt County, I've never given a reason for the citizen not to trust me or the ability that I perform my duties. I've also given them every opportunity to ask me any questions that they may have. I've addressed any of their concerns. I've referenced back to policy. I've spoken to them. There's a few comments that were made regarding critical incidents by, I believe, Supervisor Madrone, which none of us wake up in the morning and expect a critical incident to occur. That's the last thing we want. Not only is that harmful to the citizen, to the community, to their families, but it's also harmful to us as law enforcement officers, which I think we can't forget that. We can't predict when these events are going to happen, but luckily we are given training and have the ability to work our way through this, and there has been a system in place to where it can be reviewed by professionals, by people that have expertise, and by training. There was also a comment made about morale. I'm not quite sure how morale will go from here, if that is truly the case for you, because I work in the office. I work with these people on the streets. I contact them. Many sacrifices are done by our people in law enforcement. So if we're alluding to the fact that morale is going to increase with more oversight, it's just going to create more, honestly, I won't say fear, because we have nothing to fear if we're not doing anything wrong, but it's going to be an extra layer of stuff that we have to think about. I fully support our sheriff. I trust his administration. He has never steered us wrong, and there's a reason why he's getting reelected every time he runs. And I'm proud to serve Humboldt County, and I'm proud to serve under
You
Sheriff
have
Hansel.
ran
So
out
thank
of
you for your
time. Sorry you've used up all your time.
Thank you.
Caller 9277, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Amanda. I live in Arcata. I want to voice my support for the Independent Civilian Oversight Board and Inspector General to increase accountability and transparency of the Sheriff's Office. I do not trust the sheriffs. The public does not trust the sheriffs. I have seen countless abuses of power, including the inhumane war against the poor and displacement of harassment against the homeless and seizement of their property, not to mention the excessive force seen by the response to the peaceful protest of the Cal Poly on countless other cases. The defense of that there has been no contact from the public and signature drive is limited because of the time and money and resources of the volunteers. We are coming forward right now. If the sheriff says, I support the voices of the people, and the supervisors say, and I agree, that most people will support this, then they have nothing to hide, and they should encourage this to increase public trust and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 4816, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes. Can you raise your hand? I've lost you. Thank you.
Do we have anyone left online, or? Okay.
Hi, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Caleb Van Lay, and I live in McKinleyville. I'm calling to voice my support for an independent civilian oversight board and Inspector General to increase accountability and transparency of Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. I support this as an IHSS worker who works with people with intellectual disabilities. There is a fear and distrust of our Sheriff's Office currently, especially around situations regarding people having mental health crises. The Civilian Oversight Board would help build the public's trust of the Sheriff's Office and will help increase much needed accountability. And in response to some of the things that Sheriff Hansel said, Sheriff Hansel claims that he is his own oversight, which by definition is just not true. You can't be your own oversight. Having this kind of oversight would help build the public's trust. And while the sheriff says that he works for the people, this is an opportunity for the sheriff to work with the people to help the public build more trust around our sheriff's office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 6409, I will unmute you and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in support of the Oversight Board Committee. I just wanted to say the defense against having an oversight committee has been very aggressive and been very vocal against the, to quote some people, like the blatant, I don't know exactly what they were saying, but like just the aggressiveness of people against having an oversight committee is exactly why we have to have an oversight committee. When people are being aggressive and like trying to defend against having something that is just about transparency and protecting the public, when people get aggressive against that, it's pretty obvious that they are in the wrong. And so I just want to say I'm in favor of this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair. That is all on Zoom.
All right, we're moving it into the House here. So if you have something to say on this item, 2 minutes each, and
He sings Spider-Man one more time.
yeah, I got you. I got you. Okay.
Come here, Rocky.
You jump in and yeah, bring that microphone down. Perfect. Thank you.
Ready? Go ahead.
Hi.
You say hi, supervisors.
Hi, supervisors.
Okay, ready? Mom's turn. Can you go back to Casey? Go to Casey, buddy. Yeah, I know you want to do it again. All right, hold on. We know concerns exist around the conditions of the jail, lack of oversight and transparency gaps. Proactive oversight would help identify risks early and benefit everyone involved, putting county funds towards services rather than costly, avoidable lawsuits. Public trust is essential to community safety and is strengthened by transparency, accountability, and structured public participation and ongoing review of policy and practices. As the mom and an IHSS provider of my disabled little boy, I know that when the public trusts law enforcement to act appropriately, people are more likely to engage constructively in their communities. We need a structured and constructive channel for community voices. And I'll add that the sheriff's office helped me leave my abusive ex, and I will forever be grateful for that. And it was also a sheriff's deputy who yelled at me during the restraining order process and told me to shut the fuck up. And I'm sorry, but that was what he said. And it was really uncalled for. So I'm all for an oversight committee. I think it protects everyone involved. Thank you. Come on, Rocky, let's go.
All right, thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for the last 9 hours. I know that it must be really hard to be here for that long, and thank you for also being here. Whether or not our esteemed sheriff would share flock data with ICE, and I don't think he would, any future sheriff potentially could share flock data with ICE. Many individuals regard ICE as a legitimate, constitutionally sound institution. I do not. SB 34 would prevent that information from being shared with ICE. The people of Humboldt need help with things like search and rescue, medical emergencies, protection from crime, investigation of crime, relief from institutional crime, missing and murdered Indigenous people, domestic violence intervention, mental health emergency intervention. We need you. We really need you. When I see you guys on the street, I'm always happy to see you. And so that need is a little bit uncomfortable for us. All of the people, okay. All of these needs can potentially be vulnerable to being ignored if the citizen in need is a member of a group such as unhoused, brown, or both. So it's understandable that Humboldt residents prefer to arm and defend themselves rather than call law enforcement in some cases. The Eureka officer who was principally involved in commiserating with his colleagues, with texts denigrating people and populations, that officer was training cadets at CR. Cadets who are not politically and culturally aligned with longtime law enforcement culture will be more likely to stay on the team.
Lizard, can you sum it up?
Yes. More likely to stay on the team if we have a Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board with subpoena power. Let's build back trust. Thank you.
afternoon. I am coming before you this afternoon as a citizen, a rural citizen of Humboldt County. My name is Jeannie Fulton. I am also the spouse of a retired law enforcement officer who served this community for 15, 16 years under Sheriff Hansel, and also oh my gosh, I just forgot his name. Sheriff Downey. That's so embarrassing. Anyway, it is a hard job. It is a hard job for the law enforcement. It's a hard job for their family. And I think the key to all of this, as Sheriff Hansel mentioned, this is a highly regulated job. They report to so many, and there's so many checks and balances along the way. And I think what it comes down to is a lack of education. Not to throw you under the bus, but you know, we don't know as citizens what those checks and balances are. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about them. We elected Sheriff Hansel. We've continued to elect him, so the voters have spoken. But perhaps education is the key, not only for the citizens, but for our Board of Supervisors to know what those checks and balances are, so that when they do get a public comment or a citizen complaint, they can point them in the right direction. They can let them know with authority that this is the process and there is oversight in place and this is what we need to do. I absolutely love that the Sheriff's Office has such a social media presence and that the town halls are happening and the Coffee with a Cop is happening. I kind of laugh at it sometimes, but I do appreciate it, and I know that there is a severe need for those things. And I just respectfully request that you do not waste our money on this and put more money into training. I think training our law enforcement officers is really a better use of funds. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Destry Henderson. I'm the president of the Humboldt Deputy Sheriff's Organization, representing approximately 150 county law enforcement professionals. We appreciate that people want the Sheriff's Office to run well, and so do the union members. The Deputy Sheriff's Organization cannot support a civilian oversight committee as presented in the example document. These types of committees tend to second guess without meaningful understanding of how policing works. The examples given seem to be directed at appointees that have no knowledge of actual law enforcement, and it significantly limits the involvement of people with law enforcement experience. It appears to be designed as another opportunity to bash the hardworking, low-paid deputies who serve our community with honor and second guess their fellow elected representative, the sheriff. Transparency and community relationship has greatly improved in the last decade and continues to yearly. As far as transparency for critical incidents, that happens already. All our policies along with the critical incident protocol are listed on the website. I have led 3 of the most recent critical incidents with the investigation of the last 3 officer-involved shootings. There are specific mandates to release information to the public during these incidents. The goals of those investigations are the same as all critical incident investigations: to conduct an unbiased investigation to determine whether the officer's performance was in compliance with the law. The sheriff is kept up to date on the investigation, but he does not influence the outcome of it, nor does any other person. These cases have to weather the test of time and future scrutiny, since the California Department of Justice can choose to review them no matter what the local DA decides. What the union needs is help with good wages, good benefits, and quality training. A committee such as this would take valuable funding away from that area. We can all agree a well-paid and well-trained police officer reduces liability, turnover, increases job satisfaction, and community relations. Finally, as a reminder, this committee would still need to comply with the union on the meet and confer process before it is implemented. Also, it would have to comply with all rights granted to public safety under the Police Officer Bill of Rights. Thank you.
All right, if you're wanting to speak on this, please get up there and do it.
Hi, my name's Dan Rathbun. I live in Eureka and was raised in Petrolia, and I have I can't think of any negative experiences I've had with either Sheriff Hansel or law enforcement in Humboldt County. I'm pretty positive about it. But I want to talk about democracy. Democracy ebbs and flows, but I would hope that we could make an arc towards improvement. the point was made that right now, trust is at an all-time high. And I would put to you that that is the perfect time to establish an oversight committee. Hansel has been elected over and over again, good for us and good for him. Who knows what the next sheriff is going to bring? One thing I can tell you is that democracy makes mistakes. The people elect crooks. The people elect horrible people. And when those people are in office, we are going to wish we had more checks and balances. The point's been made that we don't need them now, and I'm sympathetic to that. But I would put any amount of money on it that someday a bad sheriff will be elected, and then we're going to wish we had this oversight committee. And now is a time we can do it without friction, when there's no problems in the sheriff's office right now. We don't have to fix a bunch of shit. Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's the second time we've had words that we don't like to have in this office. We all use them on our own time, but by all means, just keep it under. All right. You can, if you want to pull that, someone could help. Yeah, someone help her with the microphone there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Margaret Dickinson. I have been a citizen of Eureka for a long time. And I'd like to point out something. I'm very fortunate to have lived to a relatively advanced age. And we're all here temporarily. And I'm really sorry that you feel, it seems to me you feel very strongly about defending yourself. I don't think you need defending. I think you're doing an excellent job. I've only had one unfortunate encounter with a sheriff's deputy many years ago. It was over a dog. And I really would like you to think about the fact that we're all here temporarily. We don't know what the future holds. We've had an unfortunate demonstration of what it can hold in what's happened to the country recently, in my opinion. And I think that it is important to think about the structure of government and what we're leaving behind. And I think it is important that citizens have the opportunity to function as part of the government. And I think it's a real opportunity to set up something that would be effective if we are so unlucky as to elect a sheriff who was incompetent and possibly crooked. I really feel that it would behoove all of us to take the position, or at least look at this ordinance as a chance to establish something in government that will live beyond all of us and help to keep a democracy. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Nadia. I am a resident of McKinleyville. I want to say thank you for everyone who's here. You all have been here for many, many hours. And everyone who's commented today, being able to participate in democracy. And as others have said before me, I think that's part of what this oversight system is adding to our county, is bringing more democracy and more opportunities to engage with people in process, in policing as well. And I would say I respect that there is transparency initiatives and public trust building that is already part of the sheriff's office. And because of that, I would ask, why stop short at a civilian oversight board? I do think it would continue to engage more people in policing. I think also we do need more public education about what the sheriff's office is doing. And I think it's a great way for to create a bridge, I think, between the sheriff's office as it exists and the people who it is serving. So I am fully in support of this oversight system, including an inspector general and subpoena power. I think that allows for transparency while still respecting confidentiality, which is important. Yeah, thank you all for continuing this dialogue. I think it's important that we continue to talk to each other even when we disagree. That's how democracy happens. So yeah, I'm grateful for this forum. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nezzy Wade, and first of all, I want to say thank you to Supervisor Madrone for bringing this forward and for the recommendation to have staff create the ordinance. I am in favor of that. I'm in favor of an oversight system, a board, and also with Inspector General and subpoena powers to be able to do that. I think it's really important to have an independent and specific body that takes on the role that we're talking about in terms of oversight. It's really important for us. I had a lot of things were mentioned here today that I want to respond to. I've been on the Human Rights Commission. I met with the local law enforcement oversight committee and had participated many times. I've been on ad hoc committees. In fact, I have one that I'm a little frustrated with right now for the compassionate assistance ordinance that is not meeting, that I was hoping we would have more to do with that. I just think it's really important that we take advantage of this opportunity to create something that really will allow for an open democratic input beyond elections. And I think that it's essential that we do something that ensures our future in the way that the last speakers have spoken. I could not say it more eloquently than they have. So I encourage you to do that and to bring it back until it's the right document, but it should originate here, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. If there's anybody left, now's your time to start lining up.
Good evening, Board. My name is Casey Malone, and I'm a political organizer with SEIU 2015. Tonight, I'll be speaking from my personal capacity, although you've already heard from at least 2 of my union members. I will be following their lead when it comes to political decisions of this nature. And in my personal capacity, I support the Independent Civilian Oversight Board for the Sheriff's Office. I think it's really, really important that we bring in and welcome as much community engagement as we can. And also, you know, as an organizer working for a member-led organization, we encourage our members to get involved with our process. And I just am really grateful to work with them in that capacity. And I think that this is another similar opportunity to get creative about accountability in the Sheriff's Department and transparency. I'd also like to say that, you know, I care deeply for our members, and they're the people looking after and caring for our disabled and aging population in Humboldt County. There's roughly 2,800 of them. And in instances of crises, it is really important to each of them and to myself that folks with disabilities are treated well and with care. And therefore, I would really like to see our caregivers and the rest of the community have the opportunity to be a part of that accountability and continue caring for their recipients and through government. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a nice evening.
Is that it? Nobody else? All right, we're going to bring it back to the board. I first actually want to bring it to Sheriff Hansel, if that's all right, and then if you have some thoughts on what you've heard today, and then we'll have some discussion.
I appreciate the dialogue, and I just want to make it clear that, again, the board and the sheriff are colleagues, and I understand the position you're in. I also want to make it very, very clear that though I don't run the critical instance by you as a board, I would be I would never turn down an invitation to come in closed session and review any kind of critical incident with you all. So that is always something that's available to you all. I'll make it very clear to you. Again, I'm against this because I believe that that I am that independent review of the sheriff's office, and that we do have efficient oversight over the sheriff's office as we comply. We are in the state of California. And in the state of California, there is a lot of checks and balances for law enforcement, both county, state, and municipal law enforcement. And so, you know, to put another layer on top of that, including hiring someone as an inspector general for this specific purpose when we have a budget crisis, I think is not the most efficient use of that money. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to bring it to Supervisor Madrone first, if that's all right, unless you want me to wait on.
No, that's fine. I appreciate all the comments. I also appreciate, where you're coming from, Sheriff Hansel. I think the things that resonate with me a lot is if you do want all this transparency, why not do this? The budget is an issue. There's no doubt about it. From the research I've done, communities, it seems, have actually saved money from liabilities and lawsuits that more than covered the costs of doing an oversight committee. And frankly, I would love that because then we could put that into wages, which are so desperately needed. Destry spoke about the deputies and all that. And if we could find the way to save money and put that into something like that, not only would trust be growing and morale, but having better wages would go a long way as well. We could, discuss that forever. I also want to say I appreciate your offer to call you into a closed session where we could sit down and review some critical incidents. I think that would be a really great opportunity, and I'd like to follow up on that because I think, we all do need education as well. We make mistakes as board members. We do our best. We try to do our research, and then we end up having to make a decision. They're not always the right decision, but we have to try and figure that out. So I think it could be really educational to delve deeper into some of that and be able to have you share with us how things were handled, what improvements you made based on the experience. So thank you for that.
All right. Actually, before I do more of this, I have a question for Juan Cervantes and around the election process and those sorts of things. So is Juan available? And if you are, I have a few questions around. Could you just summarize, like, if we were to move this to a ballot, what would it cost? What's the timing that would require, those sorts of things? So we have that in context, please.
Yeah, much like Measure A, you're already paying for the cost. It'd be a negligible addition to the work that we already do. For November, especially since we're not likely to have a one-card ballot, we're going to go to 2 cards in November. It's what we're planning on, so it's not going to have a meaningful impact on that front. In terms of like the logistics of putting it on the ballot, we would need a board item with, ballot text and everything by August 7th at the latest.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Does anyone else have questions for Juan? Stay on there, buddy. We got a few more.
So I'm not sure he can answer this, and maybe our CAO can, but who would be responsible for writing the ballot measure, and what does that look like with staff time and getting everybody on the same page? Is that a question for CAO Juan or for you?
I mean, I could answer it, which my answer to that is it's up to you guys. So the CAO might have better information. I would just need a resolution with everything.
Well, we direct staff to come bring us stuff back, so we often don't do our own work. So CAO Hayes?
Yeah, thank you. If the deadline for targeting the November ballot is August 7th, which in government speak is like basically tomorrow. And, full transparency, my office is in the middle of a budget, a difficult one at that, and we are heavily involved in the administration of aviation right now. So if you would like my office to write it, I'm not sure it's possible to make it by the 7th of August, just frankly speaking. I would then ask Juan, what's the next alternative election date after this November's election?
And Juan, I want to ask if there's one other option that this board has done in the past, not in a long time, not since I've been on this board, but sometimes you can do measures that give direction to the board to do something, to do an ordinance. That's been done in the past. It was done with, I think it was Measure M in 1988 on offshore oil, which we haven't actually done. So our track record on that wasn't so great. But But what I'm getting at is that you can have ordinance, or excuse, you can have ballot measures that give direction to a board to do something. And I was just wondering, do you have any opinion about that, or?
You are correct. It can be
Dr.
done.
Lee?
We would have to look into exactly what we would need to do with regard to this particular situation and what we would have to have ready by the 7th. We would still probably have to have a substantial amount of work and an idea as to what an ordinance or whatever was being directed would look like in order for the voters to make an informed decision.
Right, I appreciate that, but there's some space in there. So bringing it back to the board again, any thoughts on any of these options, and Supervisor Madrone?
Oh, I appreciate you just discussed, I think, two options. One is to have the text completed for a ballot measure by August 2nd, was it? 7th. The other one just mentioned would be to have information developed that would put a ballot measure directing the development of an ordinance in the future. That still, as I heard them, would be substantial work, but not clearly not as coming up with final text. The third option, I guess, is that the citizens say, well, that's too slow. We're going to go ahead with a ballot measure, but they would need to collect 9,000 signatures, if I'm hearing correctly.
Juan, can you
And when would that be due?
respond to that number? I don't know why that number's been thrown
I
out
know,
there,
right.
but let's.
Was that Measure A? Yeah, Juan will know.
Why don't we pull that into some expertise here, Juan?
All right, am I live?
Yep.
So it wouldn't be 9,000. It would be about half that, a little over half that. The election code requires, for something like this, 10% of the entire vote cast in the county for all candidates for governor at the last gubernatorial election. For this one, we're looking at 2022. We had 48,741 voters who voted for the governor. And so that would be 4,875 required signatures. For Measure A, I think the number was in the 5,000s that was required, and they submitted 7,000.
And when is the due date for those signatures?
It's a really complicated question. There's a bunch of different, for November, it's not possible. I'll just keep it that simple. Otherwise, there's different deadlines associated that can expand and contract that time.
We're gonna Supervisor Bone and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Can I? And I think I heard a common line. Everybody trusted our current sheriff, everything else, and the concern was about the future when we hired that crooked sheriff, who's going to be. He's not going to be, but we're going to hire a crooked sheriff, which I have more faith in our voting public. Maybe a sheriff that isn't super qualified. I've seen that. Yes, I have. But we got through it because we had quality people. If that's the case, just like earlier, why are we having to bang things through before we know what the heck we're banging through? I mean, we just did this earlier. Well, we'll make it right. We'll fix it because it's got to go by this date. Now we're sitting here going, we can't get the signatures. I don't think, and I'm sorry, I don't think it will pass because I think, but I guess if you went out and says, we're not doing this for Sheriff Hansel, we're doing it for the anticipated illegal sheriff or crooked sheriff we're going to hire. And I don't think or vote on, so that's going to be on you guys. But I don't think we're going to vote that guy. I think the nowadays and everything else, I think we have a pretty good, I love all the new words we use now, but anyway, that's not my problem. So why don't we work on this till we get it right rather than just shove it through so we can say, look what I did. And I'm sorry, if we do something half, it just doesn't work. But everything seems to be on fire. We got to get behind it right now. Let's do it right and look at it. I still don't think we need it. And if you're going to need it, if we're going to do it, I'd like to have something that the sheriff, everything else. I know I'm only 20%, and the chances of getting more than 40% are slim and none. And Slim took the bus out of town today, so I'm just going to tell you I don't know what the urgency is, but I sure feel it.
Yeah, Juan's got his hand up, so we're going to kick it back to Juan.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. I misspoke earlier. It is possible for November. It would just take a very large mobilization of signature gathering very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Supervisor Arroyo.
And then I was in the queue, but
Okay.
I'll go after Supervisor
Sure.
Arroyo.
Okay. I mean, we have a sample ordinance in our agenda that seems pretty well developed. I think, it could, from my perspective, it could use some light edits. But I think, I'm aware that August 7th doesn't give us a lot of time, and we'd probably, want to bring something more detailed back and have a draft of the ballot language, and then there's the opportunity to write arguments for and against and things like that. I would try to stay as neutral on that as possible while putting forward something that community members who have brought this forward are asking for. So I would envision utilizing something similar to what's in our agenda packet, while conscious of the points that Supervisor Wilson made. There's perhaps there's some opportunity to have a little bit more flexibility in certain areas. I mean, one of those is allowing for the development of bylaws that are a little bit that allow for more flexibility on meeting schedule, for example, or things like that. But I think the important parts that folks are asking for and have been asking for since I got elected. I mean, this has been kind of on the table this whole time. People have been checking in with me to ask, is this ever going to happen? And the things that I think folks want are that it be a Brown Act committee, something that now there are, of course, a lot of sensitive documents that people would, similar to the grand jury, would be compelled to keep secret, and folks would have to be vetted to have that discretion. But so there are some things that would be reviewed in closed session, but the outcomes of whether something was sustained or how many complaints were received, there are certain things like that that can be discussed publicly and can lead to people having a better understanding of some of the transparency measures that are already in place, in addition to any additional transparency measures that are determined to be a good idea by this board, and educate people. So I think the idea that there be an independent auditor who can provide recommendations and feedback, and some of that has, believe it or not, in other agencies helped to reduce some of the workload within the department to write up and determine what can be, to write up an analysis and determine what can be releasable. And I've talked to a couple of communities that have found that was the case. I don't think it's easy to quantify a big savings from this, but and so I appreciate that sentiment, and I recognize that it's kind of hard to do that. But having this in place, I think does have some other potential benefits. But anyway, it's important that it be a Brown Act committee. It's important that there be that independent auditor function, and that folks be able to have that power similar to the grand jury to subpoena people to provide testimony. I think those are the key elements of this, and those are pretty well fleshed out in the example we have before us. So I'm conscious of the fact development of a ballot question would be some work, but I don't think we're looking at a huge workload here.
Supervisor Bushnell, and then I have a question. So.
Sure. So I guess I have a couple things, and I'm going to refer to you for the lift that your office would have. But is there also an option, I think that we haven't talked about, that this board could create, and I know Supervisor Arroyo said she doesn't, wants it out of her hands, but there is an option that the board can create an ordinance, correct? Instead of having it go as a ballot measure?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So this board can generate an ordinance as the sheriff said earlier, that we do work with him with ordinances without having it go to a ballot measure.
Yes.
So that's another option that we really haven't talked very much about. And so I think that, and it does feel a little rushed. And even though this is kind of laid out, and I don't know where this document came from, I think it was kind of Smith from some other counties, but what would this look like for your office? And I know that, my colleagues have said, some of my colleagues have said doesn't look like a heavy lift, but what does that look like for you guys?
Practically speaking, for the board meeting, it would take a minimum of 2 meetings. There is proposed language here, but a little bit different than a tax measure where it's like, go for a 0.5% or 1% or whatever that looks like. It's a little bit more nuanced. And also we are dark the 3 weeks before this August deadline. So that really means like we would have to have this canned and ready to go by like July 1st.
I think what Supervisor Bushnell is saying is like not put, just straight up bringing it to the board for ordinance vote, not to bring it to an election, so that we remove
Well, I was
that
asking
time
for
frame.
both.
Okay.
Because I think that we have one meeting in May, then
Right.
June, then we're off in July.
Okay.
And we're in budget hearings starting in 3 weeks. And so I don't want something to be rushed if this board, the majority of this board does choose to do this. And it feels that way with our schedule that we have. And also, if there is a possibility that this board could do an ordinance and look at that, then I think that's a subject we should talk about as well. And then the cost. What is the cost? Who pays for it to go on the ballot? Like, do we have to then give more money to the elections? What does that look like?
Yeah, as Juan stated, the cost is fairly negligible if you're targeting a November election because we already have a ballot going, and so for the elections office, Juan didn't really feel like that would be a big lift. I think you're likely going to be a lift on us and council, and just full transparency, I don't think we can make it on the ballot if that's by this November, if that's what you're looking at. My
That's
staff
what I'm
will
asking,
run out
like-
with their hair on fire if I just can advocate for them for a minute. And same with Scott's staff as well. There's staffing challenges and lots of other demands on us right now. So it would be incredibly difficult to make the November ballot. If we were just drafting an ordinance that, there's no real time crunch there necessarily. So I think, for something like that, we could probably have it by the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
Would be a comfortable time frame for us.
Well, I definitely would like, if this board, majority of this board is going this way, that we keep that option open as well, because there's more than just 2 options, and we should be discussing those.
For sure. Supervisor Bone.
Sheriff, are you going anywhere? Next
No.
couple of years, next
No.
2, okay. So, and again, I'll state again, the problem doesn't seem to be, I kept saying, worry about the future and everything else. I'd make a motion that we sit here and strategically look at this without rushing it, work with the sheriff, our CAO, an ad hoc committee. We have an ad hoc that was formed 20 months ago that has met once, and I don't know what came of that. But now it's the biggest thing in the world, and that would give time for Supervisor Madrone to bring back the actualities of all the savings all these counties that have it really are, and maybe we can pay for everything and pay for all these things we're talking about. So I would make the motion we move it forward and not rush this item, because this is a very serious item that doesn't, in my mind, seem to be an issue, because we are addressing all these things. But that's my own bend. But I would make a motion that we do this right and put the time in, work with our CAO and the ad hoc. I don't even know who's on the ad hoc.
Natalie and I.
And come back with something that is palatable and will work for everybody involved. I mean, I mean, I don't know, there's so many, we don't know what's an inspector general cost nowadays.
Well, and so
So-
do we have to, I'm sorry, Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And then your CAO wants to talk, but what, as an inspector general, do we form that? What is that, where does that come from?
I need a second before I did make a motion.
I'm hesitant to second your motion without having direction of who's going to do all that work when they just said they couldn't do the work. So can someone answer the inspector general question?
And I just want to emphasize, I don't think anyone's necessarily in a hurry. We are discussing the timeframes of these different options. No one is jumping up and down. So, CAO.
The next natural opportunity to put this on the ballot would be the 2028 election. Your board could elect to have a special election. One estimates, though, that could be six figures. He said 300,000 or 400,000. It would depend on whether it's just a mail-in ballot, whether you want to have an in-person election, like what that looks like necessarily. But a special election is not cheap, is the moral of that story.
And I don't think this board has the appetite for that. So let's just move that one right off the table.
Inspector General?
So there's a question about the inspector general and what that means and how that's defined. And so maybe our council can speak to that.
That would be defined through the ordinance that is drafted and then brought to the board. Now, there is reference to the inspector general and how that's formed in the sample ordinance. Part of the direction from the board needed from council and CAO would be the parameters of the ordinance that you want brought back and how closely you want it to mirror the sample ordinance that is attached to the agenda item regarding this matter.
Can I add? I mean, I think part of a lot of this is based on Eureka's format, right? That's what the grand jury came to us and recommended, was that we look at something very similar to what they do. They have an independent police auditor. It's a third-party contractor, excuse me. It's currently a group that provides independent reviews of police matters, and it's a cost of not to exceed $90,000 a year. But they have indicated that it's usually significantly less. So that's I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, the independent police auditor role. You're shaking your head and you're nodding, so I don't know who is.
That's not how I read the ordinance. The ordinance reads that this inspector general will establish an office with independent investigators assigned, as well as being subject to 24-hour call out to any critical incident. That access to the sheriff's office and access to critical incidents. So it seems to me like it's a full-time employee.
Okay.
So that's something we'd have to clarify, but yep, I don't. I think the idea of the auditor was a separate one then.
Okay, and I'm going to try and move us to some conclusion and direction as soon as possible. It's getting late. I'd like to have dinner at some point. So, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm trying to figure out how to get us out of here.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I think bringing this back is painful, but I think that it's going to have to come back with some thoughtful processes and some examples of really what is feasible to do. There's questions about this ordinance and its content, and so I think I would make a motion that, I don't know exactly.
I'll pull my motion back then.
Okay. Yep, it seems to have died. So
That maybe, how hard would it be for staff to get us some examples, like what a cost of an inspector general would be, how that would come about, all those things. I think all of those are relevant before we put something in motion that may, and I understand the taxpayers want things to happen, but we can't pay our deputies. And so what does that look like if I would make a motion that we bring this back with very detailed information about how this ordinance is stated, what it costs, whether it can be initiated whether it needs to go to ballot. I know that's our choice, but we need costs around that, or what it looks like if this board were to do it without it going to ballot measure.
It's okay, let me just reframe this first for a second. Sure.
Well, no, I mean, it's just hard to say how cumbersome. It sounds like we've got some, we've got a decent framework that it seems like you all are, mostly willing to prescribe to. I would suggest that, the ad hoc be the sounding board and the working group that helps to formulate that. And then, we could certainly bring forward a draft and, see. I'm suspicious that this might take a few iterations to get to where everybody's comfortable with it. But, that's probably the biggest question mark there is.
So I'm going to offer that we have a motion that a draft. We have, we have this proposed draft in here, but that's not ours necessarily. It's just an offering, I would say. And I think that the ad hoc committee can take this discussion and come back to us with a suggestion on how to move forward. I've come back to the place where I started in this conversation, which is I think this board should probably just do an ordinance, and so that it's adaptable and amendable as we see fit. And so both from a budget perspective and from an oversight perspective, and it may not be what everybody wants necessarily, but let's get the ball rolling. I do have, well, I just will say, like, I do have I don't know if it's a concern, but where the Human Rights Commission fits into this is something I would want to see looked at as part of that discussion. I think if it's done right, we could have it back to this board in a form that we could vote on it by the end of the year, which is similar to what we would be doing if we were going through this ballot process anyway. And I really do feel like that would be something I would go for. So if I can, I'll just frame that as a motion, so we can, which is to have the ad hoc committee review the information and the discussion today, seek input from community members, including the sheriff and others. I'm not going to be specific about that because I'm going to leave that up to the discretion of the ad hoc committee, and try and get something back to us to review by the end of September for at least like a first cut at what we're going to do this. And does that seem reasonable to the folks in this case?
I think it's important to know whether we're talking about establishment of something like this in our ad hoc, or whether we're talking about just bring back a variety of options. It would really help me as a member of the ad hoc to know what the direction is from the full board, because previously it was like explore some options, and I think frankly we didn't see eye to eye on what some of the best options were, and we stalled out a little bit. I think I have wanted to see something more robust than Supervisor Bushnell has wanted, for example, in certain regards. So I think, to know what the direction is going to help us come back with something productive. And I will just voice that process doesn't answer the question of how many people actually in the, whole voting populace of Humboldt County really feel strongly about this, because there is an investment involved, and it is a trade-off, as any investment is. And so, I think that question would be answered by putting it to a vote in a different way than it would be for us to develop something. And I think it would just sort of, it's a little awkward to have us
work with the sheriff on oversight for the sheriff. I just, there's an element of that doesn't quite
I'm
fit
not
the.
Just for clarity, I'm not asking that that you work with the sheriff. I'm asking that you just receive input.
Well, the sheriff's on the ad hoc.
I see.
That's what the ad hoc is, us and the sheriff.
Okay.
And I don't disagree that we should communicate with the sheriff about this. It's just it's as commenters said, it's a little awkward to say like, oh, can you oversee yourself? I mean, and I think the point that we all could use some input and oversight is well taken, but this is about an office that has a very different type of power than we have, and that's why people are asking for it. It's an incredibly different type of power and organization. So anyway, I think that this puts us in that position of kind of being back at the table going, how do we do something that frankly you don't really want to do, but our board is given direction that we should do it. So that's the situation I find myself in.
Let me modify that the ad hoc committee is just you two. It doesn't involve anybody else. You two are given this responsibility to bring something back with staff. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that seem reasonable? Where it's not. You don't have to just.
It would be creating a new ad hoc, but sure.
Yeah. So it would be creating a new ad hoc. I think that probably would get us where we want to go. It doesn't. Does it mean it means you're empowered to talk to whoever you want to talk to, get input from the sheriff or anybody else, but let's try and bring something back to this board by the end of September or something like that.
I'll second that motion.
Does it seem reasonable? I don't see us putting something on the ballot, running what we have in front of us through the gauntlet and out the other side. I'm just going off of what I see from what I'm hearing from staff. I don't see it, and that's my only concern. I don't know where else to go. That's kind of where I'm at.
May I think that the crux of the part that isn't clear here is the inspector general role, which I was taking to mean an independent consultant in that role. And I hear the sheriff saying it seems like a staff position. Now that I'm rereading it, I'm like, oh, it is a little unclear. That part is to me, the least clear part of this, but otherwise, I guess I'm just not seeing I'm not seeing the workload here that maybe others are seeing. So I think we may just be at an impasse. I'll take the direction to work on the ad hoc if that's what the board wants to do, though.
I'm going to take the CAO for a second. And do you hear what Supervisor Arroyo is saying, that she's feeling like she's kind of wondering what is it? But I think it's also not just the drafting in what we see in front of us. It's also our internal review process and going through legal counsel and everything else. I'm not clear. It's just an ordinance in the way that it's drafted by itself. There is. So
Yeah, it's, two minimum meetings to get it on the ballot, and we're dark the 3 weeks before this.
Mhm.
So that
so really
would
have to be at the meeting before the August 7th. So
almost a month. Yeah, we would have to have it completely completed by July 14th.
July 14th.
Is your last board meeting before this deadline, unless you could call a special meeting, but there is a lot of travel, and that's your board's break, so that's your prerogative.
Right.
If it.
I hear you. You can. But
I'm reluctant because my staff is going to wring my neck tomorrow because they're dying on the vine right now. I can do this work. We can try.
We have a
I don't. Other than we can try.
We do have
this
a first
is a crazy
and a
time
second
for us.
on your motion, Mike.
We do. I want to make sure that we're vetting this as best we can, even though it's late.
There is also the 2028 election. I don't know how you all feel. If you want to go to election,
No.
and you're okay with No, that would be the regular election. That's only if you call a special election.
And I think there's a primary in 2028, so that would actually be in, and it's a presidential primary, so that'd actually be in March.
March.
So that'd be in March. So I mean, we could bring something back with the committee, and then we could decide at that moment, like, hey, we're going to put this on the March ballot, or we could decide on it then, and that's actually not terribly. It's only a 3-month difference, really. Is Juan still on there, and am I just totally speaking?
We're having a lot of audio troubles, and so Juan was driving down here.
What?
Because
I feel
apparently it's
bad
very
about-
difficult to hear in the public.
Okay.
No, he's not. He's on his way here.
Oh, he's here, but the courthouse is closed, so we need somebody to let him in. Thank you. I don't know if security's not out there.
Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
We're going to take a 5-minute break and per the request of the CEO. About we're feeling pinched about in terms of the making it to the November ballot. So then there was discussion of 2028, which is that going to be in March?
That's correct.
Yeah, because it's an early primary because we're so excited as California to be important in the presidential primaries. So okay, so that's in March. So it's really three or 4 months later.
A year.
Oh,
It's
year.
and
I forgot
3
about 2027. I mean, who was going to live through that, right? So, okay, so we're talking a year and 4 months later. Okay, that's quite a bit longer. All right. Sorry, it's getting late, getting a little punchy here. Been a long time. So, all right, so
I've
we're
been
really
watching.
talking a year later. 2 years from now. 2 years from now. Never mind. We didn't ask you to come down here just for this, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Sit down unless.
Yes, unless there's any other questions for Juan in the moment. There isn't. Okay, so going back to the scheduling issue, which is bringing something back to the board by the end of September, is that something that you guys think is reasonable from a committee perspective?
Are we bypassing the first and second on the motion, or what are we doing? 'Cause-
We're in discussion of that. I think
Of
we.
the motion?
Yeah, of the
Okay,
motion.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm. 'Cause
Of
that
the
is what it's
motion
all-
being the ordinance being developed by the ad hoc.
Right.
Okay. I think by September is fine.
So we have a motion and second to have the ad hoc bring something back to us in September for the board's consideration. Really, that's really what we're going for. I think I get why we would want to take this to a ballot, but I also get why we might not want to do that. So Supervisor Madrone?
So just to be clear, the direction is for the ad hoc to bring back a draft ordinance that would be simply approved by the board, and that would come back to us in September as a draft. We'd work on that, try and come up with a final draft our final ordinance by the end of the year or something, and we would have 2 meetings to adopt it. There can be public input during the process as those 2 meetings happen, or even when the draft comes back. So that's 3 opportunities. It's not as good as the opportunity for a ballot measure for public engagement, and I get that. But, 7 o'clock at night, we had like 20 people, online, and we had 20 people in the audience. That's actually pretty good participation as far as government goes. It's hard to get everybody involved in anything, no matter what you do. So yeah, I'm supportive of that. I think, if we don't do that, I think the group's going to start collecting signatures and working on another direction. Because it's been going, they can do anyways, but it's been going on long enough to where if we were to delay this for 2 years to 2028, I think that they would start on signatures now.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I think the direction's pretty clear. And I think it's not just the direction, but the vibe, which is, this is where we're going, to, at least in this current context. I do want to say again, my relationship with every sheriff I've dealt with, at least in my adult life, has been very positive. And I want to also emphasize that it's not just one thing I have learned, although it's a while ago. Our sheriff's deputies, we might imagine them as, just dealing with laws and what I mean by this crime. But I have to say, that job is our deputies are dealing with people in all situations. And I've seen deputies really deal with folks having very, very, very hard times in their lives. And I think there are some deputies that come into the job not knowing that's what the job is going to be, and some leave because it's not what but some lean really into that, and I have seen some amazing humanitarian work from our sheriff's department on a lot of issues, and I just want to be really cognizant of that and thankful. That being said, I think that the direction the board is going is good. I think we've seen positive results from this in other places, and I think we can do it in a way that's efficient and thoughtful. One of the things I did see on there is it meets quarterly, minimally. It could maybe meet semi-annually, minimally, and then if there are incidents. So there's other ways we can think about. There's tweaks in there I think that we could talk about in terms of like what its impact, and then also realizing we can adjust it if we're actually the ones making the decision on how it gets done. So I'm thankful for this discussion. Wow, what a long day. And we'll take the vote, and then we'll move on from there, and we're going to continue to have discussions. I have talked way too much. And with that, let's take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bone?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I'm going to vote yes because I think that this is going to go in a different direction if it doesn't, and I really want to have that engagement and bring it back. It's something to bring back. It's not a final decision. So yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks for rushing down.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
You really got that March 2028.
If only I knew what year it was, it would be good. So.
He doesn't know when elections are.
That's when he doesn't. I mean, that's the one that you have to worry